Hey everybody, it's Paul, 125 Roller Coaster Challenge, and we are going live at 4:11 today because we have had an influx of subscribers in the last week and a half. Our Simply the Best part one took off, and we went from about 3,300 subscribers to 46. And in the last couple of weeks, we've been growing, and currently we're at 4,963 subscribers, which means we may have a good chance of literally getting to 5,000 subscribers tonight. So we are going live until we hit 5,000 subscribers, something I did not think we would get to. I thought maybe at the end of this year, but that influx that we got came out of nowhere. And hey, Alex, thank you so much. Thank you. Congratulations. We're not there yet. My goal today, huge fan of Tom Grossi, who is a Green Bay Packer. He has a channel. He's striving to get to 1 million subscribers. He's at almost 800,000. Long way to go for me. But what he does is he does a charity event where he says, I'm going to raise $100,000 for charity. And he streams until he gets it. And with that in mind, it gave me the inspiration. I have Red Bull, Mountain Dew, and I'm going to stream until we get to 5. I might be here for an hour. Every hour, we're going to change the shirt, kind of change it up a bit. I might be here all night. Who knows? I might be here for 2 days. I have a completely free schedule the next 3 days. So if it takes me 3 days to get to 5,000 subscribers, I'm hoping not. People give me some love, but I'm going to stream until we get there. So any questions you guys have, anything you want to know, we have the chat going. We are here on Facebook where we have over 10,000 followers. So if some of you guys over at Facebook can jump over here to YouTube, 125 Roller Coaster, that would be greatly appreciated. Now, I don't know how I can check it there. So I'm going to be using the, the Studio app and checking it every once in a while to see if we go up. Currently, we're at 4,963. And yet again, this might be a really long night or I might be here forever. Yes, it is commitment. Yet again, Tom Grossi, if you like anything to do with football or sports, the man is a legend. He's going on his 10th year doing this. We've been doing the YouTube channel for probably about 2.5 years. So for us to get to the 5,000 mark, for me, that's just huge because when you start out, anybody who started out a channel, you get 10 subscribers, like, oh my God, 10 people care. And it just keeps growing. And it's very exciting. It's very exciting. Something that was started out with me and my son, Devin, now Ari, starting out years ago, finding out. So little background, Devin was born deaf. And I changed back and forth because Devin is trans. So Devin is now Ari. So when I talk about the beginning, it was Devin. Now it's Ari. So it's a little bit different. It's a different world. But she's happy. That's all I care about. So I'm going to go with Ari now, just to keep everything straight. So when Ari was born, she was born deaf. After about a year, we got her cochlear implants. We kind of beat the deafness. Later on in life, she got both. So she's stereo. But about 7 years ago, I guess it was, we found out that she was going to be, and I'll get to you in a second, Alex. I found out that she was starting to lose her vision. So I asked her, what do you want to do? We don't know how long it's going to take. Right now, she has no night vision, but she can still see during the day. So current update, but we never knew how long it would be. So I asked her, what do you want to do this summer? Make some memories, right? Before you go dark. And she said, I want to ride roller coasters. And I'm like, shit, I'm afraid of heights. So you do things for your kids. So we started mapping things out, and we live by Hershey and Knoebels and stuff. And we're like, oh, we can do 50 coasters. Oh, wait a second, if we go over here, we do 75. And we kept on mapping it out until we thought, let's see if we can do 125. Can we do 125? Can we go to New England? Can we go down to the shore? That kind of stuff there. So it became our 125 roller coaster challenge. That's where we got the name. A couple times we thought about killing it, but it's what people know us as. I've walked through Dorney Park and I have ride attendants yell, hey, 125. And I'm like, okay, I guess that's what we are now. So we hit 130 that first year. Our 125th coaster was Great Bear. And then we realized we were having 5,000 people following us on Facebook. And we're like, oh, okay, that's kind of cool. Let's do it again. And we did some more and stuff like that. And our 200th coaster was Coney Island Cyclone. And, we went to Darren Lake. We went to all these different parks. We went to, did a West Coast swing. We hit Worlds of Fun, stuff like that. But as you know, kids get older. And Janine started coming in. Janine's my best friend. And when she started coming in, that's when we started doing Dollywood and stuff like that. And we decided, hey, you know what? People are listening to us. Let's do the podcast. And we did the podcast. We started about, we're in our 5th season, so about 5 years ago. And it's a Trimmed and Stable podcast. And, we slay, a couple times we haven't done it. A couple times we did. We actually are back fully committed to the podcast. Janine jumps on at least once a month now, too. So we kind of got the podcast going. I think we're at our 175th episode. We try to keep them about a half hour just because of the fact that that's what a normal person's ride time is. So we try to keep it there. I know our buddies In the Loop, they'll go on for 3.5 hours. That's too long of a podcast in our mind. So we pick a subject, we hit it, we do what we do. And then about 2.5 years ago, almost 3 years ago, I met Legend from In the Loop. Loved his work, always followed. Every time I went somewhere, we would actually check out him and Molly, go to the park, and that would be our walkthrough. And I was like, bought him some drinks. We're like, hey, so what do you do for a living? He looked at me, he goes, dude, this is what we do. And that gave me a goal. So started learning how to use a phone, how to use video. I'm a photographer by trade. So I'm like, hey, you know what? Let's start learning video. And we launched it, I guess, March 2 years ago. I think we're going on our 3rd year in March. And that's when we started the YouTube journey. And at first it was mostly shorts. And then we came up with Explore, which is kind of like what they do, tour and review. And then it just expanded. We now have Let's Eat, because the philosophy I have for the YouTube channel is I want to be a reference tool. I want to be, if you have never been to Dorney Park, you can go and watch our videos on the food at Dorney Park, the games, the showtime, the merch, that kind of stuff there, and you can learn about Dorney Park. Now, as I've gotten better with editing, knocking on wood, we now expanded into, today we dropped our top 50 coasters. We do helpful hints at Dorney Park or other places like that. So we have a lot of different series that we do. Our Park Day just launched last year. Challenge Accepted is brand new for this year. We tested it out, got pretty good numbers. But we look at ourselves as a reference tool. So that's what 125 Roller Coaster Challenge is. So going into this, I learned pretty early on that I'm a voice, even though I'm losing it today. Yeah, let's start a live stream and lose your voice, right? But I realize I'm not going to be the guy up front. I'm better at behind the scenes. So that's why you rarely see me in any of the videos. I'm an older man. So, but with that being said, we always looked at views and watch hours more of a parameter than subscribers. Because let's be honest, if you're going to find out information on Sesame Place in Philly, you really don't subscribe. You watch the video, and then it's very rare that you actually jump and subscribe. So for me, I always looked at subscribers not as important as watch hours. And we have 1.3 million watch hours since we started the channel, which blows me away. We have almost 2,000. We have 1.3 million views, and watch hours are over 200,000 or something like that. It's crazy how many watch hours we get. And but when you look, we got, I think our top video right now is Explore Sesame Place, and that one's about 20,000. So it's always been a slow climb until about a week and a half ago, where I don't know what happened. I went to bed at 3,300 and I woke up at 4,600 with a launch of almost 1.2 thousand subscribers. Knocked my socks off. I come to figure out that somehow it got sent to India because most of the subscribers are of Indian descent. So welcome aboard. I don't know if you're ever going to go to Dorney Park, but that was an amazing burst. I was very excited for that, and it got us to where we are now. So that's where we are here. So Alex, hopefully you're still with me. Let me answer this question here. Do you frequent or are familiar with Cedar Point? So Cedar Point, we went to Ari and I actually were there for the not the media day. It was a benefit when they opened Steel Vengeance. So we were actually there the day we were freezing. It was a cold day. When they had Steel Vengeance, which you had to get tickets for and all that kind of stuff there and some promotional stuff. That's where this thing came here underneath Wildcat is actually the Cedar Point thing that we got that day. So we've been to Cedar Point there. It was funny because they also opened Maverick and everybody was in line for Steel Vengeance. So Ari and I kind of marathon Maverick. And that was before I got my relief band for dizziness. So after like 3 marathons on Maverick, not leaving my chair, I had to get off because I was so dizzy and stuff. But last time we were there was probably about 4 years ago. Trying to think what was new. So far, we haven't done the mouse, so we haven't seen the boardwalk yet. We haven't seen the conversion of Top Thrill 2, and we haven't, of course, Sirens is coming up. But highly on our goal is 3 days at Cedar Point this year. I've been working my butt off since the calendar changed. I'm a wedding photographer, and I'm trying to book every Saturday I can for at least me and maybe one more of my crew, just because I want to get all those Saturdays gone so I can leave on Sunday and disappear for 2 or 3 days and come back and still have money. Because, these trips get expensive. So my goal is to go to Cedar Point, walk around the first day, get those new coaster credits, ride some stuff. Second day, film. And when I'm done, film some more. 12-hour day, if I can, filming, explore, let's eat, the whole 9 yards. And then the third day would be ride a little bit and then pick up whatever's left. So I'll show you guys a little bit later on there. I have a chart of every place we want to go and every video we still need to do. So to answer your question, Cedar Point there's like 4 major targets for me this year. And Cedar Point is one of those 4 major targets. So the reason I'm asking is trying to find a good time of year to take the family and how many days to actually make it worth it. Real quick, Alex, how many people are in the family? And do you have small kids or are they all like teenagers? Let me know in the chat. Because that would actually determine, because if you just have to do adults, I'm doing 3 days. And when I turned 40 many moons ago, I took the kids and we did 3 days. But my kids were not kids. They were, I think, Ari was probably 8 and Kylie was about 11 or 12. So with that being done, we didn't have to go to the kiddie sections. That's what I'm trying to get to. If you have to go to the kiddie sections, I'd probably tack on another day. But if the kids, 5 people. So you got 5 people. I'm thinking 3. I would go with 3. And we were lucky. We stayed at Breakers. So that was nice. Then the second time we came, we went, it was me, Ari, and Janine. And we stayed right off the peninsula. There's a hotel right there. And we stayed off there. So we weren't at Breakers, but we were right real close. And it was great to go in and out. And it was funny because Ari isn't as much of an enthusiast as myself and Janine. So halfway through the day, Ari's there like, I'm tired. So we literally dropped her off at the hotel and went back and then texted her throughout the day, do you need us to grab you or anything like that? She hung out in the pool. She was just having, a hotel room to herself. Meanwhile, Janine, we were there from gate open to gate close. We marathon gatekeeper. We did Steve. We weren't really big on Maverick, and I got a lot of Maverick out of my system. So it was a lot of fun. I say 3 days, 1 day to explore, second day to really hit it, because it's a huge park. I don't know if you realize how big it is. When you get there, they have a sky ride. So you get on the sky ride, and it takes you, and it drops you off only halfway through the park. So you still have to either take a train to get to the back, or you got to go. It's a huge park. So I would say 3 days. All right, we have another person here. Chris, how's your New Year's been going so far? Hope everything's going good. Love all the videos and helpful hints. My favorite, Let's Eat. Looking forward to new content. So I actually have my tablet here. I just finished, if you look today, Simply the Best. That one took a lot of time to do because I had to find a lot of cuts. There's a lot of parks I haven't filmed yet. So the Cedar Point stuff is photos. Same thing with Dollywood. So the coasters that we did there, I literally had to do a lot of editing to make it look decent. Hopefully next year when I do Simply the Best, I'll have footage of Maverick. I'll have footage of Steve and, Dollywood Lightning Rod and stuff like that to add in there. But on deck, I have that wall chart. Show you guys later. I don't want to start moving cameras right now. It's where I want it to be. But we have a lot. You have a 1, 9, and 15. The 9 and 15 are going to be good. The 1, you're going to have to tag team and go hit the kids sections a few times there. But they do have rides for them, which is fantastic. And the other thing, at 1 year old, I don't think it costs you anything to go. But yeah, 3 days I think would be best. 3 nights too, because you want to come in the day before. So come in the day before, then hit day 1, stay over day 1, day 2, stay over there, and then halfway through day 3 you can leave. So probably 3 nights, 3 days. If you want to really marathon it, do 4 nights. All right. So that being said, I actually have no scripts written, but I know what my next 4 produced videos are going to be. The one I definitely want to work on is focus on. Oh, hi, Andy. How's it going? Any questions, let me know. Let's go do a quick little update here. We are now at step 49.72. Let me update that real quick here. 49.72. We had a nice little jump. We went up 9 subs already. Guys, this is awesome. I might not be online for 12 hours. That is amazing. Let's edit here. What did I say? 72. Boom. Save. And boom. There we go. 72. All right. Let me go back to the chat here. Boom. So the next videos that we're looking to do that are going to be scripted, first one's going to be Focus on Maurice Pierce. So Focus On is a series that I've been wanting to get off the ground. It's basically a park review where I'm going to go through all the different categories. We did it for Knoebels and I believe Hershey Park so far. Those are the 2 that we've done so far. So I want to do it for Maurice because Maurice Pierce in New Jersey was amazing to me. And because they were so amazing to me, I want to get them as much content. You might have noticed last week, I think it was Saturday, it's funny because I usually do an explore and I'll go from the beginning all the way to the end of the park. Magic Mountain was 55 minutes. I think the biggest one we have is Busch Gardens Tampa, was an hour something. But when it came to Maurice Piers, I always broke it up to explore Surfside Pier, explore Ocean's Oasis, and then all 5 piers. Basically, I'd have a separate explore. And I sat back and I'm like, you know what? People don't mind the long form. So I actually merged them all together and it's doing really well. It's up to over 100 views already, which is what I ask. If I can get 100 views for any video, I'm very happy. I know the spotlights don't do as well because they're like 3 to 5 minute videos, 2 to 5 minute videos on a subject. So those usually, if I get over 50, I'm glad with that, but I always want to get 100. So that Maurice Pierce is doing good. So the first one is Focus on Maurice Pierce. Helpful hints at Six Flags Darien Lake. Love that park. The other one was Must Ride. I kind of got away from Must Ride because it takes a lot of stuff. That's where I kind of do research on the park. So I got to actually sit down and do homework. So I want to do this on a small park. I want to do Waldemere on that one. And then the last one I got to do is Making the Grade, which is the coaster grades, not rankings, but grades. A is I got to ride it every time I go. C is, well, if there's no line, that kind of stuff. And we're going to do that for Six Flags America. So that's what the goal is for the next 4 videos. I'm going to try to knock out 2 a week because I like to bank some stuff. I still have, I think, 50 shorts to drop from last year and about 10 more spotlights and things like that from last year. I like to bank a lot of stuff, so I always have daily content. All right, Andy, hi. I like Knoebels. Who doesn't like Knoebels? Did you ride Wildcat? Now, are you talking about Wildcat at Hershey Park before, which is right here, or are you talking about Wildcat's Revenge, which a little bit inside baseball before you watch the Simply the Best. Wildcat's Revenge was our number 2 coaster this year. Out of 388 coasters, number 2 was Wildcat's Revenge. And the reason for that was it's my home park. So in the summer during the week, if I had nothing to do, I would literally just go to Hershey Park and just grab the lunch meal and then jump Wildcat's Revenge. I probably got over 100 rides on Wildcat's Revenge, and I love that one so bad. So let me know which one it is. And Williams Grove, never got there. I never got there. It was one of those things where I was afraid of heights and afraid of roller coasters until 7 years ago when Ari needed her dad to be there. And the things you do for your kids. I still remember the first time I got on Fury 325. I have a death grip on there, and I'm looking straight ahead, just like, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, going up this lift hill. Then, that was the first year we did it. 2 years later, we're over at Canada's Wonderland, and you have that moment of clarity where we're going up the lift hill of Leviathan, and I'm doing this, trying to see if I can see Toronto. And I realized, not quite afraid of height as I was. All right, so Andy, Wildcats Revenge, I just told you, number 2 roller coaster. It shot up only one spot, but this year, it to me, it's ranked higher than Velocicoaster, Fury, Steel Vengeance. This coaster, I love Wildcats Revenge. I know every movement of it. I am so glad that Hershey Park got such an amazing ride. That roller coaster there jumped off the track. That roller coaster there jumped off the track. No, that never dismounted. No, that would be national news. RMCs do not do that. So now the original one, that one I could see probably jump off the track. That guy was pretty brutal, but that was our first ever roller coaster on the 125. So because of that, we kind of have a soft spot in our heart for the original Wildcat, which was the original Great Coasters International coaster there. So now, if you just popped on here, because we're getting people coming in and out, we are closing in on our 5,000th subscriber, which I never thought we'd get to. I was hoping to get to it by the end of the year. We had an unexplained spike last week where somehow our Simply the Best Part 1 got sent out to India. And we got a lot of people from India who apparently liked that video because it got 14,000 views in like 24 hours. And we got 1.2 thousand subscribers. I don't know if that's ever going to happen again. Everybody here at from India, thank you guys so much. It means a lot. I don't know if you guys know what a Dorney Park is or a Knoebels or even how to say Knoebels, but the fact you did that. So we're going to go live answering questions. I got some things set up here. I'm not going to rest until I get to 5,000. Let's see where we're at right now. 49.75. We're 25 away, guys. We are 25 away. I can't believe how good this is going. Let's see what we got here. Go to banner. Wait, go to banner. Let's shut that down. Let's edit. We are now at 75. 25 more to go. And it's not even 5 o'clock. I've only been on here for like 20 minutes. This is amazing. Also, as this goes longer, if we need, I will be changing my shirt every hour. Right now, we're at Dorney Park Talon, which is a top 20 roller coaster for us. One of my favorite inverts. The only one I really know that gets good airtime. Very surprising when you're dealing with that. You know what? I'm going to take a sip of Red Bull. I don't like the regular. I like the different flavors. And let's see what else we got here in the chat. All right. Revenge roller coaster. Oh, at the Grove. I believe. Okay. Yeah. That one I believe. And I think it's still standing, but it's definitely, it kind of reminded me of Blue Streak over at Cognac Lake. I remember when Ari and I rode that the first year. We did 125 on our way. We went to we went to Waldemere, then we hit Cognac Lake, and then we went over to Cedar Point that first year. And we rode Blue Streak, and we got off it, and I was like, hey, there's no line because it's Cognac Lake, which I actually have a cup right here from there. And I'm like, hey, let's go again. And Ari just looked at me and said, no way, that thing's sketchy as hell. And I rode it like 2 more times. And yes, it was very sketchy as hell. But that's what it kind of looks like when it comes to the Grove, the coasters at the Grove. I can see that dismounting because maintenance probably wasn't up to speed. Have I been to Dorney Park? Oh, yeah. We go to Dorney Park 5 to 10 times a year. My brother and his kids, they have season passes for Dorney, just Dorney. And they love the water park. So they do the water park, they do the dry park. The kids love that Plant Snoopy. One of the best Plant Snoopies. And when it comes to Dorney Park, I got to say, I am a fudge connoisseur. I love good fudge. And Dorney Park, I know everybody says Knoebels. Oh, my God, Knoebels is the greatest. Dorney Park's got better fudge. You got to go to Dorney Park. And in July, they have watermelon flavor. Oh, my God, it tastes just like watermelon. It's amazing. Helpful hint right there. Get the watermelon fudge. One brutal coaster was Hercules at Dorney. Here's the thing. I never rode Hurt Your Knees. And I called it Hurt Your Knees. I never rode it. And Janine does not let me forget it. I was chicken up until, so another story since we're going live. When I turned 40, I wanted to take the kids to Cedar Point. So we went there for 3 days. And the first 2 days, it was always, oh, Dad, we're going on Millennium Flight. No, you and Harry do it, Kylie. Yeah, you guys go have fun, blah, blah, blah. You guys do that. You guys do that. And then later on, oh, we want to go on this. Maverick was crazy. You got to go on it. No, I'm good. And then I remember the second night, I'm laying in bed at the hotel Breakers. And I'm like, I'm never going to be here again. I need to get over this fear. And I woke up that day, day 3, last day there, and rode Millennium Force and rode Top Thrill Dragster and did all the Mean Streak was there back then. And I rode those coasters. And I rode Mean Streak because my mind was always, well, wooden coasters can't be that bad. Mean Streak was kind of crazy. But I just remember saying, I'm never going to be here again. 3 years later, we found out Ari was starting to go blind, and boom, 125 roller coaster. And that's what I do now. That's literally what I do. I take photos of people getting married, the happiest day of their lives, and then I ride roller coasters. That's kind of what I do right now because the kids are grown. One's in Buffalo and one's in the DC area, and that's what I do. But I digress. Never got on Hurt Your Knees. Very shocked at that I never got on it. But I do tease Janine and say, hey, you've never been on Volcano, the blast coaster. So I got that credit. She's got Hurt Your Knees. But there we go. One broom coaster, Hurt Your Knees. The coaster's good. It's still there. What are you talking about? No, Hercules has been replaced by Hydra. Hydra the Revenge. I love Wonder Woman Ride. Flying Turns was okay. So Wonder Woman Ride, I'm assuming you're talking about the Swinging Pendulum in Jersey, or are you talking about the Golden Lasso, which is over at, there's a lot of Wonder Woman. It's got to be more specific for that. Flying Turns. So Flying Turns, I'm not a big fan of lines. Who is, right? So usually because of the slower load, I would go to Phoenix, I go to Twister, I go to all these other ones and kind of skip Flying Turns. This year, just the way it lined up, I went the first Wednesday of the season for Knoebels, and I went the last Wednesday of the season for Knoebels. And the park was dead both times. The first one, rain showers, so a lot of the schools canceled. And the second one, it was before the holidays, so a lot of people weren't there. And I was able to walk on Flying Turns, and I can honestly say I have a greater appreciation for that ride than I ever did. It was a fun ride. It was quite an enjoyable ride. And, all in all, it was a great experience. And I was, it moved up in my rankings. It's in the top 100. Before I never made the top 100. If you watch Simply the Best Part 1 or the one I dropped today, 1 to 50, the top 50, you'll see how I rank coasters. So highly recommend it. It took a lot of work to do it. So interested in that. So swing ride. So I'm not a big fan of heights. So if you're talking about the swing ride, I think you're talking about, that's the one over at Six Flags America. Lasso of Truth, I think. Golden Lasso of Truth. I'm still not a big fan. So the only swing ride I ever did was Janine and I were with 2 of her friends at Six Flags New England. And right over by, I think it's called Skyflyer. Right over by Wicked Cyclone, there's Skyflyer. And we're walking, and both of her friends were military, I think Air Force. So hikes don't get them. So we're walking, and then her friend's like, oh, let's go on Skyflyer. And Janine turns to him and goes, oh, we can't do that. Paul's afraid of it. Kind of put me on a spot. So I'm like, no, I'll do it. Long story short, we're up there swinging at this incredible height. I have my eyes kind of open, kind of closed, and we're fighting because she's like, I was using you as an excuse. I'm like, yeah, you threw me under the bus. So we ended up doing Flyer just because of the fact that we both didn't want to be chicken in front of the military people. So, all right. Let's see where we're at right now. Let's see what else got here. The swing. The coaster Grove, yeah, it's still there, but it's standing but not operating. It's pretty much, there's weeds and trees all over it there. So let's see where we're at right now with subs. We're back. We're still at 75. All right. So we're not going to pass it as fast as I thought. But if you just got on here, we've got 12 people watching right now. We've been in for about a half hour. And what we're doing is we're going to be live until we get to 5,000 subscribers. We're 25 subs away. So we're going to be talking about a lot of different things. We're going to be going over top 50, all that kind of stuff there. Any questions you have, definitely make sure you drop them in there. I'm answering questions as we go through everything here. But we are 25 away from a milestone I did not think I was going to hit in 25. I was hoping to get 5,000. Now, of course, I'm ambitious. I want 10,000. But that's a long way to go. That's so many more videos and all that kind of stuff here. So first thing we're going to talk about, because people like this, our plans for 2025, people. What are our plans for 2025? So there's a lot of parks. Last year, we tried to get to 30. We weren't able to do it. We only got to like 24, 25. And we tried to get to 125 coasters every year. And I got stuck at 102 because the hurricane in Florida. As a wedding photographer, I have a branch office down there. And I had 2 weddings in Florida where I was planning on hitting Busch Gardens, Tampa, hitting SeaWorld, hitting the fun spots, possibly Universals. And the hurricane knocked out those 2 weddings. So all of a sudden, I'm stuck at 102. I'm now packed with weddings in the fall. I don't know if you know that about weddings, but that's where it is. Where am I from? Central Pennsylvania. I am near Hershey Park. My home park is pretty much Hershey, Knoebels, and Dorney Park. I'm kind of in between all 3 of those in no man's land there. Actually pretty close to Dutch Wonderland too, but I need to go there this year just to get filming, but I got to get permission. Kind of like what I do with Sesame Place. I always want to, hey guys, I'm an older guy, no kids, and I'm filming. Please don't put me on a watch list. And that's where I kind of get from there. So Central Pennsylvania is where I'm at. But so last year we got stuck at 102. So we're going to relaunch the 125. I'm going to aim for 150. But the big thing I want to do is I want to hit 40 parks. Last year got tough because, yet again, this summer, my daughter got married. So I was able to hit Magic Mountain and Knott's Berry Island in California. But I wasn't able to go hit a lot of the smaller parks. And then I went on my first ever cruise. And what that did was kind of the same thing. I lost about a week. Yeah, yes, I got a cruise. Not going to complain. It was great. But those are 2 weeks where I could have hit 2 or 3 parks. And I didn't. I only hit 1 or 2. For California, I was planning on hitting SeaWorld and maybe Santa Monica Pier. Never happened. Basically, 4 days of Magic Mountain because I wanted to make sure I filmed everything I could. And then 2 days at Knott's. So that's where I ended up there. Oh, Andy, you're in York. So, yeah, I'm in the opposite direction. Think towards Reading is where I'm kind of at. But that being said, you're York, so you get to shoot down there to Six Flags America. You've got a couple great places there. It's a good area. So, all right, let's go see where we're at real quick here. Our count is now at still 75. We had that surge in the beginning, and then it kind of died out, which I expected. I'll be honest with you. If we hit 5,000 in less than an hour, I would have been a little bummed because I have so many little things I want to do. So many things I want to do. So with that being said, let's start talking about our plans for 2025. If you are new to the stream, what are we doing? We are going to be streaming until we get 5,000. It could be an hour from now. It could be 2 hours from now. I could be here at midnight or 3 o'clock in the morning. We are going until we get to 5,000 subs. We are 25 away. Doesn't sound like much, but you know what? We historically have done a slow grind. We had that weird spike last week. Love the spike. Not going to complain about the spike. Definitely re-energized me seeing that spike. But what we're looking for here is people who want to be involved in the community. Andy's talking here. We've had Chris, Alex. So we had a lot of different people here. Definitely come on in. But what we're going to talk about right now is what parks are we going to hit in 2025. We're aiming for 40, and there might be a couple more that come in. So, of course, first one, we're going to be hitting Hershey Park. We go to Hershey Park every year. Now, the thing with Hershey Park is we have most of the filming done, but I think I want to redo the Let's Eat, update that a bit there. We're going to see what the food changes are, if there's a lot of them, especially over in the hollow section, because that would make some sense because of Twizzlers Twisted Gravity. When that comes in there, you got that hot dog stand that's been closed most of the time. They might do something there. So if I see a lot of changes, we're going to do a Let's Eat. We already did a brand new Explorer in 2024. So we're just going to do a what's new. We're just going to highlight Twisted, Gravity, and all that stuff. And of course, our park day. But if you are a Hershey Park person, love to know in the comment section, do you have a season pass? And if so, what size did you go for? Are you a bite size? Are you a regular size, king size, or the big giant pass? And why did you choose that? Love to know why. So leave that in the comment section. But because I'm still debating what direction I'm going there. I'll probably do the meal plan again. That was great during the summer. I could go by there and grab one of those cheesesteaks. The cheesesteak place was fantastic at Hershey. So definitely want to do that. So that's one. Number two, we're going back to Dorney. We always go to Dorney. And this year, with the merging of Six Flags and Dorney with Cedar Fair, now I can just get an add-on to my Six Flags pass because I'm a member there. Better perks. And get rid and totally retire the old Plat Pass. So I'm going to be at Dorney. Don't know how much new stuff they're going to have. I know they redid something with the slide tower. They took down some slides. It looks like they're putting up new slides there, which makes sense. That was one of the original slide towers. So I'm sure that stuff is getting pretty beat up pretty good. So that's the only real new thing there because last year they got a whole new section. Was it Steel Yard and Iron Menace. So historically, we've got another decade before we see anything new coming to Dorney. Hopefully, they show Dorney a little bit more love. But, this year, we already did the brand new Explorer, so we're not going in that direction. But, looking at my chart, what do we need to do there? We need a couple more spotlights, and it looks like we need, showtime. I want to make sure we get more showtime. The one I did was very heavily weighed to Carnival. So I want to kind of get a new one there that's going to be a little bit more conducive to the peanuts and the other stuff they have going on there. All right, let's do a quick check here. This is the only way I can check the subscribers. Oh, still at 49.75. So kind of froze there, guys. So, but we're getting into the 5 o'clock hour. Hopefully some people jump on after that. So number 2, of course, going to be Dorney Park. Number 3, Knoebels. Now, Knoebels, we don't have much to film there. We have our park day, and we'll probably do what's new. So with Knoebels, it's funny because that was one of the original Explorers I ever did. And the big thing with that Explorer was trying to figure out how to actually maneuver and do things because it's a weird park. A lot of parks have a certain layout. Knoebels is, here's a big field. Go in wherever you want. There's no main entrance point. There's where that, not gate, but the thing over the road when you're coming from the parking area, that might be the main way there. But yet again, that was a tough Explorer to do. But the thing about Knoebels is it doesn't change much. They might add a new attraction here. They always add new food. But Explorer-wise, it's one of our top 12 videos, and there's no reason to really update that. So that's Knoebels. That's our third park. Fourth park, Six Flags Great Adventure. Do I need to say anything more about that? I was about to do a brand new Explorer for that because that's one of the few that actually has a copyright sharing thing. So I like to get all the money and not give it to some musician that happened to be playing in the background. But I held off because of Flash. I was like, well, Flash isn't ready. I might as well wait. Thank God I did because now getting rid of King Ka, Zulu Majaro, Green Lantern, that whole section, that is, that's gone. I mean, that whole thing, even the Twix ride is gone. So I'm so glad I didn't do that adjustment because if I did that adjustment, it would have been outdated. So when I go to Great Adventure, I definitely got to do a new Explorer. Hopefully they have everything cleaned up and we can kind of show the areas in a new pass to get that area. We're going to do what's new. We always do that. And then the one of the toughest things for me to do when I'm at Great Adventure is to do a Let's Eat. Because even if I go on a Wednesday, it's still pretty mobbed. And I like to get the menus. And it's very hard to do that when you have a ton of people there. So I still have to do a Let's Eat. It's funny, I was able to do merch. I was able to do Let's Play. But Let's Eat has always been a tough one. So we will get a Let's Eat at Great Adventure this year. And number 5, Six Flags America. Now, if you listen to our podcast, the Trim the Stable podcast, you know that I'm very nervous about the future of Six Flags America. So It doesn't get as much attendance as the other ones. That's just given. It's in a weird location by Great Adventure. Then you got down south, you got King's Dominion, Busch Gardens, all that. And I truly believe that the land under the park is more valuable than the park. So what I mean like this. So if a place would buy that park, it would probably be more beneficial for them to get rid of all the rides, subdivide it out into housing or into a industrial area, and then sell it to businesses. So when you hear the Cedar Fair boys talking about Six Flags and all that, and how some parks might not make it, I'm not afraid of Darien Lake, because Darien Lake, if they're only managing Darien Lake, I think they're also managing La Ronde and Great Escape. So if they pull out, the parks are going to survive. Darien Lake survived without Six Flags being in charge. But when it comes to Six Flags America, that's a park that I can see them just closing the door. And the way the Cedar Fair boys are going right now, they might not even give you a heads up. They might just, close the park and not open it. That seems to be the way they do things. So if Six Flags America opens up in May, I want to make sure I get there. I want to do, what do I want to do there? I want to do pretty much most of the big things are done. We have to do Explore, a Park Day. I think it's going to be revisited. It's not going to be Explore. So, hey, Chris, let's hear what we got here. Here's a little story I have. My nephew and I went to Six Flags for the Thrill-a-thon event in 23. First time on El Toro. He liked it and was always hesitant to ride it because of the first drop. Did not force him to get on, and he was like, I'm ready for it. Made me happy and got him addicted to coasters. And when you watch our Simply the Best, El Toro is top 5. It's actually number 3. I'm just going to tell you, it's number 3. And it was a rough going. So I went during spring break. So El Toro was just opening up from being down for a year and then down for another year because of the derailment and then the pothole. So when I rode it that first time, we barely made it back into the station. We kind of there's no force to it all. The hills were it wasn't ejector, it was more floater. And we drifted in to the final stand. So thank God Great Adventure is a park I hit 4 or 5 times a year, because if I had judged from that ride, it might have made top 50. It was so forceless and so yawn. Well, I got to go back this summer. And in July and August in particular, I think I went 3 times. And I'm a Diamond Elite VIP member. So I get, I think, 5 front of the line passes a day. So I usually use 2 on El Toro. And the August ride I had, holy crap. Oh my God, Toro is back. Every airtime was throwing me out, and the switchbacks were violently throwing me back and forth. And what's that called? The hill, the Winter Coaster Hill, whatever it is. It was crazy. And we flew into the station. So thank God I didn't, when I went to Magic Mountain, June was what I had. When I go to, other parks, I have that little window. Thank God El Toro is a home park, because it was night and day, and it was simply amazing how that ride took off. And it jumped so much that it went up a couple spots and it landed at number 3. It was literally ahead of some staples, ahead of Still Vengeance. It was our top winning coaster. DVIP also here. What's DVIP? Oh, you're another Diamond Elite VIP. Nice. There's a couple of us. Story about that. A lot of stories. We went to Six Flags Darien Lake for after the pandemic, and we got our little red cart. And so we're walking, and it was myself, and it was me and Ari, I think it was. And so we walk up there. Oh, no, it was me and Janine, actually. I took Janine up there. And so I walk up there, I give them my pass, and they're looking at me. I'm like, is there a problem? And then all of a sudden, they start gathering all the other ticket people around. And finally, a manager comes up to me, and he's like, we've never seen one of those here. I go, what are you talking about? They're like, most of the people, everybody in our area just canceled their membership. So we never really seen any Diamond Elite VIP. I was like, so what does that mean? And they're like, well, we really don't know what to give you. And I said, well, basically I own the park. I get this, I get this, I get this, I get this. And they're like, wow, 50% off that. Oh my God, you get 5 front of the line passes, which let's be honest, Darren Lake, you don't really need the front line passes. I get a cabana over at the water park. It was amazing going to Darien Lake and being like, them not knowing what this was. The only other time I experienced that kind of thing is I have a season pass for Clementon Park. Huge fan, Clementon Park, Niagara, love these parks. Get your asses out there in 2025, support these parks, all right? You fought, you whined, you complained. Oh my God, Martin's Fantasy Island's not going to open up again. Oh, Clementon Park's closing down, all my childhood memories. Get out there and support it. Gene Staples spent a lot of money to give you these memories. And the amount of money he's throwing into these parks is amazing, particularly Niagara. Every time I go up there, there's a new ride, there's a new food stand. There's always something going on at Niagara. So to tell the story, so I have a Clementon Park pass. Well, when I go to Niagara, every time I go there, when you buy a Clementon Park pass, you have access to Niagara and also Indiana Beach. And also soon, Sierra Sam's in New Jersey is now Big Kahuna Water Park. Gene Staples just bought that. That's going to come into line too. So when I go there, they just look at me. They're like, that's not Niagara. And I'm like, get your manager over here. Same kind of thing. They got to like, oh yeah, this is this. They don't see Clementon Park passes. Nobody's driving from Jersey all the way to Buffalo except this moron. Now, of course, I do it because that's where Aerie is in the Buffalo area now. So gives me a reason there, but glad to see there's another Diamond Elite VIP here. It was funny. I took Janine off because Janine doesn't go as much as me and I was paying for it. I never wanted to not pay for it because I didn't want them to get rid of it. Oh, sorry, you changed it. You're now gone. So this year I finally was able to get the confirmation that if I get Janine's off, I can still keep mine. So instead of $40 a month, now it's costing me $25. So, but definitely worth it with all the perks. All right, we've been going for a little bit over 45 minutes. Let's see where we're at. We are now at 49.75. We are stuck here, guys. This is where I'm going to be living. All right, come on. If you haven't subscribed, get your friends to subscribe. It's good, clean fun for everybody. But we're going to be going. We're going to be live feeding until I'm done, until we get to 5,000. So we're 47 minutes in. We did pretty good so far. Not going to lie to you. We did pretty good so far. We went from, I think we started out at 62 and now we're at 40. So we went up 13 already. So we do that 2 more times, guys. I can go to sleep. I'm actually cooking dinner down there. I have a crock pot going. So if this gets too late, I'm going to have to, you're going to be looking at that chair. Whopper's going to take charge. And so is Dole Whip. They're going to be here keeping you in line because I don't want to burn my food. Tough to do it with the crock pot, but if there's a way to do it, I will. Got Red Bull, got some Mountain Dew. I should be good here. My greatest streamer ever, Tom Grassi. Care will take over. He goes to P for the D. He's a football channel and stuff like that. He'll wander off there. Chair's in charge. Here, I'll put Whopper in charge. But yet again, we talked about we're hitting 40 parks in 2025. We've already talked about Hershey, Dorney, Knoebels, Great Adventure, and Six Flags America. So number 6 on that list, got to go to, and I got to get there, is King's Dominion because Repterra is coming. And I was lucky to get on Thunderbird over at Holiday World. And I love wing coasters. Not going to lie to you, love wing coasters. But there's just something special about launching out as a wing coaster. That is simply an amazing experience. I'm curious to see how they do it with Repterra because looking at the renderings, I don't see many head chopper moments. So that one has me a little nervous. Are they going to have the head choppers? Are they not? We'll find out then. What's the sub count? Oh, sub count hasn't changed. I'll check it one more time here, Alex. We're at 49.75. So the one on the bottom is still legit. We kind of froze. So we're not at 5,000 yet. And I'm not going to lie to you. We had that spike last week, which blew me away and got us to where we are now. And we got 300 subscribers since then. So it's picked up. But historically, our channel gets between 5 to 10, 5 to 12 subs a day. Sometimes a little bit higher if I drop a video. sometimes like that. So we've been kind of steady. So 25 2 weeks ago would have been 3-4 days. I'm hoping that by doing this, we can speed that up. Want to get that 5,000. It's just a mark that to get monetized, to get to the journey from 0 to 1,000 is long. And there's a lot of self-doubt. Am I doing this right? Is anybody going to watch? I just walked through all of Busch Gardens, Williamsburg, and 35 people watched it. It can be very disconcerting. But the key is consistency and being honest. We don't take sponsors. We've actually had 2 people reach out and sponsor. There's one I would go for. I really do love relief bands. So if they would come up to me, I'd probably say yes. But both of the people who approached us for sponsorships were places that I didn't feel comfortable putting my name on. So I don't want to start. Yeah, if you're going to know pretty early on if I believe in a product, because if I put my name on it, like a relief band or, Cook Unity or something like that, something I use myself, I will put my name on it. But with that being said, I'm also going to call a spade, a diamond, whatever the saying is. I'm not going to, there's a lot of people on Disney, and I love some of them. WDW Pro, fantastic channel. Mickey Views, Brandon does a great job there. But a lot of these people, in particular with Disney, for them to get the access, they gotta kind of toe the line. I love Hershey Park, but I'm going to point out a couple things about Hershey Park that I think kind of need to be changed. I want to keep my, I'm not going to sell. Yeah, I love Niagara, but if there's something going on with Niagara that I'm not happy about, I will mention it. Now, I never want to be negative. A couple things I saw the other day on TikTok. We started TikTok. We have about 1,100 followers on TikTok. Over 10,000, closing on 11,000 on Facebook, which if you're a Facebook person, come on over to YouTube. You like the shorts, you like the reels that we have over at Facebook. We got long form here. So if you want a little bit more on the parks, definitely jump over here to YouTube. Why not subscribe so I can go to sleep tonight, right? But I don't want to be negative. I know we have the ouch list where we did that with some coasters. We kind of get away with that. Going negative or doing the oh my God kind of things does get you more views. But like I said, I'm not a personality. I am not somebody who has a camera like this. I'm somebody who has the camera there. The park is what matters to me, the coasters. So I'm a little bit different on that end. So you're not going to, I never expected subscribers to grow as quickly as it did with the surge. That's what I'm calling it at this point, that big thing there. But all in all, if I'm going to tell you how I feel. If I think a Professor Screammore's Skyrider, was it good? I tell you that. It was pretty good. I wish they would do a little more track work, with that being said. But it's not at Maury's Piers, Great Nor'easter. But there's no headbanging because there's nothing by your head. And that was the worst thing about that. So just want to get that off my chest. So Reptilia, didn't really see a lot of the head chopper moments there. So I'm curious to see, is that something that's going to be added in there or not? Because really that is a huge thing when it comes to Gatekeeper going through the keyholes, and then also Thunderbird going through the barn. Those are really neat elements there. But we're going to King's Dominion. King's Dominion, we need to do a lot. So it's funny, when it comes to King's Dominion, I tend to go in the spring because it opens early. And I'm always flush with money, and I'm like, let's go do a trip. And the problem with that is I've yet to ever actually get to the water park. It took me a couple of years to figure out how to get into the water park. So I want to kind of hold myself back until June for King's Dominion so I can actually get water park stuff and then do Let's Eat, Let's Play, all that kind of stuff there. The Explorer's pretty good, but we'll probably update the Explorer just because of the new Reptilia section. So that's number 6. Number 7, of course, is my favorite park. If you actually listen to the podcast, you know that I finally made a decision on my favorite park, and it's Busch Gardens Williamsburg. It's beautiful. It's got so many great coasters. It's got so many different events. To me, I really wish it wasn't 5.5 hours away. Mile-wise, it's not that far, but traffic-wise, it's pretty rough. So, all right, so we're at 55 minutes. Let's see what our count is. 49.76. We went up another one, guys. We're going. It's going to happen, people. It's going to happen. Stand back. All right, where is it? Boom. What are we? 24 away. Save that. Show. There we go. 49.76. We're creeping up there, guys. And we're getting ready to hit the busy hour because, people are working right now. And we're hoping pretty soon that people are going to be jumping off work and going, what the heck are they doing on 125 roller coaster challenge? So that's the goal. Now, also in 6 minutes, I'm going to be changing out of the Talon shirt into another coaster shirt. The good news is I've got probably 100 coaster shirts, so I can go 100 hours by doing this stick. So go into the comment section, throw a roller coaster or throw a park out there to me. Let me know what shirt you want me to audition first. I got a lot of different shirts. We'll see what we can do. I want to take your suggestions there. So Alex, Chris, I think Andy, I know you guys are probably still watching. Let me know what shirt I should change into. You won't see me change, though. I'll be changing back. I'll come with the shirt. You won't see this. You won't see the pecs and the muscles and the gut. I'll save it from there. Whopper would take over during that break. But, my closet's right there, filled with coaster shirts. Let me know what you want to see there. And so Busch Gardens Williamsburg, they're getting a brand new Big Bad Wolf. And it looks like it's going to be in the old Drakenfire section behind Fest House. His flying turns at Knoebel's good. The wife always wanted to ride the intimate bobsleds, but they're all gone now. Not true. Reptilian is still there at King's Dominion. So you still have that bobsled there. But yes, it is good. It's not an intense ride. It's a fun ride. Depending on the weight distribution, you might go up on the side a little bit higher than you feel comfortable with. But all in all, fun ride. I got a lot more respect for flying turns this year because of the fact that I actually was able to get on it. It wasn't as big of a line. But yeah, it's a roller coaster, but it's kind of a flat ride feel. So with that being said, highly recommend it. Definitely do it. So we are 2.5 minutes away from me having to change my shirt. So let me know what park you want me to do. Knoebels, Hershey Park, Magic Mountain. Got a ton of shirts. Oh, okay. Well, that might have happened this year. Oh, yeah. No, you need to definitely get on it. 2025, definitely get on flying turns. Here's the thing about Knoebels. When it comes to woodwork, they have expert carpenters because Phoenix is always running great. They're always retracting Twister. I mean, if Twister was rough, you would be jackhammering around those turns, but they do such an amazing job. And the same thing with flying turns. They just do an amazing job with everything. Highly recommend, anything that's wooden at Knoebels, it's taken care of. I mean, literally, I've never had a bad ride on Phoenix, knock on wood, because they're always out there smoothing out rough spots and doing what they need to do. All right. So got about another minute and a half. So I'm not going to dive into the next part. But so far, Hershey Park, Dorney Park, Knoebels, Six Flags Great Adventure, Six Flags America, Kings Dominion, and Busch Gardens Williamsburg. These are what I consider my home parks. So even though Busch Gardens, Williamsburg, I do day trips, but man, it's getting harder and harder to do day trips. I've been learning to crash on Kylie's couch. The one thing about a lot of these parks, if I don't need to pay for a hotel room, I'm going to skip it. Even Darren Lake, when I go out to Niagara or Darren Lake, I wake up at 5 o'clock in the morning. I get into the area around 11, get into parks. Niagara, I'll spend 4 or 5 hours there. I spent so much time in Niagara last time, I never got to Darren Lake. But I usually leave around 6 o'clock that area and then get home by 11, 12 o'clock. So even when it's out in Buffalo from Central PA, I'm doing a one-day trip. I did Great Escape, same thing, one day in, one day out. Parks like Cedar Point, Definitely have to be a hotel, not just because of the distance, but because of the vast size of the park. All right, so we're getting ready to see an hour in. Let's see where we're at with our subscribe count. We're still at 4976. So 24 more to go, people. 24 more to go. No new suggestions, so dealer's choice. I'll be right back. Whopper, you're in charge. So I'm still here. Don't get YouTube or Facebook. I'm still here. Definitely hang in there. I'm coming soon. I'm almost back. Almost back. Coming back in a second. We mentioned it before. Boom. Second hour is now sponsored by Wildcats Revenge, people. Wildcats Revenge. A great coaster at Hershey Park. We have the original right here. Now we got the new and improved one. Number 2 on our coaster list is Wildcats Revenge over at Hershey Park. So check in real quick here, see if anything's changed before we dive into our next thing. Boom, boom, boom. Hey, we're streaming according to my phone, people. All right, that's great. All right, are you ready? Let's talk about some more parks. Number 8. This park has been one I've been wanting to get on for a while. Oh, wait. Hotels make up like half the total cost of the trip, usually, at least. Yeah, totally agree. I even got to the point where I used to, when I went down to Florida, I would actually get a hotel right across there, the Holiday Inn Express. But my buddy lets me crash on his couch, and the amount of money I save is fantastic. And also, when you get there, you can just park the car because they have a shuttle that takes you right to the park, so you don't have to deal with parking. I don't think I've actually ever parked at Busch Gardens Tampa because they know me so well at the Holiday Inn Express that I kind of just pull in there, and then I just walk up there and the guy's like, "Hey, Paul, how's it going?" And I'm like, "Oh, cool." So, but yeah, so they definitely do. If I can do a day trip in and out, I would definitely do that. And I'll be willing to, like I said, I have family in Erie, Buffalo area if I ever need to crash. That's why Kayak Lake was always a good stop for me because the family actually lives near Meadville, which is where Kayak Lake Park was. So that's where that was. So number 8, this is a park I've been dying to get to for the last couple of years. I went before we started filming, and that is Seabreeze in Rochester. Now, this is a park I definitely need to add on my list, especially because I go out to Darren Lake and I go out to Niagara. I need to just kind of focus one day on Seabreeze. It would be a great park to film. It'd be great to ride the coasters again. It's been a couple years. I really like their bobsleds. Unlike Reptilian or Flying Turns, it's called bobsleds, but it's kind of a in-house built mouse. And it actually made our top 100 coasters. And it's such a unique ride that I was just really happy to add that to my list. So Seabreeze, definitely that'll be a day to film, a day to ride. It's going to be, full thing. And I'll do a Let's Eat. I'll do the whole 9 yards. But that's going to be a day trip. I'll leave at 5 o'clock in the morning, get there around 9, 10 o'clock, spend a day there and drive back. Not quite as far as Buffalo. So number 8 on our list to do is Seabreeze. Of course, number 9. Number 9 is Six Flags Darren Lake. And this year was the first year we missed it in three years. We went in the last 4 years, 3 years we went. And it was great to see how they adjusted Predator. Because Predator, when I first rode it, when we first went there, that thing was brutal. It was definitely a bottom coaster. It was the ouch coaster. But they've been Titan tracking different sections of it. And because they've been doing that, it's been getting better and better and better. So I missed last year, so I don't know what section they cleaned up. But if they continue what they've been doing, and they're also fixing their Mind Eraser, they're turning their Mind Eraser into doing the same thing. You'll notice that there's a lot of similarities between Darren Lake and Six Flags America. When something happens at one, it tends to happen at the other. Perfect example is Superman Ride of Steel and Ride of Steel. Literally same coaster, just 2 different locations. So the new Mind Eraser should be good. I don't know if they're keeping the name. I haven't seen anything that they're changing the name, but all in all, it should be good. Hey, also let me know how the volume is. I'm going to sit back a little bit here because we're 1 hour into the stream. We got a while to go, but or it could be done in 20 minutes. Who knows? I don't know. You don't know. We're going to find out together. But when it comes to Darren Lake there, Predator, I'm very excited to see. I'm also very excited to see what they did with the Mind Eraser. Depending on how much changes went on with the park, I might do a new Explore. But that's another park. Looking at my list here, we did the Let's Eat, we did the Let's Play. So we still have to do merch and showtime. So we'll be adding some new things there. But all in all, Darren Lake, definitely can't wait. Number 10 out of our 40 parks we want to hit, Niagara Amusement Park. We go there every year, kind of like Clementon. And when we go to Niagara, right by the time the summer ended, they had Serpent going. So they have a second coaster now, not just Silver Comet. And I'm so excited to ride Serpent, but by the time they got it ready to go, it was middle of August and my wedding season was kicking in. It was tough for me to justify that drive. So I'm looking forward to that. Let me grab a little bit more Red Bull here. This is Juneberry. I've never heard of a Juneberry, but it's a berry from June. But they also had a dark ride that they were working on too. And I think that one should be up by now too. So when I get there, there's going to be a couple new rides that are all good. Also in the middle, right in front of Silver Comet, they had a pendulum ride that they were working on. So, and then they also have the Flying Falcon from Hershey is there. So I'm looking forward to going there in the beginning of the season and seeing what they have ready to launch. They had a kiddie coaster too that they start to assemble, then they disassembled it. They're picking out a different location to put it. So there might be 3 coaster credits by the time I get up there. So that's very exciting there. All right. Let's see where we're at. Boom. Still 76, guys. 24 more to go. Come on. We got such a launch in the beginning. We went up 14 so quick. Come on. Let's do another 5 or 10 this hour. So we're going to marathon things. We're going to get things going. So make sure if you're not subscribed, make sure you subscribe. If you are somebody who is subscribed and you have friends that might be interested, send them our way. We want to get to 5,000 before we call it a night or a day or whenever. I'm going until we're done. I'm going until we get to 5,000. My voice might be shot for the rest of the week, but I've got nowhere to go. Pretty much this time of year, a lot of wedding bookings come in, but because it's winter up here in Northeast, we don't get many actual weddings. So because of that, I don't really have to leave. I just have to answer my phone and check messages and, send out contracts and, take care of the admin side of the job. So I can go as long as it needs to go for us to get to 5,000. But I'm determined that we're going to get it. I have a time in my mind that I'll need to do it. And if that time does hit, I'm going to need to go downstairs and shut off my dinner because even in a crock pot over time, it's going to get a little spooky there. So that being said, if you're just joining the stream, welcome, first of all, and glad you got off work. And what we're doing is we are closing in on 5,000 subscribers. So we are going to stream. I am going to stream until we get to 5,000 subscribers. Right now, 4,976. So we're 24 away. So what we're going to be talking about is whatever you want to talk about. Chris, Andy, Alex, you guys have been sending me things. Anybody new, send a chat. We'll talk coasters. We'll talk amusement parks. We'll talk whatever you want to talk about within reason. We just want to keep growing this community. We just want to keep this going. So, and the fact that we're getting so close to 5,000 really warms my heart. So, killing time, talking about things. We're talking about parks we're going to hit. We just ended with our 10th park that we're going to hit next year. So, number 11, Canada. It has been a long time since I've gone to Canada's Wonderland. And I got to get me some Leviathan. And they had the brand new Alpine Fury coming. It's going to be probably another kind of like when we talked about Cedar Point. It's probably going to be a 2-3 day trip because it's going to be one day to enjoy the park, one day to film the park, and then one day just to grab whatever's left, a couple more shorts or whatever it is. Kind of like what I did with Magic Mountain. The first day I played. Second day I filmed. Then I did Knott's Berry twice. And then I went back because I had to get on X. I was planning on going to SeaWorld San Antonio. SeaWorld San Diego. But I didn't get on X that second day like I was supposed to. So the third day there was literally entitled The Quest for X, because I felt X was off and on the entire time, but I felt if I didn't get on X, I would regret it. The ironic part is I got on X and I regretted that because my leg got bruised by flipping around so much. I didn't know my body could bend that way. It was amazing. I actually had a slight limp walking my daughter down the aisle for their wedding. But and then the fourth day was basically filming and having fun. So 3 days I think is good. One day to check out the landscape, see what I'm walking into. When I go to a small park, I want to be surprised. So when I go to Playland Rye, I just want to walk in and film. But when it's a big park like Magic Mountain, Knott's Berry, stuff like that, I want to know what I'm walking into, because if I don't, I might miss a lot. So when I go to Cedar Point, I'm definitely going to be doing that kind of stuff there. All right, we're at the 11 mark. Let's see, anything change? 77 people. We grew another one. Coming over here to our ticker. Over here, boom. And somebody asked me before, what am I doing? This is StreamYard. So I use StreamYard. I know there's other ones, but I've been using StreamYard for a while, and I've been kind of happy with it here. Oh, Chris. Got a little bored and was feeling creative. Check Facebook messages when you get a chance. Got to go pick up the kids. Good luck. I'll try to catch you back later. That's good. And Kevin, happy Wednesday. Happy Wednesday, Kevin. Thank you for joining it. You know what? Yeah, let me check the Facebook. It's funny because the whole journey with 125 Roller Coaster happened because of Facebook. Because the first year when Ari and I were doing this, I was putting posts on Facebook. I started the page. I was just bored. And we ended up having like 5,000, 6,000 followers. And I was like really blown away because I couldn't really, where did I follow this real quick? Hold on. I got a lot of followers there. Chris sent me a message there. All right. How do I see? Oh yeah, no, they're showing up here. So Facebook does show up on the feed here. So we should be good. So Kevin, so what we're doing right. So we started with Facebook. I kind of always kept it going, but I didn't really do much until recently. I decided in December, start throwing the reels from Instagram, because I was putting them on Instagram, which is the shorts on YouTube. When I have a short, I use it for YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, and then it flips over to Facebook. And we grew. We were stuck at like 8,000. We're up to over 10,000 followers now on Facebook. So that's what we're going with there. So Kevin, you're new. Let me tell you what we're doing here. We are so close to 5,000 subscribers on YouTube, which that's a great milestone. I don't care what channel you are. To get to 5,000 really means a lot. So the fact that we're so close, I figured we're going to stream until we get it. So I'm here. We've been here for an hour and 15 minutes, and we are here until we get to 5,000 subscribers. It could be in an hour, could be in 10 minutes. It could be midnight. It could be tomorrow. I don't know. And every hour, I'm changing my shirt. First shirt we had was Talon, which was Dorney Park. Now we're rocking the old Wildcats Revenge. How many shirts am I going to go through here? So Kevin, if you have any questions, let me know. We are here. So I'm going through our plan for 2025. We're talking about the parks we're looking to hit. So we just left off with Canada's Wonderland. So I'll go back to jumping on there, but I'll keep checking the chat here. So with Canada's Wonderland, we went there for a half day. And we actually left a couple coasters on the board, mainly because we did the Arrow Looper. Then we did the SLC. And the next one in line was Time Warp, which is the Volare. And Ari just looked at me and said, I can't do it. And Ari can't get dizzy. Ari's ears are gutted. They're cochlear implants. So the inner ear thing, she can't get dizzy. But yet even there, she was like, I think I'm done, Dad. And I was like, yeah, I don't think I can do time warp after, that gauntlet there. So we have time warp. There's another one I need to get on there. And then, of course, Alpine Fury. But yet again, that's going to be another park that's going to be a 2-day park because it's such a huge park. So we want to make sure, we give it enough time. Number 12, I may or may not do. We have a couple that we might go, like Busch Gardens, Williamsburg. We haven't gone to Water Country yet. So we might substitute number 12 for Water Country USA. So, but it's Lakemont Park. So last year we went to Lakemont Park because everybody was talking about, Lakemont Park is closed. Lakemont Park is closed, which wasn't true. They didn't have the rides. They shut down the rides for that year. And they might be permanently shut down. Leap the Dips and Skyliner are still standing. They're not operating. So who knows? So maybe in March or April, like I did before, I might call them up and say, hey, can I do an update? What you guys doing? That kind of stuff there. Because kind of like Kayak Lake Park, people like to see what's going on with these grounds. And Lakemont, hopefully they made enough money that they can operate again. I don't know if they can, but that one was one that I'm on the bubble for. It depends on if the park's still doing something, like they have the food stands or if they got the mini golf and all that stuff, I will go back and I will film it. But if nothing new is really going on, I don't know if I'm going to take the time to go out there, especially early on, because the other thing was I got the Lakemont, but our 13th park, I wanted to go to 2 or 3 times. And at one point I was halfway there and I turned back, and that's Del Grosso. Del Grosso and Laguna Beach is the pasta park. It's basically a pasta company, Del Grosso, pasta sauce company. But it's a really small regional park, kind of like a Sea Breeze. And that seems to be the parks. If you look at the stats of our channel, yes, Hershey Park, Sesame Place, the corporates seem to be there. But we get a lot of views on the Keensburg, on the Maurice Piers, on the Clementon Parks. And I really think Del Grosso would score pretty well for us because it's a park that a lot of out-of-town people skip. And I think it would be great to spend a day there, get to Let's Eat, kind of like what I did with Waldemere. I spent a day at Waldemere. We knocked out Let's Eat, Let's Play, tour, and people loved it. It was a good, full, long day, and people seem to love what we're doing. All right, let's do a quick little count again. See where we're at. Boom, 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 boom. We are now still at 77. 23 more to go, people. 23 more to go. We're getting there. But so Del Grosso Park is very high on my list. So looking forward to getting there. The next four parks I was going to hit last year, but because of the wedding in June and the California trip, I wasn't able to line it up. But there's a 4-park pass in Pennsylvania from Premier, I think is the company. And the 4 parks are Isle Wild, Kennywood, Sandcastle Water Park, and right down the road from me, Dutch Wonderland. So I'm going to be checking out probably in February. I usually buy my passes in February. I know you can save a couple bucks if you do it in August, September, the Christmas sales. But really, it's only a few bucks here or there. And as we keep getting more and more support, the channel basically, any money I make from the channel goes right back into buying the season passes so I can continue the cycle. So that being said, I'm definitely looking at getting that pass. And because all 4 of those parks I've never done anything with. So Kennywood, I've been there. Great coaster lineup. Hopefully Steel Curtain is open again for the new year. They took the entire year off to try to fix it. So with that being said, knocking on wood, hopefully we're able to do that. Isle Wild I went to once. Janine and I went. Very unique park, but it was before we were filming. We did stuff on the podcast, but we never filmed it. Sandcastle I've never been to, and Dutch Wonderland, I've been there many times over the years. I think one year we had a season pass when Ari was like 3 or 4, but after 3 or 4, Ari was like, let's just go to Hershey Park. So all 4 of those parks would be brand new filming territory for us, and I'm looking forward to that. And then kind of going with it, if I get a chance, Waldemere might jump back in there. It's not as urgent as I would hope, just because I recently did 2 years ago. But if I find the time and I'm up in Niagara, maybe I'll shoot down to Erie. Or maybe I'll connect it, go to Erie first, sleep, do Waldameer, sleep, and then hit Cedar Point. It depends on how I'm doing that. And of course, number 19, Cedar Point. Got to get to Cedar Point. Cedar Point is, I'm looking at the list right now. Targets, Cedar Point is one of the targets. There's 4 targets this year. Cedar Point is one of the 4. It's been 4 or 5 years since I've been there. And there's 3 new coaster credits. And it's something that I think for the channel, kind of like Magic Mountain has gotten a lot of response, and Busch Gardens Tampa. I really think that would be a huge positive, film in and explore. It's going to be a long explore. You're talking about like an hour and a half explore, because the one thing with the explore is I don't cut. So I'm going to walk in that front gate. I'm going to hit the boardwalk. Then I'm going to hit there. Then I'm going to go down the one side, walk around, and come back the other side. So it's going to be a lot of walking, but I think it's going to be a very popular video. And I always find that if I go to Cedar Point, I kind of want to make it a week. And the next trip would be heading down to Kings Island. I did film Kings Island 2 years ago. So if you've seen the Camden Park stuff, that was the second park that I was doing. I had a wedding in Kentucky. So I went in and I did Kings Island, 5.5 hours, walking around like this and getting sunburned here, having 2 white marks here because of my arm bends. And then I did the wedding, kind of uncomfortable with the sunburn. Then going back, I went to Camden Park. I was driving and it's like, wait, Camden Park's right here. And I knocked that out. Well, when I got home, all the footage at Kings Island, the stabilizer was off. Somehow I bumped it, knocked it off. So it's all bouncing. I tried to save it, and I was watching it, and I was getting nauseous. I think the only thing we were able to save was a spotlight on Surf Dog and a couple shorts. So all that was dumped. So you would assume that the Camden stuff would be all ruined. Well, apparently at the wedding, I reset the phone. Something with the Wi-Fi wasn't right, so I reset the phone. And when I reset the phone, it defaulted back to stabilizer on. So all the Camden stuff worked, but I lost all the Kings Island stuff. And I've only ever had 2 problems doing this, knock on wood. The Kings Island one was brutal because 5.5 hours, I didn't ride anything. I filmed the water park. I filmed the park. I did all these shorts. I did all this. I worked my butt off for 5.5 hours, just doing nothing but filming. And I lost it all. And that was the stabilizer issue. The second mistake I made was Liberty of the Seas, which was the cruise we went on last year. And I went on the cruise and I did a full walkthrough. And I had all the different segments in there. I used my phone. Don't really need to upgrade the equipment. I find that I use the phone works better than having camera equipment, even though I have camera equipment. Because if you're walking through the park with camera equipment, people ask questions. People get, people want to know what you're doing. People get in your face, people like that. If you're walking around with a phone, it just looks like you're taking a picture for grandma. So I used the phone. So I had all the different segments for that one because I was going by the bottom of the ship, moving up each level. So I shut it off when I was running up the elevator, because I want to start on one end, go there, and then start on one end and go there. So I did cuts. So I put it all together. It's like an hour and 20 minutes. Put it all together. Put it through Premiere. I use Premiere, Adobe Premiere. Put it through Premiere, and it said hour 20 minutes. Great. That took up a lot of space on my phone. Let me delete this stuff out. I have it. Then I uploaded it. And after like 25 minutes, it cut off. It got corrupted. And like an idiot, I got rid of the raw data. Hence, I wasn't able to redo it. And that taught me, like I just did yesterday, I had that half hour, 35-minute video on Simply the Best. I watch it before I upload it. That way I make sure nothing's corrupted. So I always tell my photographers, because I have a photography business, it's okay to make mistakes. Don't do it twice. So I'm always going to make sure I have the stabilizer. I actually bought a gimbal. I haven't used it. I used it once in a park. It made it a little bit obvious what I was doing. So I don't use it as much, but I do have that. And I always make sure I watch my stuff. I'm not going to make those mistakes again. So, all right, it's been a little, about 10, 15 minutes. Let's see how we're doing. We are now at 49.77. We have not gone up. Uh-oh. We're slowing down. We're slowing down, people. But I'm determined not to kill this stream until we get to 5,000. So, with that being said, if you're new, we're streaming to 5,000. So, pretty much, if you haven't subscribed yet, definitely subscribe. 5,000 is a huge milestone for any YouTube channel. It's funny because it's really hard to get from 0 to 1,000. And then you kind of get stuck in that no man's land. I see a lot of creators, talented creators, great creators, friends of mine, Coasters and Brews, Zero Bree Roll, that are stuck in that 1,000, 2,000, 4,000 range. You kind of get stuck there. But when you get to 5,000, I think it's easier to get to 5,000 to 10,000 than it is to get from 1,000 to 5,000 and 0 to 1,000. So I think as you grow and you start getting more subscribers, to me, the watch hours always mean more to me. And, sorry if you saw this before, but my big thing is the way we built the channel, I look at myself as a reference tool. I want to answer the questions. What's to eat at Hershey Park? Hey, I love games. What games do they have at Knoebels? And how do the games work? So when I built the channel and when we did stuff, we do the Explorer because In the Loop, Legend, you guys are great. Hyde, all you guys are fantastic. You guys are definitely groundbreaking. If you haven't subscribed to those guys, In the Loop, make sure you subscribe. Guys are amazing. But I would always, when Ari and I first did this, we're going to Carowinds. Let me watch Legend and Molly at Carowinds. And that's how we knew where to go. I kind of want to do that for the next generation. And that's what this channel is. So I've always looked at watch hours and views more importantly than subscribers. Just because of the fact, like I said, I'm a personality. I do have a personality, but I'm not visible in most of the videos. Even less so because I go by myself. At least when you're watching Legend of Molly, you hardly ever see Legend, but he'll pan over to Molly and stuff like that. I kind of go solo. A couple over if you watch our Park Day birthday one, because I went on my birthday. My friend Michelle was in that one, and then the final one, my other photographer friend, but Dawn was in it. So I do have sometimes we have people in those, but those are our Park Days. Those are more personality based as opposed to Explore, Let's Eat, those kind of things there, which we're there to reference what you guys want to do. Some people always ask me, why aren't you eating the food? Well, if I'm going to every one of the food places, I would be a lot bigger and a lot broker. Because even with Six Flags with the 50% off food, it would be impossible for me to dump $300 on food unless I'm donating it to kids. So that's why you don't see the food. You see the menu boards. So if you want me to do food, let me know. So, all right, I'm just doing a quick little update here before we jump into the next parks. 78. We went up another one, people. Oh my God, we're doing it. It's going. It's not a fast trip, but I never expected it to be a fast trip. Historically, up until last week when we had the surge, is what I'm calling it, we'd get 5, 10, maybe 15 a day, if that. So right now we're at 22 more subs away from our goal. And I'm just anxious. I just want to get that kind of, you don't get a plaque. But for me, 5,000 is a huge landmark there, especially considering 2 weeks ago, we were at 3,300 and we were creeping at 2 or 3 every day. So it's the off season. And because it's the off season, it's funny because I've been doing it for 2 years. I'm not like Coaster Studios or Airtime Throws. I've been doing it for years, but there's an ebb and flow. So basically September, October, November, December, January, and then it starts shooting up in February, March, because people start looking at their trips. Oh my God, let's buy our season passes for Hershey Park. Oh, let's see what's new at Hershey Park, and then go to the thing. So, I usually peak around June, July, August. That's my big part there. So right now we're kind of coming out of the trough. What I really like is the fact that the trough this year was not that bad of a trough. It It dipped, but it didn't dip as low as the year before. So that's very, very encouraging. But if you're new, somehow last week, out of the blue, I went to bed at 3,300 and woke up at 4,600 subs. And I went back through the stats, and somehow the video, Simply the Best Part 1, got hit in India. So, India and the Philippines, just 14,000 views overnight and 1.2 thousand subs. So whatever happened in India, thank you. It woke me up really quick, where all of a sudden we had the spike. I kept refreshing, like, that can't be right. No, that's got to be a glitch. And I waited before anything. I waited about a week and a half to go, is that a glitch? What's going on there? And stuff like that. But then when I started going through the data and I saw, okay, 70% India, 15% Philippines. All right, that made some sense that, okay, there's billions of people there over in India. Okay, it's probably the same percentage in the US, but, just because it's such a bigger place. So the surge really gave me hope and kind of really justified what we do on that end. So it gave me that kick to get Helpful Hints of Dorney done and to get part 1, which we dropped top 50. Dropped it today. Definitely check it out. Definitely leave comments. There's some questionable ones on there. People are going to look at where I put Voyage, Fury, and Steel Vengeance and probably think I'm drunk. So, which I'm not. I am drinking Mountain Dew, but I'm not drinking anything inside the Mountain Dew. Unless it gets really late tonight, then I might have to break out a little bit of rum. Feel free to card me, though. I am legal. So, with that being said, we're if you're brand new, we are streaming till we hit 5,000. So it could be another hour, could be another half hour, could be tomorrow morning. I have a Red Bull ready to go. I don't need sleep. I got nowhere to go tomorrow. Tomorrow, my plan is to record some podcasts. I want to do 2 or 3 episodes there. So that's my goal for tomorrow. And then also write the scripts for probably focus on Maurice Pier, which is going to take some research because I want to make sure that park review is really good. And then probably next one I do would probably be Helpful Hints. No, actually, you know what? Making the Grade at Six Flags America. I think Six Flags America needs a little boost because I'm nervous about that park. All right, going back to our plans for 2025 real quick. We left off at Kings Island. So basically, I told you what happened. Stabilizer didn't go, so I got to go there and refilm everything. But that's going to be a 2-day, 3-day park because it's an amazing park. They don't really have a new coaster for me. Eventually, you got to do something like that, land at Vortex. But the park is just one of my favorite parks. It's a top 5 park. Amazing lineup. I got to get on Mystic Timbers, Banshee. I definitely want to film all this stuff because I just love that park so much. I'll make sure it stabilizes on. Might even bring the gimbal. But that's definitely there. And then on that trip, I want to hit Kentucky Kingdom. I have not been to Kentucky Kingdom for a long time. And it's been such a long time. It's been a while. So, been such a long time that I got to get a Kentucky Flyer. They have another coaster I need to get on. And I got to break the roller skate rule. I have yet to get on roller skate. If you're not familiar with the channel or the podcast, we have the roller skate rule. So what's the roller skate rule? So last time we went to Kentucky Kingdom, it was myself and Ari, and we were launching off from Kings Island. The first year we stopped, the farthest west way was Kings Island. The second year we went to Kings Island, Kentucky Kingdom, and then we launched out to Holiday World and did those. So we got there and Ari jumped on Thunder Run or Thunder, whatever the wooden coaster is there. And I ran right to Storm Chaser. And I marathoned the heck out of Storm Chaser. There's no line. And I jumped the back row, front row, side row, everywhere. I did maybe 11 rides. And then it started to rain. And we waited. And we waited. And we waited. And finally, I made a decision. This wasn't going to let up. Let's head to Holiday World. Well, the problem was we already knocked out Thunder Run. We already knocked out Lightning Run, all those kind of places. But we never got on roller skate because when I got this Storm Chaser, I marathon Storm Chaser. So now the roller skate rule is get the credits. So when we go to a park, when I go to Cedar Point, I'm going to go to Cedar Point. I'm going to get on, hopefully, the 3 coasters I need. Siren's Curse, the new Mouse, and, of course, the Top Thrill 2 if it's running. So that's what the roller skate rule, if you hear us talking about the roller skate rule, it is get the credits first, then film or jump on other coasters. So, and we've done that at every other park. Every time I go to a park now, it's, especially a new park, Magic Mountain, the first day, ride the coasters. We rode as much as we could in one day. We never got on X2 and the 2 kiddie coasters because I had Michelle with me and I have no shame. So I can ride Canyon Blaster and, Woodstock Express, but I'm not going to make Michelle do that. So the next day was, and we weren't able to get on full throttle because the line was so huge. And I didn't know at the time that I could actually, so I knew I got 4 front of the line passes. I thought it was 5, but it's 4. I knew I could get 4 front of the line passes, but I didn't realize I can do 2, me and Michelle for full throttle and me and Michelle for that. So I didn't know that we could split them that way. I just thought, I'm not going to be a jerk. I'll wait in line with her. I'm not going to jump in line. But I learned that since then. So that being said, we almost always do the roller skate rule. So when I go to Kentucky Kingdom, we're going to film it. And then, of course, we're going to, because I think T3 is gone or something like that. T2 is gone. So, we're going to update that. We're going to see where that is. All right. Time to check. We're at hour and a half. Let's see where we're at now. 81. 81. We jumped up 3 more people. This is crazy. All right. We are now at, let me get this. Wish there's an easier way to do this, but 49.81. Save. We are 19 credits away, people. 19 subscribers away from hitting our goal. And what a beautiful goal it is. 5,000. So, thank you guys so much for the support. Also, if you're new, you're watching me wear my Wildcats Revenge. Every hour, we change shirts. So go into the comment section. Let me know what park or what roller coaster in particular you want our new shirt to be. The first one was Talon at Dorney Park. Second one here is good old Hershey Park. So Talon, I think, was number 19 or 18 on our coaster list. Wildcats Revenge, number 2. 388 coasters, number 2. Pretty good. It's pretty good. I can't do the math, but it's definitely in the 0.0001%, somewhere around there. So let me know in the comment section, shirt there. Oh my gosh, we got an emoji there with our live. So definitely appreciate this. Looks like I got a couple new people in the live on both Facebook and on YouTube. So what are we doing here? We are streaming until we get to 5,000. So we are an hour and a half in. I'm willing to go as long as it takes, people. We need 19 more. 19 more. Once we get to 5,000, we'll end the stream, and we're going to be forever grateful. I don't have any big explosions or anything like that. So maybe we'll do a giveaway. Maybe we'll do a giveaway for people who have been commenting. So Chris, Alex, and who was the other one? Andy, you guys right now, you guys might win something. So, because I got a lot of giveaways. The first 2 years, we did a lot of giveaways. Phone just made a weird noise. Let me just check real quick here. Because technically I do wedding photography. Let's see what we got real quick here. No idea what that is. All right. Anna urgently needs photography in Tampa, but it's for senior pictures. I don't travel that far for senior pictures. Weddings, I will go down there. All right. And while I'm looking, I might as well check it one more time. 49, 81 still. So yet again, we're closing in on 5,000 subscribers. Thank you guys so much. We appreciate you taking the time to watch the videos and then to subscribe. That really warms our heart there. Basically, right now we're talking about our plans for 2025 and answering any comments that come in. In 20 minutes, I will change my t-shirt. Behind the scenes, you don't get to see this beautiful physique. We're not selling sex here, people. We're selling subscriptions. Well, we're not selling anything, actually. but we're trying to get subscribers. If I would actually take off the shirt and you would see me, I would probably be down to 2,000 subscribers by the end of the day. So we're not going to do anything like that. There's not going to be any, no, not going to happen. But right now we're talking about our plans. We're trying to hit 40 parks in 2025 and going through different parks. Just left off at Kentucky Kingdom. So if you're new, just going to run through real quick. Hershey Park, Dorney Park, Knoebels, Six Flags Great Adventure, Six Flags America, Kings Dominion, and Busch Gardens Williamsburg. Those we consider our home parks. Seabreeze in Rochester, Six Flags Darien Lake, and Niagara Amusement Park, and Canada's Wonderland. That's one of the big ones there. That's kind of like our West Wing there. Central PA wise, we got Lakemont, if it's still open. If not, we're going to substitute Lakemont for Water Country USA, which is the water park for Busch Gardens Williamsburg. Kennywood, Del Grosso, Islewild, Sandcastle Water Park, and Dutch Wonderland. All those are brand new parks for us to film. So that's going to be new stuff. Waldemere, we may or may not hit. Substitute that out there with, let's go with Big Kahuna Water Park, which is the new addition to the IB parks, Indiana Beach Parks. So Gene Staples bought something new. And we're definitely, once they get all their bells and whistles done, we're going to go there and we're going to definitely film that. And then, of course, we got to do Cedar Point, Kings Island, and Kentucky Kingdom. So now we're on our 22nd park, and these are going to be some of the smaller parks that we just love to visit. We're going back to Cleveland Park, people. We go to Cleveland Park every year, usually Father's Day weekend. Historically, I did that the first 2 years, and last year I went on Memorial Day because I was going to be in California for Father's Day for my daughter's wedding. And when I walked in, they were like, "You're a couple weeks early." I'm like, wow, they know me that well, that they know when I come to the parks. Just blew me away that they knew me that well. Don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. But going back to Cleveland Park, we're going to let you know what's different, whole 9 yards there. Then we're going to go back to the Land of Make-Believe. We already filmed it, but I want to kind of do a what's new, see what's changed. And also something that I got to get better with this year. So I do enjoy some of the parks. Like when I'm done filming, I will jump on, Silver Comet over at Niagara or do some things like that. But the one thing I usually don't do, I don't really get to enjoy the water parks. Last year, I was devastated because I did Cleveland Park. I went through the entire park, went through every video I wanted. Let's eat, what's new, the whole 9 yards, did everything I wanted to do. And I went into the changing room to, all right, it's 2, 3 o'clock in the afternoon. I'm going to get on this water park because Clementon is a water park that's during the week, never really crowded. So I changed my swimsuit, stepped outside, lightning storm. Literally all the water rides were shut down. And I waited about an hour before I finally was like, this isn't letting up. There's too many even if it wasn't raining, there was lightning strikes in the area, and I never got in the water park. And same thing with Six Flags America. I did a full tour of Six Flags America, never actually got to enjoy the water park. I enjoy water parks. Oh, so Chris has come up with, here's an idea. Got a coaster shirt of a coaster that you consider underrated and needs more love. Great idea. I will actually do that for the change in 15 minutes. I have a couple ideas. I have one. This won't be the one I wear, but when we went to Worlds of Fun, Ari and I, we went on Timberwolf. And they smoothed out one area, but that made the experience so much worse because it was, ooh, this is not, it would have been better if the whole thing was that. And when we ride roller coasters, Ari has cochlear implants. Well, we don't put them on the coasters because last thing you want is these devices to fly off and get destroyed. So Ari's deaf when she rides roller coasters. And all I remember is after riding Timberwolf, Ari turned to me and said, "Dad, I think I'm hurt from all the vibrations. They were so brutal." So when I went that day, I went to the store and I couldn't believe they had Timberwolf shirts. And I was like, "You're actually marketing this thing?" I hear it's better now. We only went once. But I actually bought a Timberwolf shirt to remind me some coasters are pretty bad. So I have a Timberwolf shirt in that closet, but I'm not going to wear that one. So it's an underrated coaster that's underrated. Well, I already did Talon, so that one's off there. That's a great one, Chris. I like that. And the change might take another minute or so. So you're going to be stuck with Whopper and Chair a little bit longer this time. But that's a good one. I like that. I got to go through my shirts real quick here. Because, you always have the big ones. You always have, Iron Quasi and Steel Vengeance and all those kind of shirts. But let me see what I got of something that might be underrated. That's a great idea. And like I said, if you're new, looks like we've got some new people popped on. If you're new, we are streaming until we get to 5,000 subs. We're 19 away last time we checked. And of course, these are subs. They could go down again. So it might be, we're going to find out. Probably around 6:30, I'm going to need to run down there and turn off the crock pot so I don't have a tenderloin that's this big, as it shrinks down. Probably shouldn't have cooked while planning this. But my goal was, I came up with the idea. There's a guy named Tom Grossi, if you're new, definitely great with sports. And he does live streams until he hits his goals. So he raised $100,000 in 12 hours. He live streamed for 12 hours. His goal right now, he's at about 800,000 subs. His goal, he's moving out of his house in May. And he's been doing YouTube for 10 years in that house. And he has the 100,000 subscriber thing here, but he wants to get the million one for the other side. And he basically said, once the football season's done, he's going to live stream until he gets to 1 million. So it might end up being like a sleep cam where it's just a camera on him as he's sleeping and all that stuff. And that's what gave me the idea of, hey, you know what? We're 20, 30 away from the goal. We could possibly do this, which I'm excited about because, like I said, Alex, Chris, Andy, Kevin, you guys have been talking, in chats. The chat's open, guys. Anything you guys want to ask, I'm good to go. But basically, that's what gave me the idea for this. As a way to thank you, too. Like I said, people like what we do. Definitely check us out. We got a lot of new content coming. I'm going through the list right now of parks. And, basically I'm at number 23. We're hitting 40. Land of Maple Leaf, small park in New Jersey. Just want to update there. Storybook Land, which is right outside of Atlantic City in Egg Harbor Township. This was a park I knew nothing about. And when I got in there 2 or 3 years ago, blown away by the theming. This is one of the best themed parks. Screw you, Disney. This was an amazingly themed park for such a small park. And I know they were talking about getting a Cinderella cat. Their coaster is called Bubbles the Dragon coaster, where it actually blows bubbles in your eyes. But they're getting a Cinderella one there. So I definitely want to go back there and refilm that. And then Keensburg. Keensburg's number 25. Keensburg was funny because I like to go to parks during the week. Don't do that at Keensburg. Because when I got to the park, nothing was open. The water park was open, but nothing was open on the dry park. And it was probably one of my least favorite tours ever because I couldn't get into things. So I need to go on like a Friday, and I gotta go during the day. I'm not going to go into an amusement park with lights. So people are always like, oh, why don't you do more Halloween stuff and all that? Because the camera equipment I use isn't going to be conducive for low light situations. And because of that, I don't want you guys to have horrible videos. And if you want to know how bad it is, when you look at Dante's Inferno or the haunted, the POV of the Haunted Mansion at Knoebels, it's not the best quality. And it's just because it's a cell phone, people. I use a cell phone. I do have camera equipment. I am a professional photographer. Right now I have Canon equipment, but I'm switching to Sony for the new year. As I book more weddings, get some more revenue in there, I'm going to upgrade my equipment, go mirrorless, mainly because Sony is so much better in low light, and that might make it conducive for me to utilize for nighttime photography. But yet again, if I'm going to the amusement park, I don't want to walk around with a $3,000 camera. I don't care how good your lockers are. Someone's going to break in if they want it. So cell phone, so much more conducive for doing what I do. But Keensburg, I got to get back to it. But I got to get back to it during the week. All right, we're about to hit an hour 50. Let's see where we're at now. Survey says 49.81. We're still at 81 people. 19 more to go. 19 more to go. So, and I don't know how long I can stream because I don't do many lives. I've done a few, but they're usually about a half hour, maybe an hour. So right now we're in uncharted territory. So for some reason, if all of a sudden this stream dies, we're picking up again now. Also, if you're on Facebook, definitely leave comments. I'm getting them from comments. Chris is on Facebook and Alex is on YouTube. Kevin's on Facebook. So it tells me here with Streamlab where the views are coming from and where the comments are coming from. So, all right. So we got 10 more minutes before I change to my third shirt. And Chris had a great suggestion there. Underrated coaster. Got to go through my shirts and see what I got. But, I'm trying to go through my mind. I think I got one. I think I got one. All right. I figured it out. Yeah, trying to go through all the shirts in my head. Definitely got it. Now I just got to find it. It's definitely in there, though. But, all right. So other parks, too. We're definitely in the Jersey Shore. So Keensburg, we got Jenkinson's Boardwalk, which I might do more. When we did Jenkinson's Boardwalk, I kind of just stayed on the boardwalk. But now I might actually do maybe a block up and a block back. So that way we get more of a feel, more food and stuff like that. Casino Pier, just want to see what I need to update there. Both Jenkinson's Boardwalk and Casino Pier, I've got Explorers. Is it worth changing or not? And then Castaway Cove. I know there's some news coming on Castaway Cove. Found out a while ago, but the guy said keep it under wraps. But it's been almost a year now. It's been since April, May. Because I went there, I actually had a photo shoot out there doing engagements. So what basically is going on is they got a new coaster coming, and it's going to be interacting with the arcade because they had to rebuild the arcade. So they're planning on putting in a coaster that's going to be going a little bit indoors and utilizing that area around the casino. Now, if you're familiar with Playland Castaway Cove, I really wish they would have bought Gillian's or leased Gillian's or did something. Not because of any other reason than Castaway Cove is crowded as hell. All the rides are so close together that it's hard to maneuver. And I think if they had Gillian's, they could move some of the rides over there too and space it out a little bit better. So that is number 28. So next thing is a trip that needs to happen. And these are two more major targets. First one is Carowinds. It's been a while since it's been the Carowinds. It's been a while. So got to get the Carowinds. Got to get back on Fury. Got to ride everything again. I don't think there's anything new for me. They subtracted out Nighthawk. So that would be a good explore without Nighthawk. But Carowinds is high on my list to visit. Then since I'm there, I'm going to shoot down to Over Georgia. Another park that we visited, just like Carowinds, but before we filmed. So I need to get Six Flags Over Georgia. But that's not the target. Carowinds is the target. Over Georgia is not. The one that is a target is Fun Spot Atlanta. I need to get on Air Force One. I feel like that's the one coaster that could break into my top 10, top 5 that I need to get on. Excuse me. We're live. Did not edit that out. There's usually more than one. So if I sneeze again, it should be coming soon. But definitely feel like I need to get on Air Force One. Looking at that thing, and from what I've heard from Katie's Coasters and others who've been on it, it's a fantastic coaster. Definitely a top 10 ride to most people. But of course, people think that Fury is a top 10 ride, and I have it as number 13. I know. Watch the video. I explain why. But definitely check out the video, and we will see there. So Fun Spot Atlanta, high on my list. Now, I mentioned earlier, way back, that I didn't get to 125 coasters this year. I got to 102 because my Florida weddings got postponed. Well, they're coming up this year. So because of that, we're going to be hitting Busch Gardens Tampa and SeaWorld Orlando. And with those, we're going to be, updating a few things, probably doing what's news, not really new explores, but they're there. And then, so that's the one wedding I have. The second wedding I have you might have heard there's this new park opening up called Epic Universe over in Orlando. Well, you know, when that new park opens, everybody's going to be running there. You know, Crystal Palace and Coaster Studios, and everybody's going to be running to Epic. So I'm planning on hitting Universal Studios and Islands of Adventure. Everybody go to Epic. I'm going to go walk on Velocicoaster. That's my plan. So those are my Florida trips there. And we got 5 more to go. However, we are 5 minutes away from a change shirt. Let's see if we got any more updates. Nope, so 49.81. It's funny, we kind of get a little bit of a burst, and then it slows down. And a little bit of a burst, and then it slows down. 19 away, people. So if you're watching and you're already subscribed, first of all, thank you. If you're on Facebook, Chris and Kevin, and then where did and Andy. So basically, all 3 of you guys are Facebook. I'm assuming that you guys in the chat are actually subscribed to the YouTube channel, right? I figure you're subscribed to Facebook, but this is all about YouTube. This one's all about YouTube here, about this channel. So if you haven't subscribed yet, definitely make sure you subscribe. If you have friends that like coaster stuff, we do daily content. We drop shorts and then we drop full length. So today we dropped Simply the Best or top 50 coasters. Tomorrow will be a short. And then probably the next day will be a short. And then probably Saturday we'll drop either focus on Maurice Piers or a spotlight, or I think I have a couple Let's Go Shopping, which is merch. So those will be coming up there. Yep. All right, Chris, you are there. You're anxious to see the shirt, right? Yeah, we're about 4 minutes away from me changing my shirt. That's why you're hanging on. I got Chris all roped in here. He's all excited. Also, Chris, let me know if I drop off of Facebook, because I don't know exactly how long I got with going in on 2 hours. I don't know if there's like a limit on Facebook or on YouTube. Never had to deal with it. I know Tom Grossi does 12-hour, streams. I've never done anything like that. So I don't even know. This might be monetized. I'm not sure if this is monetized or not. I have to check that out. Not sure if it is, but it doesn't matter either way, because that's what I'm doing. So we're at 49.81, and we got 3 minutes before the coaster change. You're going to like this one. You're going to like this one. When I finally sat back and thought about what is an underrated coaster, that's the thing, a coaster shirt that you consider underrated and needs more love. This one is the perfect one because it is so overshadowed by another coaster in the park that it deserves a lot more love than it gets. And I'm guilty of it too. It made the top 100, but it was in the top 100. It wasn't top 50. So this is a park. This is a coaster that you're going to look at and you're going to be like, yep, that one makes a lot of sense. So, and then of course, when we come back, I still have 5 more parks to talk about there for plans for 2025. Yet again, any questions you guys have about any of these parks, let me know. A lot of these parks I've been to, not very many new parks. If I'm able to make it out to Texas, or if I get ambitious and make a ton of money, I might head out to Six Flags Great America. That's a park that's been, that's the third. There's 3 big Six Flags parks. And those are Great Adventure, Magic Mountain, and Great America. And I've been to 2. Great Adventure I'm at all the time in there. Oh my God, I got $5. Oh, wow. All right. I didn't realize I can make, thank you so much. I forgot that we actually do have that activated. That took me by surprise. I usually don't, ask for super chats and stuff like that, but could you please explain to my grandmother that wanting extra hang time is no excuse for not wearing a bra? Oh my God. Yes, definitely. Especially, you know what? You use the word grandma. So I completely agree with you on that. There should be an age limit where after a certain age, you need to wear a bra. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm getting to the age where I might need to get a bra. I'm getting older. 1 minute until the t-shirt change. Chris, are you holding for that? But hey, Tyronosaurus, thank you so much for the super chat, $5. Wow, I greatly appreciate that. It's never expected, but it's always appreciated. It's kind of like when I do a wedding. People always ask, do you tip the photographers? I always go into a wedding not expecting anything. If I get a tip, thank you so much. I greatly appreciate it. And that's how it is here. I'm doing this chat because I want to get to 5,000 and I want to share it with people. But if you wanted to, help us out here. Greatly appreciate it. All the money that we make for 125 Roller Coaster Challenge literally goes into season passes and admissions for the different parks, because none of these parks are free. I still got to pay that. But all right, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We've been on for 2 hours changing the shirt. Are you ready, Chris? This is the perfect one for you. Whopper, you're in charge. Whopper, you're in charge. Chair, Dole Whip, it's all you guys. You guys are so in charge now. Let me see what we got here. Come on, where's that shirt? Where's that shirt? Underrated shirt. Where are you? Underrated shirt. That's another good one there. Oh, there's a couple good ones in here, but no, I'm going to go with my original gut feeling on this one, Chris. Gotta find it, though. It's a shirt that doesn't get used as much as some of these other ones. Where are you? Oh, my God. Where did you go? I got a lot of shirts. Some might say too many shirts. There it is. Coming your way, Chris. Here we go. Am I building the anticipation? Can you actually hear me? Here we go. Boom, boom, boom. Chris, the shirt is Twister at Knoebels. This is a totally underrated roller coaster because everybody gives love to Phoenix. So this coaster is fantastic. One of the better wooden coasters. Yet again, if you love helixes, if you love quick transitions, this is a coaster that if this was in any other park, might get a lot more love. If you put Twister over at Hershey Park, it blows away Lightning Racer. You put Twister, Dorney Park, or it's up there with Apocalypse with its design and everything like that and its intensity. But it's so underrated because when people go to Knoebels, all they talk about is Phoenix. So how did I do, Chris? Let me know in the comment section. Is this a good underrated one? Did this fit the bill for you, or are you expecting more? Because I did pass a Bizarro shirt, which is Medusa from Great Adventure. That one caught my eye. And there was another one too. I can't remember. But it has to be Twister. So hopefully this does it. And we are in our second hour. So let's tell people what we're doing. We are streaming until we get to 5,000 subscribers. So we started out at, I think, 49.62. So, we're right now 49.81. We're going to do a quick little check, see if anything changed. We are still at 49.81. So we're still 19 away from our goal. And we're going to stream until we get the goal. It looks like, there it is, Chris. You love it. All right. And that also tells me that Facebook's working. So that's great. So we're going to keep on streaming until we get to 5,000 subscribers. We started this channel 2.5 years ago. It took about a year for us to get monetized. We started it in March, and I think like March or April the following year, we got to 1,000. It was funny because everybody always told me that, it's easy to get to the subscribers, but the watch hours are a pain in the butt. We had no problem getting watch hours. We were over 10,000 watch hours by the time we got monetized because we do a lot of long form. And our most popular, just check our channel, our most popular by far is the Explorers. And the whole concept with the Explorers, it's kind of playing off what In the Loop does, Legend and Hide, but they cut. They cut different sections and do that. When I do an Explorer, I turn it on and I go. And if somebody jumps in front, they're in the video. Don't do that, by the way. But that definitely is something that we love doing, the Explorers. But they're longer form videos. So perfect example, Six Flags Magic Mountain, 55-minute video. It's funny when I dropped that, people are like, how the hell did you do Magic Mountain in 55 minutes? If you listen to the video, I'm huffing and puffing at the end because that hill is definitely a nice size hill. But not quite a mountain, but definitely a nice size hill. And so we got the watch. I was good, but we got to 1,000. But as I was saying before, I'm sorry if I'm boring you, Chris and Alex. People have been with me for a while. We are a reference tool. I look at myself as a reference tool. I make the videos on, hey, I wish I had some helpful hints for Dorney Park. All right, here's some helpful hints that we learned about Dorney Park. Hey, what is there to eat at Knoebels? Let's eat at Knoebels. So when people look me up, they're typing in Knoebels Amusement Park and the videos show up, as opposed to Coaster Studios, who, you know, they're more personality based and they're more fun and they're more about that kind of stuff. We are getting a little bit more into that with the our park days, where I'll actually show us and show, you know, what we do during the day at the park. But like I said, because we always geared ourselves towards being a reference tool, subscribers was never a thing I thought that we would ever get to. Be honest with you, I thought maybe at the end of this year we would get to 5,000. Now I like to get to 10 because you always got to have a goal, right? You always want to move forward. But the reality was we hit 1.3 million views currently since we started the channel. Our watch hours are through the roof. And we're proud about that. But the fact that people are starting to subscribe really makes me happy. And thank you guys so much for that. Now we'll do a quick little count, and then we're going to finish our plans for 2024. So let's see what we got here. So 4981, guys. So yet again, if you got, oh, wait, hold on a second. We got some text messages. What is that? Take a survey now. We got a lot of different things going on there. So we're checking that out later. Right now, we're mostly focusing on getting these subscribers because in about a half hour, I got to go check the crock pot so I don't burn down the house. So in about 25 minutes, I'm going to jump out there. But before we do, let's talk about the last 5 parks on our list. There's another part of the country that we haven't gone to in a while. We did it our first year we started filming, but we didn't get as far as we wanted to. And that is New England. So we did Quasi, and I want to stop by Quasi again. Quasi's in Connecticut. It's a very small park, but it's a beautiful park. And that's always good to do a half day, check it out. And after that, though, I want to jump to Lake Compounce. So I've only been to Lake Compounce once. That was the first year that we did 125 roller coaster, because lining it up, we were gearing it up for Boulder Dash to be our 125th coaster. And we left a couple at Six Flags New England sitting there because we're like, oh, we got enough. We'll be good. We can make it there. And then we got on the Boomerang at Lake Compounce. And we were going up the Boomerang. And as I was going up the Boomerang, I'm looking at the wooden coaster there. And I didn't realize that it was getting retracked. So the math didn't work out. So Boulder Dash ended up being 124 because we didn't factor in that the wooden coaster was literally, there's whole sections missing track. So we weren't able to do anything with that. So 125 ended up being Maurice Piers and Great White. And so we haven't been back to Lake Compounce since. So I got a lot of filming there and looking forward to that. And then Six Flags New England. Never been to the water park. So I want to go there, explore the water park, and do the whole 9 yards there. So those are 3 that I'm looking to do. And then the last 2 are kind of local ones that I can shoot out to. And one of them I've been in contact already to do this year. And that is Island Water Park, the old showboat in Atlantic City. So we did that last year, and they treated us great. They hooked us up with a couple things to give us access to different things. And I looked at the stats the other day, and there's 2,500 views on the walkthrough. And that's pretty darn good for such a small park and for us being a smaller channel, that I'll reach out to them again and I want to know, hey, what's new? Can we get pictures of the hotel rooms so we can show people the rooms? You know, can we expand on what we did already? Because those kind of parks don't change. We don't have to do another Explorer. They're not getting a new slide tower or anything like that. But I wanted to there's a couple things. When you leave a park, you sit back, you're like, you know, we probably should do a little bit more on the food. Maybe we should have talked about this more. Maybe we should do a POV of, and we're talking about the POVs in a little bit. And I got some stuff that we can talk about. So POVs, on that kind of stuff. So I want to reach out to Island Water Park, see what they're up to, and go there. And then the last one, number 40, is Playland Rye. Yet again, it was a park we did before we filmed. It's a nice small park. It kind of fits our niche, like a land of make-believe or storybook land. It's a smaller park, Clementon, Niagara. Those seem to be where people really enjoy. They don't get the numbers of a Great Adventure or a King's Dominion, but what they do get is a lot of comments. A lot of people, when I do stuff at Niagara or Clementon or stuff like that, oh my God, I remember this park when I used to go 20 years ago. And we get a lot more interactions with the smaller parks. There's more of people, I love the corporate parks. Don't get me wrong. Magic Mountain was amazing. But there's something about a Knoebels. There's something about a Clementon Park. There's something about Wildwood with Maury's Pier that brings people together and keeps those memories going. So those are the 40 there. Not saying we're going to just hit these. Nickelodeon, American Dream might turn in. There's going to be a lot there, but the goal is 40 parks. So which parks did we miss? Is there anything there that you looked at that you're like, hey, you know what? Why don't you try this? Leave us a comment. Definitely want to, talk about other parks. Texas is a place I'm targeting. I knocked out Southern California. Good time to do it too with the fires, but we knocked it out. Texas is my next big target. 3 or 4 parks in Texas, but might not be in the budget. Depends on how my bookings go. I'm self-employed, so the more bookings I do, the more things I can do. The more people watch these, the more money comes in, the more I can travel. So if you like what we do, yet again, Tyrannosaurus, $5. Thank you so much. That donation means a lot to me. That's going to go right into season passes, maybe new equipment. So what do I mean by new equipment? So we're going to get rid of that plan for boom. So we're going to get rid of that plan right there. We're going to talk a little bit more about, let's go back to comments here, about other ideas we have. So if you're familiar with our sites, we've got the one takes, we've got the cuts, and then we got the produced. Those are the way I break down my videos. So the one takes are explorers, what's new, and revisit it. Every year we either do a new explore, we do a what's new, or we revisit. So if it's 2 years out, we'll do a revisit. So some of these parks are going to be getting different ones of those. But those are all one takes, right? The cut, then we also did Unplugged. And I love for people who follow the channel, let me know, should we continue with the Unplugged or should we get rid of it? So what the Unplugged was is we do the explores where I talk. And people seem to like the commentary. I get a lot of comments. I'm kind of a smart ass. So people like that. But I had about 2 years ago, a lady say, I really like seeing the parks, but can you do one where you're not talking? And at first I'm like, you bitch. No, what are you talking about? But then I sat back, I thought, you know what? If I go this direction with the explorers, maybe if I go this way with the unplugs, I then have 2 different sides and I can use that for other videos. The problem with the unplugs is every amusement park has music. I mean, if you go to a Six Flags park, you feel like you're at a nightclub. So when you're talking over it, you tend not to trigger YouTube with copyrights. The problem is when I do unplugs, I'm quiet. So you hear the Miley Cyrus song in the background. Hence, I end up getting not demonetized, but sharing. And then if you try to eliminate it, you lose the ambiance of the park. So I'll be doing it, and then there'll be copyright that triggers, and then all of a sudden you just have complete silence because there's nothing going on. So I find that maybe smaller parks, like I think the last unplug I did was Lakemont Park. Nobody was in the park. So there was no ambient noise. There wasn't anything there. It was just ambient noise. There was no music or anything like that. Let me know in the comments on this or wherever if you think that we should do, if we should bring back the, what's the word I'm looking for? If we should bring Unplugged back or should I just kill that series? So the cuts are, so we have the Explorers, what's new, revisit it. For the cuts, we have our park day where I cut through the entire day and tell you what we're doing. Let's Eat, which is the food of the park. Let's Play, which is the games or anything that costs money, like VR and stuff like that. Merch, which of course is merchandise, which is turned into Let's Go Shopping because we have Let's Eat, Let's Play, Let's Shop. This kind of flows. We have Showtime where we talk about the different shows. Then we have Challenge Accepted, which is brand new, which is basically the first one I did was, is it possible to ride off-road roller coasters without a fast pass? Oh, Chris, right here. I just subscribed to you and others in the coaster community. Everybody has their own style of doing things. My channel on YouTube, Jersey Coaster Crew Adventures, is going to be honest, but I don't have any goals on there and to do it for fun when I have time. You know what? I am going to subscribe to that once I'm done with this live feed. And thank you so much. You know what? I didn't do an update in a second. Let's see where we're at. We are now at 49.81 still. So we're still kind of in limbo, but Chris, definitely appreciate it. So the challenge accepted. The first one we did was Hershey Park. You need to get a season pass. The one I'm most proud of is how much fun can you have at Knoebels for $50, where I bought $50 in tickets and there are food tickets too. And I went around the park and did that. Very proud of that. So that's a series that we're going to continue. Not every park's going to get it. It depends on if it flows. Like Magic Mountain would have so many coasters that would make sense. Maury's Pier, you can do a ticket number on that, that kind of stuff. We're playing around with that. And then you got the Spotlight series and shorts, which are also one takes. So yet again, the one takes are Explore, shorts, and Spotlight series. Spotlights are basically a minute to 5-minute videos on a subject. So they're not quite full length. So it might be, hey, let's do a full cycle of the Great Nor'easter, and I'll film that. I'll turn that into a spotlight. So, and our produced ones right now, the ones where I actually sit down on this tablet and I write out a script, are Helpful Hints, Making the Grade, which is grading the coasters, Focus On, which is park reviews, and Must Rides. The concept of Must Rides is we give a little history of the park, and then if you have one day at the park, what must you do to have a great day? So we're talking about these 3 coasters, these flat rides, these kiddie rides, where to go eat, where to go, just if you have one day, what must you do to do that? But I also throw in a history of the park. So that's why you don't see many of those, because it does take a lot of time. So with that being said, there's one more thing that we do, and it's POV. Now, historically, what I've done is use this, get permission. I always get permission. And I use this. Saw that bump there. Nope, so 81. And I would go on a train, or I'll go on monorail or the Kissing Tower, the Sky Towers, and I do a POV. Well, a pet project I did in December was log flumes. What are the best log flumes? So what log flumes, do I enjoy? Here's the ones that we've done with the podcast. We went through every log flume we did the top 10 with 2 honorable mentions over on, what am I thinking here? Over on the channel. So it's simply the best log flumes. But what I noticed was there wasn't many POVs of log flumes. And of course, I can't go there with the camera like this and do it. It just would not be conducive and it would get very wet. So I'm thinking about what started this tangent is possibly doing POVs of log flumes, maybe coasters, but mostly log flumes, and maybe some unique flat rides, like maybe Kangaroo there. So going with that money, usually any money we make through the YouTube channel went to season passes. It may also go to for lack of a better word, what's that thing's called? What are those things? The gear, whatever they're called, a GoPro unit that I can use for a hat. Because the one thing I noticed is usually they come with a strap with the chest, right? Which probably works well with coasters, especially if you're in like a Candemonium or something like that with a clamshell. But with the log flume, when they had it there, it was right above the boat. So I probably almost need almost like a hat kind of thing. So it would be higher up so you can actually see it. But let me know your thoughts there. Do you want some content on log flumes? I love log flumes. I don't like getting wet. So usually I do them at the end of the day or very early in the day or after I do a water park, because nothing's worse than being in jeans and being squishy the rest of the day. So, but that's something there that we're talking about with POV. And I want to cut down on as many shorts. Before I did 10 shorts at a time at every park. And that's why I saw it 50 more to drop, because there's so many shorts. that I want to drop that down to 5, maybe do no more than 3 spotlights at a park, just because we're getting a lot of spotlights. So right now, if you look at the new stuff, it's spotlights and shorts. And I really think we need more that diversity on that thing. So adding the POVs might work there. All right, let's do our quick coaster count. Still at 81. Guys, we were doing so good. We started out at 62, and then we almost went up 20, but now we're down to 19. We're halfway there. We're halfway there. Don't make me go through my entire closet. Don't make me be up until midnight. Let's get to 5,000. We are almost 2.5 hours in. And at the 2.5 hour mark, I got to disappear for a second and make sure I don't burn my dinner. Also, I don't want to eat cold dinner. So definitely, let's make sure that we are all good on that end there too. So I still have beverages. I might have to reload my Mountain Dew. But I do have a Red Bull, but I don't want to keep drinking it because I don't want to be up until midnight. So we got all these different options here. But we're at the almost 20-minute mark there. Oh, there's no one here. Chris, I like Unplugged. If not sure of ending, it could do it here or there, or revamp and change it into another series or something like behind the scenes, bloopers, never seen clips. Nothing wrong with the change. You're right. I might do that. Yet again, it still works for the smaller parks. The problem, like I said, was the copyrights. So blooper-wise, it's not many bloopers because I do a lot of this stuff myself. And I'm hoping over the year, for the next year, also. So the POV is something I want to explore. Another thing I want to explore too is giving people a heads up when I'm going to the park. I'm really somebody who wakes up. Years ago, it was hilarious. I think it was our third year. I woke up at like 5 o'clock in the morning and I just grabbed Ari and said, get in the car. And I was like, what are you talking about? I think it's the second year. What are you talking about? I'm like, just get in the car. And I jumped in my car at like 6 o'clock in the morning and I headed to Canada's Wonderland. Just went to Canada's Wonderland. And it was funny because when I got to the border, they always ask questions and they were like, so where are you going? And I'm like, oh, we're going to Canada's Wonderland. And the guy looked at me and goes, oh, you get a pretty late start. I'm like, well, not if you leave from central Pennsylvania. And he laughed. And we got to the park around 1, 2 o'clock. And we spent the day there. We stayed overnight, of course. But it was one of those things where that was a whim. I woke up and I was like, you know what? Let's just do it. I have a passport. Ari has a passport. Let's just do this. And that's how I usually roll, is where I kind of wake up. I'm like, hey, I'm doing Hershey Park today. Hey, you know what? I'm going to drive to Del Grosso. I want to get better with that. So I want to use Twitter and Threads for that. So in case you don't know, we've got pretty much all the social medias. We have Facebook, Instagram, Threads. We have TikTok. We still have it, even though the last couple of days I wasn't able to upload because they weren't letting me put the 4K up. It had to be 1080 and I shoot in 4K. So that might be because of the band. They don't want to get too much stuff there. We'll see. But I'm not going to start downsizing anything I do for TikTok. I'd rather just lose TikTok. We also have X, and then, of course, YouTube. So we got most of the big ones there. I think we might have something on Rumble, but we've never done anything on Rumble. So for any of our social media, it's 125 roller coaster. So I kept that pretty consistent. So that's Instagram, Facebook, Threads, YouTube, TikTok. The only one that's different is X, because for some reason we weren't able to get the ER. So we're 125 roller coaster. So a little bit different, but that's what X is. So I want to start announcing more on X and Threads. I need to do more with them. I haven't done much with those, but X and Threads, I want to basically, hey, here's where we're going to be this week. Kind of doing those updates, or hey, here's where we're going. Hey, we just arrived, that kind of stuff there. So that way we can get more interactions with people. It's always great when I'm doing an Explore and I hear somebody, hey, 125, or hey, what's your channel name? You're filming and stuff like that. I love it. So I want to get more of those interactions. And then Facebook, like I said, we over 10,000. Well, looking here, Chris and Kevin, all you guys are coming from Facebook, which is great. Definitely want to do more on that front. So there's going to be some changes on that aspect too. But all in all, like I said, closing in on 5,000. Let's see where we're at now. Up, still 81. So we're not dropping, but we're not growing. So we're kind of in that limbo. Let's see what we got here. Boom, 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 boom. Yep, nothing else new there. So that's where we're at real quick here. We're going in 2.5 hours in this. In about 6 minutes, I'm going to run down there and shut off my dinner. But we are streaming until we get to 5,000. 19 more to go, people. We started out at 62. And 3.5 years ago, we started out at 0. So we're already more than halfway there. So 62, that's what? 38. And half of 38 is 18. 18, that's 6, 19. So about 19. So 19 on that. So we are basically halfway there. So can we get this final push? And yes, that's me trying to figure out math at 6:30 at night. But all in all, we appreciate everything you guys do. We appreciate people watching the videos. We appreciate people commenting. Kind of slowed down a little bit here. Hopefully more people jump back on as we continue. Because like I said, we want to get 19. And like I said, if you are the New Jersey Coaster Crew Adventures, if you got some more people in your crew, let's get those people on here. I have a time in my head that I think that we can go till, but I want to make sure. If we go over it, not a problem. But when we get close to that time, I will let you know. Also, in a half hour, changing our shirt. We started out at Dorney Park with Talon. Then we went to Wildcats Revenge at Hershey Park. Then Chris had a great suggestion, basically asking us, what do you think is your most underrated coaster in your shirts? And then we went with Twister at Knoebels. Just something okay. Chris has dropped no one. There's been plenty of times where I got done work at UPS and I don't feel like going home. And I go to Great Adventure. Best part of working 4 a.m. Yep. No, I understand that. So I'm a wedding photographer. So until I really started this, I had a lot of free time. So I started Uber driving about 2 years ago. Main reason why I did was Ari was living at home and Ari was working locally. But there was times when I'd be doing something and I couldn't get home to get her. So she tried to Uber and she wouldn't be able to find anybody in her area. We're not really in the boonies, but we're kind of in between different towns. And I decided to sign up for Uber because I figured Ari wasn't the only one there. So there's times I Uber. And actually, now that I Uber, I do realize why Ari wasn't getting rides. People would have to drive 12 miles to pick her up to drive her 2 miles. It wasn't conducive money-wise. So nobody was taking it. But the reason why I'm talking about Ubering is this summer, I kind of got into the habit of, okay, you know what? I'm going to Uber today. I'm going to go to Hershey and stay at Hershey and then launch out from Hershey. So pick somebody up or do this, and this, but stay in the Hershey area. And then, okay, you know what? I'm hungry. Let me go into the park quick, show off Uber, go to the park, use my meal plan, jump on Wildcats Revenge once or twice, maybe Candemonium, jump back out, and then Uber again. So I know exactly what it's like with you at Six Flags Great Adventure. Sometimes you just like, you go to your home park. Now it's funny. I consider my home park Hershey. And Hershey is a little bit closer than Dorney and Knoebels, but technically, time-wise, my home park, miles-wise, would actually probably be Dutch Wonderland. But I haven't been to Dutch Wonderland in 2-3 years. I went in there real quick one day. Somebody gave me a free pass, a friend of mine, and I went in there and I rode Merlin. But all in all, that's basically the extent that I do with Dutch Wonderland. So, all right. So real quick here, we're about to come on. Let me just do one last quick check. Did we go up? We are still at 81. I'm going to be right back. Whopper, Dole Whip, you guys are in charge. I'm going to refill my beverage. I'm going to turn the heat on because I shut it off because sometimes it gives me background noise, but it's getting really cold in here. And I'm going to shut off my dinner. So give me about 2 or 3 minutes, and I'll be back. Whopper, you're in charge. Make sure you do it. Let's go. We're still around. We'll be back in a second. All right, we're back. We're back. We're back. Don't go. Don't go anywhere. All right, we're back, people. We are back. We refreshed the Mountain Dew. We turned the heater on. You can probably hear that soon. And I was going to warm it because I have a crock pot. I was going to warm it, but then I was like, you know what? Let's not. So, all right. So we are right now in our 2.5 hours in. Nothing's changed on that end. We got some laughing from Alex, but 49.81 people. 19 more to go. 19 more to go. We're getting closer. So, what are we going to talk about now? We're going to go to our banners. Let's talk about our top 50. Let's talk about the top 50. So, if you're subscribed to the channel, today we dropped our top 50 coasters for 2024. The reason we're able to get as high as we are to 5,000 is because our 51 to 100 skyrocketed somehow in India. I don't know why India, but somehow I went to bed at 3,300 subs. I woke up at 46 or 40, 45, 46. Blew me away. But today we dropped our top 50. So let's talk about it. I don't have the list here. I didn't bring the list. It's up here. And when you talk, well, actually, it's actually on the phone too. Check real quick. So, top 50. And there's some questionable ones here. So when you're looking at the top 10, top 10 going into it, Montu was number 10. Montu is my favorite inverted coaster. And I really do enjoy inverted coasters. If you're not familiar, this is where you're actually hanging under the train. The track's above you and your feet hang down. And some of my favorite coasters, of course, are Talon. That was the first shirt I had. Alpengeist. Alpengeist shot up our rankings. At one point, about 3 years ago, Alpengeist was in the 70s. It was really rough, and I just didn't enjoy the ride. But the last 2 years, I don't know if they changed the programming or they did something. Alpengeist has been sick. Seriously, it's been like out of control. Now, it seems smoother. The Cobra roll still snaps you around a lot. So you got to make sure you lean forward because if you're here, you're going to get your head banged. But all in all, very happy with how that turned out. Alpengeist has been shooting up the list. Afterburn. It's been a while since I've been to Carowinds, but Afterburn was one of those rides that you always hear about. Fury, Copperhead Strike, was it now Thunder Road or Thunder or something? Yeah, it used to be Intimidator. But Afterburn is something that's a great layout, and that is a great inverted coaster. All in all, that is a fantastic one. And then, of course, my ringtone is actually Banshee. I love Banshee. I'm not a big theming guy. You might notice that. But the theming of Banshee is really good. I got like 2 or 3 Banshee shirts in that closet. Maybe I'll do Banshee next. By the way, any other suggestions for t-shirts, let me know. Definitely want to make sure that, we get that all taken care of here. But let's see what else. Anything changed here? All right. Checking through here real quick here. Boom, boom, boom. All right. So we're still there. Still at 81. Still at 81. 19 more to go, people. But, like I said, T-shirt wise, we want to jump on the next one there. So where are we at here? So we got a couple people watching now. Real quick. Looks like we got a surge there. Yeah, 3, 4, 5. So real quick, what are we doing here? Why are we streaming? Well, we are about to hit 5,000 subscribers. We're 19 away. So we want to celebrate that milestone, and we're going to stream until we get it. So we've been doing this for about 2.5 hours. I'm on my 3rd shirt. I change my shirt every hour. Just shut off my dinner. I was all ready to have dinner, but I'm like, you know what? No, we're going to stream until we get it or until they shut us off. And all in all, we're talking coasters, comments. Chris has been dropping it. Tyrannosaurus actually donated $5, which I greatly appreciate. Thank you so much. All the money that we make on anything we do goes right back into the channel, either with equipment or season passes. But all in all, like I said, we are so close to such a pinnacle subscriber number that we are, something dropped. that we are going to make sure that we're streaming until we get it. So yet again, we are at 49.81. We're 19 away from our goal. It's up to you guys. Am I going to go to sleep tonight or not? I have in my head what time I think we're going to be done. And we still got a while yet until we get to it. But I'm going to keep streaming until we're done. So, or they shut it down. If they shut it down, I'm going to start it up again. Maybe take an hour to sleep or something, but start it up again. But our goal is to get to 5,000 subscribers because, to be honest with you, when we started this YouTube journey, we never thought we'd get this far. So the fact that we are 19 subs away from this goal blows me away. Let's see if we got any more. So 40, sorry, 81. And every subscriber, I greatly appreciate it. It means so much that people, like I said before, we look at ourselves as a reference tool. So we never looked at success through subscribers. We looked at success through watch hours and views. So the fact that we are right on the edge there of getting 5,000 subscribers is amazing to me. One of my heroes in this game is Tom Grassi. If you ever get a chance, if you like football content, the man is hilarious. The man is determined. He streams. He does every Thursday game. So that's 3-4 hours on Thursday. He does all the playoff games. He does 2, sometimes 3. He's even done 4 live streams on a Sunday. He did the Europe game, 1 o'clock, 4:30, and 8 o'clock. He does every primetime game. He does everything there. He does so much streaming that it's amazing to watch what he does. And yet again, he's at 800,000 subs. We're trying to get to 5. He's been doing it for 10 years. We've been doing it for 2.5. He's in sports. We talk roller coasters and amusement parks. So it's a little bit different. It's not apples to apples. But all in all, it is a journey that I am excited that people like our content. Like I said, we had a lot of interactions in regards to people with comments. So if you have any questions, definitely let me know. But I'm just going to keep on talking. I'm just going to keep on keeping the energy going. Love, any comments you guys have, any questions you guys have. I'm here for it right now. But we are streaming till we get to 5,000. And it was funny. When we first started out, we were at 62. So I was trying to do it when it got to 50, but literally I had to pick up my car. My car was dead for a little while. So I jumped on, I think like 411 and started streaming. And we went to 75 really quick. And then we took a little bit of time. Then we got to 81. And we've been stuck at 81 for a little while now. And it's funny because sometimes they go in bunches. There'll be nothing, and then 4. So I don't know how the algorithm works when it comes to this stuff. But all in all, 49.81 we're at right now. And we're talking about our top 50 coasters. So let's talk about, in order. Well, not really in order, but let's talk about some of them that made the cut. Number 1, yet again, Iron Quasi. Just something about that coaster really warms my heart. I'm really just love everything about that coaster. It's got the speed. It's got the beyond vertical drop. It's got the barrel roll drop with the death roll, I think they call it. It's just an amazing coaster. Even like the purple. Now, I wish they had more merchandise. Not a big fan of the merchandise when it comes to that. And yet again, I care more about the merchandise than I actually do about the theming. So it's kind of funny if you have good merch, like Banshee has amazing merch. Right here's a Banshee thing right here. Really like that kind of merch. But when it comes to theming, I'm not a big fan. And also from the channel, not a big fan of Disney. When it comes to Disney, I went when I was a kid, but I don't remember much of that. I do remember 2000 Leagues Under the Sea. And I remember when I went back going, where's this ride at? And it's been gone for like 10 years. But that's the only thing I really remember. But when I went with Janine for the first time, when we were about to get the house as friends, I remember that I was blown away by what they call the Disney difference. So we got off the plane and you took the Magical Express right to your place. We went to Coronado Springs was where we stayed. I kind of like that one. I like the theme of it. I like the vastness. I like the pools. So that was the one I went with. But we had the meal plan, so we were able to get snacks and great meals. And I remember at Epcot, we went to the restaurant there. I can't remember the name, but on the meal plan, they had lobster tail. And I was just like, oh my God, this is amazing. And everywhere he went, everything was top notch. I remember going to, for lunch, I think we went to the Japanese area of Epcot, and the sushi was amazing. And the drinks were way good. And I just remember that being, I never was a huge Disney fan, but I was like, I can see the point of this. I remember Norway when I was a kid, and I remember going on the Frozen ride. I never saw Frozen. I don't watch Disney movies. And I guess I do with Marvel, but being on Frozen Ever After and being like, wow, this is really way put together and all this. And it was really good. Then about after the pandemic, I went back because I wanted Kylie to experience Magic Kingdom and Epcot. And everything I thought was great about the first trip to Disney was gone for the second trip. We had to rent a car. And then they charged me for parking to park at our hotel. And we stayed at the, where we stay? The Little Mermaid art of animation, art of animation, and animation, that word. So we went there. Also, to charge us for parking. The meal plan was gone. So we're spending $15 for a Mickey pretzel. And the Fast Pass system, Janine was a guru. She knew how that Fast Pass system worked the first trip. So we would be, okay, we have a 5 o'clock at Big Thunder Mountain. Oh, 2 o'clock, we walk by. There's no line. Let's jump on it now and switch it out to another ride. That was all gone. And they replaced it with what they have now. And seeing from where it was, I might not be as negative when it comes to Disney as I am now if I didn't have that first ride, that first one with Janine. I saw what they did that was great. And now everything's a cash grab. And now they're pushing everybody into this Genie Plus, where now the Genie Plus line is huge because everybody knows I'm never going to get on a ride if I'm on standby. So literally, they're forcing everybody to Genie Plus, but now what that makes Genie Plus, that line's huge because everybody's in that. So they went from being top dog to living off the past. And I really think Disney's numbers are down big time from last year. Attendance wise and all that. Money's good, but that's because everything's overpriced now. Everything, they jacked up the price, so they need less people. The common person, a working class person like myself, Disney's out of reach. I'm not going to pay $5,000, $6,000 for a 5-day stay at Disney just to go, not counting all the extras. It doesn't make sense. And you could get away with that in the past because you were it. But I think not Epcot, Universal opening Epic Universe is going to be a kill blow for Disney. Because here's the thing. Universal's opened up a third gate with Mario and with, for me, the Dark Universe. That stuff's amazing. Meanwhile, Disney's plans are to open up a Cars attraction where the Rivers of America was. Drain Rivers of America and put a Cars ride there. So you're killing the aesthetic beauty of the park and you're substituting it for IP. And also, the one thing about the Rivers of America, you had on that side there, you had Big Thunder Mountain. And then on the other side, you had the Haunted Mansion. They were different worlds. They were across the water. Now, you can walk to them. It's not the same thing. And the president, the USA area is going to get taken. Liberty Square is going to be gone soon. They're taking Walt and Roy's dream and all the thought they put in it, and they're just slapping IP on anything they can. So that's my thoughts on Disney. Check real quick here. Did that get me any more subscribers? Didn't lose anybody, so that's a win. Let's see what we got here. So when I go to Florida, I still need to get on Tron. I still need to get on Guardians, but not at that price. I have no desire to go to Disney after that last experience I had. Kylie said it best. When we went, Kylie is a nerd and she loves to travel. So she was very excited for Epcot and the world, around the world with that bay. We talked about it, and Gene and I talked about, oh my God, the Japanese place was great, and the Canada place, you can get this. And when we went, she just looked at me and she said, so it's basically country-themed gift shops. And that's what it is. There was no education to it. There was no real aspect to it. It was Norway is now frozen. The Canada was actually closed, which kind of like it was during the pandemic. It was closed. A lot of, they really got away from it. They're slapping IP on everything. There's the French area is now Minnie and Mickey's, ride. You're killing what Epcot was. And I'm glad I saw what Disney was before, because you would never have that again. They're talking about getting rid of the Muppet ride. That the last thing that Jim Henson actually created, they're looking to get rid of. And then they're going to throw the Muppets on Rock and Roller Coaster. There's no rhyme or reason to what they're doing. It looks like they're putting a Band-Aid on a gusher, and then, this sprung up here, and this sprung up here, and this sprung up. Oh my God. You mean to tell me you didn't know about Epic Universe? And don't even get me started about them getting involved in politics. I don't care what the subject was. I know it was the Don't Say Gay bill, which had nothing to do with Don't Say Gay. They got involved in politics, which then shined a light on the special treatment they got. And I laugh on the inside because I used to always say, why does Disney get exempt on these while Universal, SeaWorld, and even the fun spots have to go and get building permits and have to go through this and go through environmental studies? And Disney never had to do that because they were exempt because of Reedy Creek. Well, they lost Reedy Creek. So now they're talking about, okay, we're going to drain the rivers of America and we're going to do this. And the EPA, Florida EPA is like, you can't do that. That's a wetland. You can't do this. You can't just do what you want now. And I kind of laugh because now they have to play by the same rules as Universal and SeaWorld. And are they able to play by the same rules at these places? It's easy it's easy to move on in the playoffs when you have a bye week. When you actually have to play every week, it gets to be more of a challenge. And now Disney, for the first time, doesn't have a bye week. They actually have to play. So there's my Disney rant. We're at 2 hours and 48 minutes with this thing. Let's see if anything changed. Still at 81 people. Still need 19. Let's get it going. Let's get it going. So in 10 minutes, I'm going to be changing my shirt again. So far we've gone through Talon and we've gone through Wildcats Revenge. And Chris had a great suggestion in regards to this shirt. But it's been a while since I've got any comments. So if people are out there, let me know what you want to talk about. We're here. We're streaming until we get to 5,000. It's looking like a longer night. For a while there, I was like, I might be done in an hour and a half. No, we're already 2.5 hours in, going on 3 hours. And we're going to keep on streaming until we get to 5,000. It's 7 o'clock. It's a Wednesday. What else are you doing out there? Seriously. It's a Wednesday. Where I am, there might be a Sixers game. I'm not a big fan of Sixers. Flyers are off. There's no football. Looks like this will be a good day to get the 5,000. So we're going to keep on streaming. It looks like I'm still on Facebook and on YouTube. So that's great. Very happy about that. But let me know what you want to talk about. We're going to get rid of this banner here. Subscribers account's still there. Let's kill that. Let's kill that. Let's go about talking. Let's talk about what should our next two subjects be? All right, this is a good one here. And let's do one more. All right, so we got two more things there. All right, let me check real quick, see if anything changed. Boom, boom. Oh my God, we lost a sub. I got to go change the clicker, but it's going the wrong way. Oh no. Well, yet again, that's what happens when you're trying to hit a goal. You're going to go up and then you're going to go right back down. So we are 20 away now from our goal. We lost a sub. Sorry if I bored you, or sorry if you're a Disney fan and was not happy with my rant. So we're going to go a little bit more positive here. Let's talk about some surprising parks. So first thing I want to talk about is, if you watch the channel, you know I love Clemington Park. You know I love Niagara. There's a couple parks that I definitely want to make sure I go to. They're not on the list for 2025. They're I guess we'd call them like parks that you kind of bucket list parks. That would be the best way to say. And I'm only going to talk about the United States because I haven't really looked European wise. Maybe eventually I'll get to Nigeria Land or Alton Towers, but right now I'm focused on the U.S. And there's about 10 parks that I really feel like I need to get to in the next couple years, because I am getting older and it's going to get more and more a challenge to ride these things. So first one I want to talk about is Six Flags Fiesta Texas. This park has been, everything I've heard about this park is that it's a marquee Six Flags park. By that, it's not the largest park, but because of its location in a what's that called, a quarry, it's such a unique setting and stuff like that. And it's got great roller coasters. It's one of the best ones there is the RMC they have, the one that flies over the Iron Rattler, flies off the quarry wall and all that stuff. Definitely interested in seeing that. Also, Krypton coaster, that loop with Superman on top, this looks epic. That's definitely something that I definitely am interested in going to. All in all, I think that'll be a 2-day park, day to play, a day to film. And it's definitely a bucket list park for me because I haven't found a reason to go to Texas yet. Florida is easy for me to go to because I opened up a branch office there during the pandemic. DeSantis didn't close. So for me, it was easy to do that. But Texas is just one of those places I don't see me getting there as often. So let me cheers here real quick. To be honest with you, I don't know how Tom Grossi does this for so many hours because my throat is already going raw. So we got that. So that's one. Number two would actually be Bent Beach Park. Now, why this little park in Kentucky is on my list? Because since we started, we haven't been able to get there. So I thought I could get there from Cedar Point, Kings Island, Kentucky Kingdom. But it's on the other side of Kentucky. Really kind of isolated out there. So I was thinking that. And then the other way was hit Dollywood and shoot across that way. But the thing about it is there's no matter where I'm at, always 3 to 4 hours away. And it always seems to be going the wrong direction. So I know that if I go to this park, it's going to be a half-day park. It's not a giant park. They have the Kentucky Rumbler is their big attraction, coaster-wise. So it's hard for me to justify that far of a ride from home for such a small park. But it's a bucket list because every year they ask, when are you coming? When are you coming? And every year I got to say, yeah, we're going to try to do it this year. Notice when I went through the parks that we're looking to hit this year, I didn't put it on there because every year I put it on there and it never happens. It's not even on my chart anymore. So I've kind of given up on that park, but it's kind of a bummer because it would be a nice park to visit and it fits into what we do, which is we kind of support and highlight the small parks like Niagara, Clementon, Del Grosso. So the fact that I haven't been able to make it to Bed Beach is quite a bummer. Let me check real quick here. Boom, 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 boom. Oh my God, I lost another. We're going backwards. Oh my God, I'm gonna be here forever. I'm never going to leave. I'm never going to make it. Let's see what we got here. So we're going down to 79. Oh my God, 49, 79. Save. Oh, brutal. Going the wrong way. Trying to get excited, guys. Come on. Give me some love. 21 more to go. We're almost at, oh, lost my count. You know what? I need to bring the energy. And in 5 minutes, the energy comes back. Why? Because we're changing our shirt again, people. We're changing our shirt. We're going to change our shirt into a new shirt, a different shirt. I'm excited for it. And we're going to our 3-hour mark. Now, I thought it would probably take us about 5 hours to do it. I was thinking that we'd be done around 9, 9:30, maybe 10. So is it going to be 5.5 hours? Is it going to be sooner? Is it going to be all night long? Are you going to be watching Whopper just sitting there staring at you like that? Guys, let me know. But, let me jump back over here to the comments. Also, comment-wise, let me know which is your favorite series that we do. So we do the Explorers, we do the Spotlights, we do Let's Eat, Let's Play. In the comment section, let me know which is your favorite. Or do you have an idea? Is there an idea that you're like, I really thought a Coaster Channel should do this? That's how Unplugged came about. Unplugged came about because people, the one lady was like, I don't want commentary. And after I cried, I realized, that I could implement that in there. We're not always going to take every idea, but we are excited for every idea. So if you have a thought or something you're interested in, let me know. Facebook people, we have over 10,000. Last time I checked, we have 10,200 followers. Come on over to YouTube. Hit the subscribe button. If 21 of you guys do that, I can go to sleep. I can eat my dinner. I have my dinner downstairs. I haven't even eaten it yet. So let's get to that goal. Let's keep doing what we're doing. Let's stop going backwards. Because that's been depressing that we actually lost to. But yet again, it's kind of funny. Every day when you're a YouTube person, you see it go up, see it go down, see it go up, see it go down, and you're hoping that the trend keeps going up. Watch hour wise, in January, not gonna lie to you, I'm sitting back there thinking, man, I am going to be bringing in this money every month, and we're going to keep growing, and we're going to keep doing this. And then September, October, November hit, and you're like, oh, yeah, that's right. People aren't looking up amusement park stuff then. And we're not like a daily person. Like, I'm not going to do sneak into Hershey Park or fly a drone over Hershey Park to get pictures of that. That's not what I do. On that 2 minutes, going to change the shirt. Any suggestions on shirts? Let me know in the comment section. Any kind of park or roller coaster, I got a lot. Definitely going to pop it in there. We're 3 shirts in. We're changing into number 4 every hour. We're changing our shirt. So keep it going. We'll see what we get. We've got still going. Where you at? So we actually lost 2 because I made some comments about Disney. I think some Disney people weren't happy about my negativity on Disney. But yes, the bottom is always up to date. So, yep, Alex, always check the bottom. But in about a minute, I'm about to change the shirt. So if you have a suggestion, Alex, let me know. Getting ready to change the shirt. But yeah, I am determined to keep going until I get to 5,000. Or YouTube says, your live feed, nobody's watching, you're done. So that's where I'm at right now. But like I said, if you got some friends, Alex, share it. Because I would like to, my dinner's downstairs, and I hate to actually have to bring up nachos and some salsa to survive here. I actually had to refill the Mountain Dew, and Disney fanboy can have some. Yeah, yes they can. And I'm not holding down punches on Disney. They're becoming a cash grab. Everything I thought I loved about Disney kind of disappeared. So, the Magic Express, free parking, the fast passes, all that kind of stuff. The meal plan, I hear it came back, but the meal plan, all that kind of stuff that Janine and I had the first time when we went back after the pandemic with Kylie, a lot of stuff is done. And I hear it's been getting worse and worse. So, yep, not really a big fan there. But all right, 5 seconds till I run. Let's see if any changes to our subscribers count's the same. And it's t-shirt time. Time to change the t-shirt. Taking the t-shirt. What should we do? What should we do? What t-shirt should we change it to? What are we going to do there? Well, you know what? This one was pretty easy. This t-shirt choice was pretty easy because even though I'm getting a little tired, my voice is getting a little hoarse. This coaster was our #1 coaster last year. And this year, it's Iron Quasi, people. And I like this shirt. You went to Disney last way. It was way overpriced for what it is. I haven't been there over 20 years. Yeah, before the pandemic, Janine and I went to Disney, and we really liked Disney. We really enjoyed Disney. I still remember we were over at Epcot, and one of the seafood places there, and on the meal plan was lobster tail. And I was like, oh my God, this is on the meal plan? And it was big. It was huge. And I was blown away by the bang for the buck. And when I went back, it was the exact opposite. It was brutal. It was so horrible. $15 for a Disney, a Mickey Mouse eared pretzel. And there's no discounts. It was not a great experience. So, but with that being said, #1 coaster, check out Simply the Best, top 50, 2 years in a row, #1 coaster, Iron Quasi. Fight me. All right. Do you like it? Do you hate it? Which coaster do you think's better? Let me know in the comment section. So, we're going up again in views. That is good. Some of these views might be new people, and be interested to see how that comes out. But I am Iron Quasi, loving Iron Quasi. Gabby from Coasters and Brews, she does amazing artwork. So if you see over there is Banshee, over here is Twisted Timbers. She built those. She actually made me one for Iron Quasi, but I still need to get her money, so I need to see how that works. But if you need any artwork coaster-wise, Gabby from Coasters and Brews, definitely reach out to her. She'll do customs. She's got stuff that she's already done that you can purchase and stuff like that. She did one for Meet the Dips, and they actually were selling it in their store over at Lakemont. So highly recommend everything she does there. All right. So I came up with a couple more comments here, subjects. And the one I want to talk about here is merch. I don't know about you. I love seeing the creativity of merchandise. Even over here, just a simple thing like this, a water bottle with Twisted Timbers, is fantastic. So is there any kind of merch that you look for, or do you just not buy anything? Very curious about that. I mean, here we got hippos are my favorite over at the aquarium, Adventure Aquarium. Got that there. I like this. This is one of my most unique. This is a baseball for Time Traveler. So yet again, when Time Traveler opened up there, Ari and I made it out there. But the fact that they were selling baseballs, that's the kind of creative merch that I love to see. Because you see shot glasses all the time, stuffed animals, that kind of stuff there. But when somebody's trying to sell you a baseball for a time traveling ride, that was very unique. So let me know in the comment section. Do you like it when we do the merch videos? That's the one that I've always been curious about. Let's Eat always made sense. People always want to know what food is at amusement parks. So that one made sense. That was the first one we came up with. Let's Play was kind of Ari. Ari is somebody who really enjoys arcades and those kind of games. Now, most of the time, I would steer her away from it because it costs money. But it got me thinking, there's probably a lot more people like Ari. And then when you go to like Knoebels, and when I filmed inside Knoebels, when I did the Let's Play in Knoebels, there was no room. It was mobbed with people playing games. And then there's this game called Fascination that I saw over at Darren Lake and then also at Knoebels. And people spend all day there rolling the ball and doing whatever that game is. So that's how Let's Play formed, because I knew about carnival games. I'm good at skee ball. I've always been somebody that I'm not going to play a million games. I'm good at this game. I can win this game. I want to keep playing this game. So the kids got a lot of whoppers and, different things that were giveaways at skee ball games because I was good at skee ball. So because of that, I kind of got into, we launched into Let's Play. But then I always liked merch, and I didn't think anybody else really did until I watched In the Loop with Legend. And Legend was showing off all the merch that he saw and that he wanted. And because of that, I kind of was like, yeah, let's do merch. Now, merch has changed into Let's Shop because we already have Let's Play, Let's Eat, Let's Shop. It goes there. And then the one that we hardly ever do, and I'm hoping to get more this year, would be Showtime. So Showtime is kind of about the daily shows. I don't want to get into the festival or the special events kind of stuff with Showtime because I want to do these in the beginning of the season so people can go and be like, oh, there's something going on at the Music Box Theater. I also don't want to show the entire show because we want to make sure people go to the shows. So if I show an entire Sea Lion show at Hershey Park, well, then why would, give them a sample, and I started doing that with, like at Niagara, they are known for the Wild West show. So I'll show snippets of it, but I'm not going to show the whole show. But that's where Showtime came from. And those are the four I really like. But which one of those would you consider to keep? I know Let's Eat. Everybody seems to like Let's Eat. One of our Let's Eat, I think it's Hershey I think it's Hershey, is one of our top 12 videos. And then also the Let's Eat at Liberty of the Seas, the cruise I went on. That one is storming up the rankings. And it not like the surge that I got, but it's definitely moving up the rankings, and it is definitely about 6,000 now. So the food ones people definitely like. The shopping and play, which is the games, and Showtime, I'm kind of curious which one you guys like more. Do you like any of them or none of them? That kind of stuff here. Oh, we got a couple more viewers. If you are brand new, basically we are streaming until we get to 5,000 subscribers. We are currently at 49.79. So we're 21 away from our goal. My voice is already gone. My dinner's downstairs, but we are determined to get to 5,000 subscribers before we shut this off. So if you want to help, want to let me eat, definitely make sure you subscribe, and pretty much I'm blown away by the support. Thank you guys so much for watching our little channel for about 2.5. We're going on a third year. So it'll be our third season that we're doing videos. Before that, we did the podcast. We still do the podcast. You can find the podcast on Apple, Spotify, Podbean, wherever you get your podcast. It's called the Trimmed and Stable Podcast. We drop 1, 2, sometimes 3 episodes a week. So tomorrow I'm actually going to, if my voice is good, might lose my voice, so we might not have a podcast tomorrow. But we try to do the podcast all the time. So, kind of going with the Joe Rogan method where we drop it when we drop it. So before we used to do like every Tuesday, but then something would come up and we miss it. So now we basically kind of do 3 in a row. We just dropped the one. Which one did we just drop? Oh, we dropped the one on where we're going next year. So that one dropped yesterday. Next one will drop probably Friday, but depending on my voice. Yet again, I'm starting to lose it. So let's see if we have an update. Let's see what our update is here. Boom. Just got something here. All right. So we just got something over on, it looks like it's over on Instagram. So what's the most intense drop tower you have ever ridden and why? What's drop tower is the roughest, shakiest, and jankiest you ever rode? So if you're new, I am afraid of heights. So it's very rare that I do drop towers. So I film them, but I don't really do them. But last time I was at Busch Gardens, Tampa, I did Falcon's Fury. And that is a big deal for somebody like me because it's the height. But so most drop towers, you go to the top and then you drop. right? And then slow down at the bottom, don't crash. Falcon's Fury, you go up, then it tilts you so you're hanging down like this on your stomach. And then you fly down and then it kicks back at the top. So why would I do this? Because I'm afraid of heights, right? So I'm kind of testing myself. As I get older, I like to test myself. So what I've been doing is the one thing about roller coasters that never scare me, which is very weird, is the drop. I can hang over Griffin and look straight down. I can go on reverse flash, what's it called? Mr. Freeze's reverse blast and shoot up and be straight down. That doesn't scare me. So last time I was at Busch Gardens, Tampa, I was like, okay, if I look straight ahead as I go up and focus far away, I should be good. So I did that. And then when it kicked me like that, I literally just felt like staring straight down. I felt like I was on a vertical drop. And to my surprise, I was able to do it. Now, would I do it again? Did it once, don't have to do it again. So drop tower wise, what's the gentleman's name? Sean. So drop tower wise, Sean, I'd have to say the best one is Falcon's Fury, just because you have that extra kickback. Jankiest would have to be Voodoo Drop at Six Flags America. It's an old style drop tower, and you can tell it's been there for decades. And you're so used to the S&S's, Hershey Park, you got the triple towers, which are kind of like, I kind of look at those as frog hoppers. You kind of bounce a bit and all that kind of stuff, kind of on that end. Voodoo Drop, you fly and then you stop. The other one that reminds me of is over at King's Dominion. I don't know the name of it. That one's a lot bigger. It's got a huge circumference of people that you go. But the jankiest one would probably be Voodoo Drop, and the best one would be Falcon's Fury. So thank you for the question. Don't know how you're doing that on Instagram, because I don't think we're recording on Instagram, because Instagram definitely has a lot more steps than Facebook and them. See if you got a change here. Oh, went back up to 80 people. Dropped it back up to 80. So we're going to come over here. Go ahead and change that banner, because that's what we do. As we update, we go back, we drop back up. So we're 20 away, people. 20 away from the incredible mark of 5,000 subscribers. Thank you guys so much for that. We're almost there. Getting there pretty. We had a surge, then we stopped. Hoping to get another surge. Don't want to be up until 2 o'clock. Also, I don't know how long a live lasts. If you know that, please let me know in the comment section. I don't know if it kicks off after 3 hours, 4 hours. Well, not 3 hours. We're already 3 hours in. But I don't know if it kicks off over a couple hours or what the how the precedence of that works. So if you know, definitely let me know in the comment section, just so I need to know to restart. That was a Disney conversation right there. Looks like we got 11 people in there right now watching us. So if you're new, we are streaming until we get to 5,000. Mine has started too soon. So historically, we get 5 to 10 new subscribers a day. About a week ago, we got what I call a surge, where our Simply the Best Part 1 somehow launched out to India and the Philippines. Because I went to bed at 33 and woke up at 4,500 subscribers. And I was like, wow, that hit pretty aggressively. So the last week or so, we kind of were slowly crawling to 5,000. So I made it in my mind that at 4,950, we were going to live stream until we get to our number. Well, I kind of got tied up, had some car trouble, finally got my car back. So we launched this at 62. So since then, we've gotten 18. We're almost halfway to our goal, 18 new subscribers. So if you're watching, thank you, first of all, for the support. Thank you for watching. I'm just a guy in an Iron Quasi t-shirt. Was it fourth change? We started out with Talon, then we went to Wildcats Revenge, then we did Twister. Now we're at Iron Quasi. Every hour, change the shirt. That way you can keep track. But with that being said, we're going to the fact that we're getting to 5,000 subscribers, that is a mark for a lot of channels. And a lot of channels never get there. And who knows? I might not get there. We're stuck at 4980, right? So I'm hoping that when we get to 5,000, before we launch this season, it's going to be it's amazing. So, because I want to get to 10,000. For some reason, 10,000, I know I'm never going to get to 100,000. I'm never going to get a 100,000 plaque. Just when you're a coaster person, even some of the best, Airtime Thrills, he's at 92,000. And his work is fantastic with his videos, his voiceovers, his different ideas he has. Fantastic. If you're not a fan, become a fan. Chris from Airtime Thrills, definitely somebody you got to check out. And you do get some. In the Loop is over 100,000. Of course, Coaster Studios is at 250,000. But yet again, it's very niche market. You need to really like roller coasters or amusement parks and a focus there. So 5,000 for me, I never thought we'd get this close. I thought maybe another 2 years because we were always creeping. Yes, we got the surge. Who knows why, but I'm so thankful for the surge. It definitely re-energized us with concepts and ideas. The new one that we're bringing back, we started it last year a little bit, but we're bringing it, is the Challenge Accepted, where we're going to do, how many rides on Iron Quasi can you do in an hour or something like that? Just some kind of challenge in every park. The one I really was proud of was, and I did it, we've only did 3. 2 of them were roller coaster based, and the other, and which I'm glad. The first one was, can you do all the roller coasters at Hershey Park in one day without a fast pass? We did it, but little bit of cheating. We did it, but we also had a sweet start. So before the general public could get into the park, we already knocked out 2 coasters, and we were able to jump on 2 very quickly. We did we did Sky Rush, and we did Super Duper Loop. No, we did Comet and Super Duper Looper first, and then Sky Rush. We got those 3 done, and then I ran to Storm Runner and Jolly Rancher Remix right away. So I got those 5 done in like an hour and 15 minutes, mainly because of the sweet start. So we were able to do it, but I'm not sure if you could do it without the sweet start. Second one we did, which I'm glad we did, was how many roller coasters can you get on at Great Adventure in 3 hours? And I'm glad we did that because it forced me to get on Kingda Ka and Green Lantern one more time before they eventually closed. If I didn't do that challenge, when I go to Great Adventure, I tend to skip those 2 coasters. As a guy, never been a big fan of stand-up. They kind of get painful. Even if you do it right, it's still not comfortable. And then Kingda Ka, I never really jumped on because it was always too much of a line for a 30-second ride. So, and I'd rather jump over to El Toro. So I'm glad I did that challenge because that allowed me to actually get on those one more time. But the challenge that I was most happy about was, and you can check it out, they're all on the channel, was how much fun can you have at Knoebels for $50? And I got $50 worth of tickets. And I did rides, I did food, I did that. I even did, if you have kids, this is how much kids rides cost. If you want to go to the pool, this is how much this costs. And it was just a great video. I'm surprised it only has 200, 300 views, but yet again, we're still a small channel. Hopefully over time, something like that kind of kicks off. But all in all, I've been pretty happy with the Challenge Accepted, and I'm looking forward to doing more of those in 2025. I'm going to try, especially the local parks like Dorney and Six Flags America, Kings Dominion. I'm going to try. I don't want to keep doing how many coasters can you ride or how many chicken nuggets can you fit in your mouth. I want to kind of come up with something specific for each park, so each one's different. So we did, can you do them all? And then how many can you do in an hour or 3 hours? And then we did the price. So I'll be curious to see what other, if you have any suggestions, definitely let me know. Looks like we have 22 people watching right now. If you're new, we're trying to get to 5,000 subscribers. We are 20 away. So as we get closer, please subscribe. If you know people who like roller coaster content, let's get over here. I'm trying to keep on streaming until we hit our goal. And I was in the beginning, we launched out pretty good, but kind of slowed down now. Getting a little nervous that this might be a very long journey. So, might as well drink a little Red Bull here. But make sure you like and subscribe. Any questions, comments you have about amusement parks or coasters, let me know. Every hour I change my shirt. This is my 4th shirt. Looking on the floor. Yep, there's 4 of them there. We had Talon over at Dorney Park. We started with, then we went to Wildcats Revenge, which was our number 2 coaster. Then good old Chris had a suggestion. Hey, why don't you do one that of a underrated coaster? So we did Twister at Knoebels, and now I'm doing my number 1 coaster, Iron Gwazi. So now I do have a 5-hour energy that if I need a little pick-me-up, that might be the direction I go. I'm curious to see. 7:30 right now. We've been up for about almost 3.5 hours. I'm wondering if it's going to launch upwards in a little while, or is it going to stay 1 or 2 people? Kind of curious about that, but anything you want to know, definitely let me know. Trying to think what else we can launch into here going into 3.5 hours. There's only so much stuff we can talk about, right? Yeah, you know what? Let's talk. Still have it here. Yes, I do. So we did a podcast about favorite amusement parks. So we have been to 63 different amusement parks since we started the 125 roller coaster challenge journey. Went to some before, but basically 63 is all the different ones we went to. We went to big ones, small ones, medium-sized ones. We were always jumping around. But I never really sat down and thought about the favorite parks. For years, I always said, people would be like, what's your favorite park? And I'd be like, my top 3 are Kings Island, Busch Gardens, Tampa, Busch Gardens, Williamsburg. Coaster Kev, what was my favorite park in 2024? All right, you know what? We're going to put that there. 2024. So Coaster Kev, I met Coaster Kev over at, I believe it was Six Flags Magic Mountain. I was filming. I think I was with Madonna that day. I think it was the final day. I think we met over by Wonder Woman, because I saw you doing some stuff on your phone and you saw me doing stuff with my phone. So definitely make sure you check out his channel. Definitely subscribe. Like his work, actually. I like the personal touch he has. I'm a little bit jealous, Coaster Kev, because I am in 20 to 30 degree weather right now. Most of my parks are closed, and you are over by Magic Mountain, and you're still riding. So, real quick question though: how safe is Magic Mountain from these fires? Is it close to Magic Mountain? I see it, but I don't know California that well. Is Magic Mountain and Knott's Berry safe? Definitely let me know that. But answer your question: favorite park. So we went to 23 different parks last year. A few new ones. Magic Mountain was new for me and stuff like that. So of the parks that we went to, probably my favorite, and it's not because it's your home park, but it had to be Magic Mountain. So I live by Great Adventure, and Six Flags Great Adventure is a large park, but it doesn't have much character. Both parks are safe. Good. So it doesn't have much character. What I think is really funny is they actually have a lake right on the edge, but they don't utilize the lake. In the old days, they had ski jumps and stuff like that, and they used to have firework displays, and they utilized the lake. It was part of it. And now the main area is blocked by a joker. So it's kind of very isolated there. Let me see real quick here. Did we go up in subs? Nope, still at 4980. So it's kind of they blocked it off, so they don't utilize it. So really, Great Adventure doesn't have much character. It's a flat area, very flat. And you see the water on Nitro when you're over by the Bugs Bunny National Park section and when you're on the log flume on the far end there by Frontier. So Magic Mountain to me was really neat because you got a mountain. It's a hill, but we'll call it a mountain. So you had all the way around the hill, and then you had the upper part of the hill. And that really interests me. Now, it's not a full circle. You kind of go to the underground, then it stops, and you kind of got to go up and over. So you don't get a full circle of the mountain, but it was a neat design. And when you go to a lot of Six Flags parks, Darien Lake, America, Great Adventure, even over Georgia, you kind of expect you're going to get hit with DC characters. You're going to get hit with Looney Tune characters. And that's what your theme is going to be. I liked how you had, over by Ninja, you had an Oriental theme with Tatsu on top of the hill. You had that country theme over by the water rapids. You also had the underground section with Apocalypse. So those are pretty good. Yeah, the chairlift is gone. So that's right. So you could actually get good views when you're on the chairlift, but they're taking that out. The sky, I don't know if you've heard Coaster Kev, but they're doing a lot of changes to Great Adventure. Kingdom Ka's gone, Zumajaro, Green Lantern. The parachute ride was standing but not operating for a year or two. And then they got rid of the Twix ride. So that's all gone. And then you got the Sky ride, which was the easiest way to get from one end to the other. So now that's gone. So that whole area is going to be gone. So Great Adventure next year, I'm going to have to do a new Explorer because it's going to look different. And plus they're adding Flash. So Magic Mountain exceeded my expectations. I was planning on going for 2 days. It ended up being 3 days because of what am I thinking here? I wasn't able to get on X, and I felt like I needed to get on X. And it ended up being 4 days because my friend Madon came, who you met, and she was like, let's go to Magic Mountain. I'm like, hell yeah, I'll go 4 days. But I really got to enjoy the park, really got to learn the park. I love the fact, the log flume uses the hill. Tatsu is amazing because of the hill. So because of the whole aspect of it, I really enjoyed it. So that was probably it. And I liked it better than Knott's. And a lot of people like Knott's Berry Farm better. But my problem with Knott's Berry, and I think it was because I ended up going on Juneteenth, and I was like, and I didn't know it was Juneteenth. I'm like walking around on a Wednesday thinking, don't people work in California? Apparently the answer is no. But also on Juneteenth, everybody has off. So we got a lot of crowds. So I'm not going to blame the dispatches, even though Ghost Rider was one train because of it being broken down. And with the crowds, it was a 2.5 hour wait. The thing with Knott's Berry is, and you really see it on Coast Rider, not Ghost Rider, Coast Rider. At one time, this was a farm, Knott's Berry Farm. It's in the name. But now it is an oasis in a sea of urban sprawl. When you go up Coast Rider, you look over the fence and you see cars, a 6-lane highway and cars and traffic lights and all that. And it really kind of kills the immersiveness of a theme park. When you go to Magic Mountain, and I see you agree with me, you go to Magic Mountain, you got to get in, there's wilderness and there's that. Yes, you got the Ghost Town section and you got the boardwalk. And I loved how they themed the boardwalk. I loved how you had that pier and then you had 2 flat rides. I think it was a scrambler and a flyer there over water. I liked how they did that. That was neat. But you kind of lose a lot when most of the parks I go to, Hershey Park could be like that, but it's far enough from the highway. The only time you really see the highway is when you're on Wildcats Revenge or Lightning Racer. When you're over on Storm Runner and Great Bear and all that, you're in the park. You're immersed in the park. So The only other park I kind of feel like is landlocked like that is Busch Gardens Tampa. But that's, yet again, it's only on one side of the park, and they have the huge Serengeti section that kind of isolates you from the rest. But when you're over on Montu, yeah, you see the parking lot and you see, the smoke shop across the street. So you get that with Busch Gardens Tampa. But I actually have to say, probably the highlight of 2024 for me was Magic Mountain. And I knew I wanted to go to Magic Mountain because Great Adventure, there's three big ones. Great Adventure over in Jersey. You got the Chicago one over with Great America, and you got Magic Mountain. And Magic Mountain was always, this is where they filmed Vacation, as somebody there. So it was always a goal and a dream. And I want to watch Vacation again because it's been a while since I've seen Wally World. But the fact that it lived up to expectations, and actually I would not mind that being my home park. A little jealous of you there, Coaster Kev. And yet again, you probably look at me, it's Hershey Park, and be like, oh my God, I really wish Hershey Park was my home park. Everybody, the grass is always greener. But going through my list, my number one park is, and I really wish this park was closer, Busch Gardens Williamsburg. There you are fully immersed in nature. It always wins the most beautiful park. And they have a great coaster lineup. Alpengeist, Griffin, Verbolten, Pantheon. But what really separates Busch Gardens Williamsburg from Magic Mountain, Hershey Park, and all that, their festivals, their food and spirits festivals that they have, they are fantastic. And the one in Williamsburg I like so much better than Tampa. When I did the one in Tampa, at Busch Gardens Tampa, they have it right around where Iron Gwazi is. There's an Iron Gwazi, and then you have the kids section, and then in that area is where they put all the food booths. So they're all in one area. You buy your things and you walk around, you're good. SeaWorld is fantastic, and so is Williamsburg, because it's throughout the entire park. Oh, wait. Boom, boom, boom. Glad you enjoyed it. I really did like Great Adventure the most by you. I need to get back to Busch Gardens Williamsburg. Had a short day. Yeah, Williamsburg really, it's a tough ride. So miles wide, it's under 200 miles. So it's not bad on that front. But for me to get there, I got to go through DC. You either take 95 or you take the long way around there. On what's that called? There's a way around DC, but even there, you got to get on 95. And I don't like staying overnight unless I have to. And that trip gets so brutal. Let's see where we're at real quick here. Did we go up? No, we're staying. We're staying at 4980. We are stuck at 4980. Coach Kevin, got any friends? Send them this way. I want to go to bed tonight. But I want to get the 5,000. I don't want to wimp out. I'm going full Tom Grossi here. I'm going to keep going until I get the goal, but we really slowed down. We shot up from like 62 to 81, dropped down to 79, went back to 80, and then we're kind of like stuck 20 away. So if you know anybody, Coaster Kev, help me out. Just want to get to 5,000 before I call it a night. But what I was getting at is, to get to Busch Gardens Williamsburg, I got to go through DC traffic. So instead of it being a 3.5, 4-hour drive like it should be with miles, it's almost 6 hours. And it's hard for me. Thank God my daughter lives in the DC area, so I could crash there, but it's still 2 hours to get there. And the worst part is when you get by King's Dominion, on a Sunday, the traffic just stops going into DC. And I don't know what it would do. But it's brutal. It's really brutal how you get there. But if that park was my home park, I could see me being there 3 days a week, because they got the bars. Hershey doesn't really have bars. They have the Chocolatier, which is a higher end restaurant, but it's not a place where you can sit back and have a drink. But when you go to Grogan's Pub, or if you go over to other areas of Busch Gardens, let's be honest, Busch Gardens, it was built to sell beer. So I can see me going there to Grogan's Pub and having to drink, once a week. And then with all the festivals that come in, just a great environment. And then SeaWorld, also fantastic food spirits too. I love how you go to different sections and all that. I've been to 3-4 of these food festivals, and I always get the 20 pack. and give 10 to like Kylie and 10 to me. I remember we got the 10-pack the first time at Williamsburg, and I bought 1 meal, 4 drinks. My daughter got 5 meals, and 4 of them were hush puppies. And she couldn't eat them all. So we put them in the back seat. I had a quick stop. Somebody jammed their brakes. I had to jam my brakes. And the hush puppies flew everywhere in the back. And not lying, about a month and a half later, I was vacuuming behind the seat, and there was still a hush puppy wedge back there. I'm like, oh my God, what the hell's going on here? But it's one of those things where you're like, you got to at least get 1 or 2 drinks. So when I went with Michelle, I went to SeaWorld, and we both bought 20 packs. We both had 10 each, and I probably did 7 drinks that day and stuff like that, and some food. But food's fantastic. I really wish Busch Gardens Williamsburg was closer because I could see that. Hershey is my home park by about 10 minutes. Where I'm located, I'm not going to give you too much information, but I'm kind of halfway between Dorney and Hershey. And Dorney has been upping their alcohol game the last couple of years. So before, Hershey was pretty much a dry park. For years, Hershey was dry, except for one little food area over, I forget what it's called now. I did a whole thing on it. But there was over there right by across from Coal Cracker, the Overlook. That's where you can buy a drink. There was a little section there you can get a bar. Now, they actually have signature drinks. Not really drinks. They have beer. And they have beer over by Wildcat. They got beer now down by Super Duper Looper. They got it up there by the main food court when you get in there. And then they actually built a, over by Trailblazer, they had the Valley of Beers, literally called the Valley of Beers, where they actually have all these microbrews in that area that you can tap and stuff like that. So in the last 5 years, maybe 3 years, you can see Hershey has gone from a different level of family friendly with no alcohol. And you got to remember, they used to have Hershey Park in the dark, which was a non-scary alternative. So you would be at Hershey Park in autumn, but you had trick-or-treating, but you didn't have the haunts. And now they have Dark Nights, which is all haunts. So it's neat in the last, since the pandemic ended, they went from being no alcohol or very limited alcohol to now having 5 or 6 and having a thing called Valley of Beers. And then changing their haunt from family friendly to now competing with Dorney Park and Great Adventure in the scare area. So it's kind of neat to see that change. But getting back to Busch Gardens, I just think they have the festivals really put them to another level. But Dorney, in the last couple of years, now you actually have Schooner's Pub in the water park. You've got a band area with a bar. And then you've got the Midway Bar. And then you've got over by Iron Menace, you now have the sipping container. Instead of shipping, it's sipping. So they've kind of been embracing, and they have Iron Menace beer and all that kind of stuff. So they've really been embracing it too. So it's neat to see how Six Flags always kind of had alcohol. So, but it's neat to see how they kind of changed that up. Even Six Flags, though, they turned the old station for Batman and Robin into the retro bar. And I walked in there, and that was kind of neat. And I think it's a lounge just for members, which is nice because I'm a Diamond League VIP. But it's neat to see how those things have changed. So alcohol is becoming more prevalent. All right, so it's 3 hours and 40 minutes into it. We are still at. We lost another one. Oh my God, we're yo-yo. Let me go over here real quick. We're back down to 79. Come on, people. 21 away. 21 away from heaven. 21 away from me to stop changing shirts. Actually, we are 20 minutes away from a new shirt. So if you have any suggestions for shirts, let me know. But we looks like we only have about 10 people in here right now. So if you're watching, give me some suggestions. Coaster Kev came on here. Give me some love. Appreciate it. Coaster Kev, give me some friends. Let's get over this hump here. But we're going to go real quick here. We got about 20 minutes. So 20 minutes, we should be able to go through our top parks. So that's what we're going to do right now. Now, if you're familiar with power rankings, this is a big thing when it comes to NFL. And I actually have an NFL channel, actually. Only 20 subscribers. Very small. Very niche. It's called the End Zone Enthusiast. And with that being said, definitely check it out if you like NFL stuff. It's basically me just talking. Not really big on graphics. Kind of like this. Not very big on graphics. But, oh, you know what I forgot? I forgot to put the ticker on. There we go. Oh, don't like it going down. We want it going up. But when you do power rankings, you basically do your top 10, and then you do honorable mentions. So the way I have always done the power rankings is we do 2 honorable mentions, and then we do our top 10. So the one thing about this is there's no family parks in there. So you're not going to see Storybook Land or Land of Maple Leaf. These are theme parks. So we're going to go with the honorable mentions. And I kind of cheated a little bit with honorable mentions because I give 2 for each. All right. So the first category, honorable mentions, if you know anything about my channel or know anything about me, it has to be Niagara and Clementon Park. Now, these are small regional parks, basically 1 or 2 roller coasters, a lot of family rides, some theming. Clementon Park is over in Clementon, New Jersey, about 25 miles, give or take, from Philadelphia. So it probably technically is the closest amusement park to Philadelphia. Maybe Sesame Place is closer, kind of close. But Clementon Park and Niagara are both Gene Staple parks, which are IB parks, Indiana Beach parks. And Clementon is really, it's a great park. It's got limited things, but their claim to fame is the water park. Their water park, they got a great lazy river. They got a fantastic wave pool. They got some great towers. And sad for the park, but great for us, it never is crowded. If you want to just ride slides all day, go to Clementon Park. You can get on it, especially during the week. You get on it, slide down, go on, slide down. You will get exhausted doing the water park. Niagara used to be Martin's Fantasy Island. It's on Grand Island in the middle of this Niagara River. And basically, if you go to Niagara Falls, it's right there. And this one, also saved by Gene Staples. This one, their kids section is fantastic. They have a great train, but they have a really high-end roller coaster called Silver Comet, which is an old CCI. It's actually a steel frame with wood track. And the maintenance people there have done an amazing job with this coaster. So the water park is a little bit lackluster. They have a lazy river. They don't have a wave pool. The wave pool has been closed since I've been there. They have a couple of towers for slides, and they have a cute little kiddie area. So it is a small water park, but it's mostly a park. And their claim to fame is the Western show. They have a Western section where they do a show 4 or 5 times a day. They also put their train involved, and they actually do a robbery on the train kind of show, which is kind of nice. So 2 small parks, definitely highly recommend. Definitely show them love in 2025, and they get honorable mentions. The other 2 honorable mentions are kind of in the same boat too, and those are Six Flags America and Six Flags Darien Lake. So not quite as bad as Cedar Fair was. For a while, Six Flags would always give every park something new. So every year, Darien Lake would get something, and Six Flags America would get something, and Magic Mountain, they'd all get something new. Sometimes it would be a flat ride, sometimes it would be a new restaurant, but there's always something new. But these parks always seem to get the lower end. Yeah, while Magic Mountain might get a coaster, Darien Lake might get a new flat ride. So they were always second tier. Well, now that Cedar Fair and Six Flags merged, most of the management is from the Cedar Fair guys. I call them Cedar Point, Cedar Fair boys. And their claim to fame was the rich get richer and the poor get nothing, i.e. Dorney Park, Worlds of Fun, Michigan's Adventure. They would get nothing every year, while Cedar Point would get something new. Kings Island would get something new. Canada's Wonderland would get something new. So looking at the new merger, I don't see both these parks may lose their Six Flags branding because Six Flags is all about consolidating and selling things off. Darien Lake, I think, is going to survive because they survived without Six Flags before. I'm worried about Six Flags America. So both these get honorable mentions because they are very good parks and you don't know what their future holds. So I highly recommend visiting and going there. All right, let's check real quick here. At the 45-minute mark, still at 79 at 8 o'clock at night. Guys, come on, 21. We're trying to make it, guys. We're gotta try to make it. We're 3.5 hours in. Come on, show me some love here. Let's get the 5,000. All right, let's talk about our top 10 parks. Number 10 is Maury's Piers at Wildwood, New Jersey. So why Maury's Piers? So this is 5 different piers. And the great thing about this is it's connected to the Wildwood Boardwalk. So you literally have miles of not just fun piers with rides and food and games and all that, but you also have the boardwalk, which also has food, games, and, even, there's a Ripley's, believe it or not. So the whole Wildwood experience is something, if you've never seen it, I've never encountered anything else like it. Yeah, you have the Atlantic City boardwalk, but they got one pier. You got Ocean City that has a boardwalk, but they got one pier, water park, one pier closed. There's nothing else like Wildwood. And it goes from North Wildwood through Wildwood into Wildwood Crest. It is just huge. And Maury's just they are top notch with the dispatches. They're one of the best overall things to do. So we are good to go there. Maury's, number 10. So thrilled to see it. So number 9 could have been 3 parks. Because they could be honorable mentions, but I kind of think there's 3 parks there. And those could have been SeaWorld Orlando. Great coaster lineup. Great theming. I mean, you got the shows. And great festivals. It could have been King's Dominion because, yet again, this is a very good park. It's a solid park. They're getting a brand new ride. Kind of trimming the fat a bit there with losing the Anaconda, but great park. When push came to shove, number 9 had to go to Six Flags Great Adventure. Even though they're losing Ka and they're losing Green Lantern, they're not getting rid of them for nothing. They're going to be putting in something huge, a multi-launch from what I've heard. Don't have the specs or anything like that. So Great Adventure's future is bright because it looks like Cedar Point, the Cedar Fair boys, are going to be investing in this park, unlike Six Flags America, unlike Darien Lake. So I see the future of Great Adventure. They got Flash opening. You've got the construction, 2026, you're going to have the new coaster. So sometimes you got to tear things down to build them up. And I think the future of Great Adventure is going to be great. No pun intended. They're doing a lot of new things. The food area over by Wonder Woman is fantastic. The retro bar. They're tying in a lot of different areas. They're definitely beautifying the park. Before it looked like a slab of asphalt with rides. Now they're doing a lot more with that. So number 9, got to go with Six Flags Great Adventure. Number 8, got to go with Dollywood. Now, we were only there 2 days, one time, but it was during the pandemic. So I had to wear a diaper on my face the whole time. But the ride lineup, the shows, the Lightning Rod, Thunderhead, Wild Eagle, the Tennessee Tornado, a lot of great rides. Hey, Daniel, I'm subbed up. Thank you, Daniel, for subbing up. Hey, you have any questions? Anything like that? I'm going through my top 10 parks right now. So Coasting and Traveling, let's go. Wait a second. Does this mean we're moving up in our rankings? 80. We're back up to 80. We are now only 20 away from our goal. Yes, we're going in the right direction again. Let me go here real quick. Update our counter. Thank you guys so much for subbing. If you're new, we're going in our 4-hour mark. We are trying to get to 5,000 subs at this point. We're 20 away. It's a milestone that we never thought we'd get to. Also, in 10 minutes, we are going to be, all right, Coastal Kev, appreciate it. Also, in 10 minutes, every hour, I changed my shirt. So the first hour was Talon over at Dorney Park. Second hour was Wildcats Revenge. The third hour was a request from, who was that gentleman there earlier? It was Chris, who said, give us a shirt of a coaster you think is underrated. So I went through my shirts, found Twister at Knoebels. It's always overshadowed by Phoenix, but Twister, pretty damn good wooden coaster. And then, of course, got to go with my number one coaster, which is good old Iron Quasi. Just checked again. We're at 81. We're going up. Guys, I love you. Thank you so much. I'm starting to lose my voice. And the funny thing is, tomorrow my plan was to do 3 podcasts and get, that. That might not happen now because I sound like I'm hit puberty here. I'm getting beat up. But we are 19 away. This was our high water mark. We got here to 81. Then we lost 2. Then went up. Then lost 1. And then now we're back up. So we're getting there, guys. Can we get 19 more? Greatly appreciate it. And so now we're in Iron Quasi. Also, if you're new to the channel, we just dropped our top 50 coasters, part 2. So that definitely check that out. That's got, looks like right now that's got 50 some views. So doing pretty good there. If you're new, we started out the year at 3,200 subs. So, and we usually get 5 to 10 every day. Kind of consistent. We do programming every day. Sometimes full-length videos, sometimes shorts, but every day we're dropping something new. All right. About a week ago, I went to bed 3,300, and we just, I guess we recently dropped part 1, 51 to 100 of, or Simply the Best coasters, the first part of the series. Woke up to 4,500. For some reason, I figured out later on, somehow that video got launched to India and the Philippines. And you got billions of people there. So all of a sudden, we went from 33 to 45. And since then, we've been growing. Instead of 5 to 10, 3 to 5 every day, we started going 10 to 20 every day. Just started going up. So I am a huge fan of a gentleman named Tom Grossi. If you love sports in any way, definitely check out Tom Grossi. He's a Packer fan, but he live streams every playoff game. So many games, he does comedy skits, NFL script writer and stuff like that. Very entertaining. But what he does is when he's about to do a milestone, or he does a lot for charity. And earlier this year, he started streaming at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and his goal was to keep streaming until he raised $100,000 through, I guess, chats and all that kind of stuff there. And it took him 13 hours, but he literally did it. He was sitting there, he was streaming, talking, going through the different, now he's got a lot more people that are chatting, but it got me thinking, hey, we're about to hit milestone here. Let's kind of do the same thing. So my original plan was to do it at 49.50, but I had to do some work today outside, got my car back. My car was gone for 10 days, getting repaired. So got fender bender there with a feed truck. Mazda 3 gets a feed truck. Mazda usually loses. So I started this around 4:11 today. We're going to our 4th hour and at 62. And now, let's see where we're at now. Boom, new high water mark. We're at 82. So let me go there real quick here. We're going to update again. This is the high water mark, guys. This is the highest that we have gone since we started. 18 away from me being able to eat my dinner, which is downstairs in the crock pot. So it got me thinking, okay, you know what? How are we going to celebrate this? Let's see if we can get to 5,000. So my goal, and it's still there, even though my voice is shot. I don't know how Tom Grossi does it because I'm doing 4 hours and I'm done. and he does like 3 football games on a Sunday. So very impressive. But we're 18 away. Going to keep on going until we get to our goal. It's 8 o'clock at night. I'm drinking a Red Bull because I have a feeling we're going to be here for a while. But, tell your friends. Definitely tell your friends, like Coaster Kev did. Coasting and Traveling. Do you have a channel? And then Daniel, do you have a channel? Because if you guys have a channel, I will definitely sub up with you guys. Daniel, maybe not, but Coasters and Traveling kind of looks like you might have a channel. So if you do, let me know about your channel. Tell me something about your channel, and I will plug it out there. It's funny. We're on Facebook right now, and we're on YouTube, and I think we're still on Facebook. If somebody's out there on Facebook, leave me a quick chat there because I want to make sure that we're still live on Facebook. But we are 5 minutes away from 4 hours, which means a new shirt. So, Coaster Kev, I got to do a shirt for Magic Mountain. I just think that I kind of need to do that because you're here, and that's your home park. And by the way, what is your favorite part about Magic Mountain? I told you what my part was, but coasting and traveling is great. So I am definitely going to check you guys out there. Actually, you know what? I'm going to do that right now. Let me check. Got no sub, but let me go real quick here. Go on my riveting television, isn't it? Nope. I'm going to make sure that we get on coasting. Where's that? And I have 3 channels. I have my personal, and I have my End Zone Enthusiast, which is my football channel, which just started this year. It's got a long way to go. Boom, boom, boom. All right. Do you have 2.32 subs, right? Is that you? Because if that is you, Coasting and Traveling, is that right? That looks right. Boom. We have now subbed to you. And that is the End Zone Enthusiast just did that. So I am going to jump over to Roller Coaster and Coasting. There we go. Boom. 125 Roller Coaster. And I will do that again with Dirges, which is my personal one. So that's the one where if I'm watching things, yet again, I have 3 channels. Dirges, there's nothing on Dirges. I don't do anything on Dirges content-wise. The End Zone Enthusiast, I started at the beginning of the year. Not high hopes, but I do love the NFL. I just want to share my love of the NFL real quick here. Boom, we got another one. 90, 17 away. New high watermark. All right, let's go over to banners. Hide. Boom. Add a 3. We are creeping, but we're doing it, guys. We're doing it. Love the support. Let's see what we got here. I'll get your I'll get you personally too. It's a Philly type thing. Are you Philly? Are you based in Philly, buddy? So I always end everyone with Fly Eagles Fly, Baker's Gotta Bake, and Bills Mafia. Just keep doing what you're doing because I'm a Phillies fan by trade. Hold on. Let me got my Eagles hat here. I actually dropped an episode today on the End Zone Enthusiast, going through the winners and losers of last week. I also recorded today the power rankings of the 8 remaining teams. Going to drop that one tomorrow morning. And then I was going to do it this afternoon, but then the car got done. So I also have to record tomorrow. Hopefully my voice is good. My picks for the upcoming week. Actually, it's funny. I am currently with my picks 182 and 96. So that is how I've been picking this year. So at 66%, pretty good. But all in all, for there, it's just me talking football. Kind of boring. Hopefully next year, I kind of threw it together. I've been watching Tom Grossi. Oh, by the way, you love football? Tom Grossi. It's Good Sports is Brandon Perna. Highly recommend them. Urinating Tree. He's a Pittsburgh guy. These guys are great. Scooter Magruder, Dallas fan. Don't hate him. He's actually kind of funny. So you got all those guys. So make sure you check out those guys if you love sports. Tom Grossi, to me, is the king. The way he does things, he's used this forum to raise over millions of dollars for charities. Just a great guy, chaotic good. And that's why I came with this idea. All right, we are hitting the 4-hour mark, and I'm changing shirts. So hold on one second. Boom, 4 hours. Change the shirt. All right, so what shirt are we going to go with now? Quasi is done. So I got to do a shirt here. This shirt was easy to pick because Coach Kev and his park. So we got to go with Tatsu over at Magic Mountain. That is the shirt for this hour, people. Tatsu. So I'm subbed up to Tom. Oh, you know Grossi. My Eagles jersey says, yeah. I actually have a shirt for Chase Utley with his effing Philly, when he did his thing as the parade there. So, yep. Tatsu, I'll be honest with you, this one came into my rankings at number 7. And the reason why is because it's the first time in a while that I was scared shitless. Excuse my French. I'm afraid of heights. So the thought of going up Magic Mountain and then riding a pretzel loop from that height scared the heck out of me. So because I actually still had a fear. Oh my God, we just jumped up to 86. Hold on. Story time in a second, but we got to keep this thing accurate here. There we go. 14 away, guys. I might eat dinner tonight because I was getting nervous. I was thinking my dinner might be breakfast. So, but I love it. That's definitely the best of the heights yet. So I'm here with my friend Michelle. My friend Michelle, photographer friend, she's been part of my company for 15 years. And it was my birthday that we went. And she is one of those people who rules don't apply. She has her own charm. So we're going through the park. We're getting there. The first day I'm there, I'm getting the coaster credits, the roller skate rule. Always get the coaster credits. So I get there, and we finally get to Tatsu. And she's the one who's like, well, you're scared. I'm like, yeah, I'm scared to death. This is the one that was, I wasn't even afraid of X2 because I've done 200 feet straight down. Wasn't afraid. And she was like, well, if you're going to do it, you might as well do the front row. And I'm like, oh, I hate you so much. But I did the front row. And oh my God, it's funny because when you're so scared and petrified, and then when you're going up the lift hill and you're like, well, I'm strapped in, we're done. This is how we're doing it. And the euphoria that you get when you conquer a fear like that just is exhilarating. And it's funny because I did our park day. I think it's called the birthday one. And you can hear it in my voice. People commented, oh my God, you sound like you just won the lotto. And for me, it was just, Tatsu was a bucket list coaster for me because of the height. And like I said, if you look at the stats, it's only 150 feet, but you're hanging off the side of a 100-foot hill. So that soaring that you get is just amazing. So, okay, that was a tangent there. Back to coasters and traveling. Yep. I'm sub to Tom. Yep. Definitely. It's funny. I got introduced to these guys by Perna, who is That's Good Sports. And his stuff is really funny because he's sponsored. First of all, he curses. He doesn't care. And he's very, a lot more raw. And then from him, I met Grossi, who does GPS with him, Grossi Perna Show, GPS. And I realized I like Tom's stuff better. He does script writer. His new script writer is huge, large, but it's hilarious. And I love how he ties in all his characters, the Strouds. They're not the Texans, they're the Strouds. And they're evil. Who made him evil? He came up with them being evil. So if you're not familiar, but he does the live streams. And that's where I came up with this idea because when he got to 750, he did a whole thing getting to 750. And he did it at 745, but he has so much more reach than I do. But Let's see if anything changed. 88. Oh my God, we're going to do it. I'm going to have dinner. Coaster Kev, thank you so much for re-energizing this. This is great. And like I said, I'm going to make sure that I'm following you guys on all three of my accounts. Definitely doing that. Definitely make sure you check out Coaster Kev's stuff. I will be checking out. Wait, hold on a second. I can't multitask. I'm too old. There we go. 88. There we go. Save. Boom. And back to comments. So let's go. Yeah, we're doing it, guys. We're doing it. But yeah, so definitely make sure you check out those guys. They do, I think it's called Chat Sports, or no, what's it called? Not Chat Sports. It's on Thursday. So you got Perna and Grassi on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday that do it at 11 o'clock a.m. On the East Coast a.m. And they do GPS for an hour. And then on Thursday at like 6 o'clock at night, you got Scooter Magruder, some guy who's a Giants fan, Urinating Tree, which by far is the best name ever, Grassi and Perna, and they do a whole thing. I forget what it's called, something, yeah. But it's really good. So definitely check those guys out if you like sports stuff. My End Zone Enthusiast, I do it for myself. I do it, actually, here is all of the power rankings for the year, all right there. I do it for myself, but it's a way to, this time of year as a wedding photographer, a little slow. So I'm glad I have, and the parks aren't open where I live. So with that being said, it gives me something to do until the parks open up again. Now, with that being said, I'm definitely looking at probably hitting Nickelodeon universe on American Dream. I've reached out to Island Water Park again. I was surprised. So when I went to Island Water Park, we didn't really do many tours, but they were very accommodating. It's funny, when I go to a regular amusement park, I'll check in just to give them a heads up who I am and what I'm doing. But when I go to a water park or like a Sesame Place, I get permission in advance because I want them to know who I am, where I'm going. There's a fine line between a person filming a water slide and some pervert filming girls going down a water slide. So want to make sure I'm in column A, not column B. Literally, the first time I went to Sesame Place, I walked in, I go, listen, I'm 50 years old. I have no kids. Please don't put me on a watch list, just because, it could be there. So I always make sure I get permission before I film. I want them to know who I am. I always film with this. Kevin, it's funny. I paid money for a gimbal, and I realized the first park I went to that this isn't going to work because I went to iPlay America in Jersey, which is a family fun center. And I hooked it up and started walking around. And it seemed like every 10 feet, somebody was like, oh, what's your channel? Oh, what are you doing? Oh, how's this? Oh, why are you filming me? Blah, blah, blah. And I realized this gimbal basically screams, I'm a YouTuber. So I realized I'm taking pictures for grandma. So I use a cell phone. And some people might laugh, but you know what? People don't bother me. People let me do what I need to do. And I actually made, let me find them here. I think, Coaster Kev, you might have one of these. I actually made cards for 125 roller coaster. So I keep them in my pocket. So somebody, especially when I'm doing an explore, so if somebody comes up to me, I just pop it out there and just give it there. It has a QR code on the back, like and subscribe. So that way I don't get as many people bugging me with, oh my God, what's your channel? All this. Here you go. And that way I don't have to edit it out later. All right, see what we got here. Oh, yeah, there you go. Coaster Kev, I have a great idea. Yeah, Coaster Kev, it was a lifesaver because as I was going through, when I do the explores, I do one takes and I don't edit. So if I'm walking through Magic Mountain and then I have 5 people come up to me at the 50-minute mark, that's going to be in there. So given the cards, it's kind of people realize, oh, I'll talk to them later. Here's the card and stuff like that. I think when we met, I think it was Wonder Woman. I think it was on Wonder Woman And I saw you filming, and then I was and then I think I approached you. I said, hey, what's your channel on that end? What's Kyra? You got to upgrade to Kyra. Explain that. I'm old, remember. And also, Coasters Travels. Let me go back here. I agree. I try to be careful at water parks. Always good to check in with each park and place. You're good. I always work for the best. It always works the best for me. I have business that worked well. Going to places. Yeah. No, it's one of those things, especially the smaller parks. They really appreciate that you're there. Like when I go to Clementon Park, they definitely are very happy. Island Water Park was very gracious. The one that surprised me this year, I'll catch up on the chat and say, oh, your name. Okay. Okay, Kira. All right, great. So now I know Kira. Kira Knightley is okay, cool. Well, thank you, Kira. So real quick, this year, my family always goes to the Jersey Shore to get a place in Avalon or Sea Isle. And I pop in for 2 or 3 days. I'm not an all-day one there. But I was like, you know what? I want to go to Maury's Piers. It's been a while. I missed Maury's Pier the year before. So I looked, and they had 7:30 a.m., the 2 water parks open. 2 piers opened up at 1, and then the other one opened up at 4:30. So I called Maury's Piers and said, listen, do you have access to things when the piers are closed? How does that work? And stuff like that. And they're like, well, who are you? And I said, well, I have a channel, blah, blah, blah. And they're like, okay, what's your channel? And I told them the channel. They're like, we'll call you back in 10 minutes and let you know, what's up. 10 minutes later, they call me up. They're like, all right, here, go to this part here. We're going to give you a ride all day, splash all day pass, and you have access to whatever you need. And I was like, wait, what do you mean? And I was like, they're like, we saw your stuff. We like what you do. So I got there at like 10 a.m. and I filmed until 7 p.m. I went to every pier. I did Let's Eat, Let's Play, merch. There was no showtime there. I did the Explorers. I did everything because and I didn't get to play. I did get to ride the coasters. I rode the coasters, jumped on roller coaster a little bit there. But for them to actually let me go on Dante's Dungeon and film blew me away. I was so humbled. So I wanted to make sure that they got as much content as I could. And I just launched the full length because I had it broken down by piers. I launched full length. And the next video I'm working on is a park review of Maury's Piers. So that's what that is. All right, let me catch up there. Yes, I have a card. Great idea. No, I don't have a QR code. Yeah, I wanted the QR code because it's funny. I used to tell people that the QR code nowadays, people just click it and it's set up. It goes right to the subscribe page. So it for you to continue, you actually have to subscribe. So that was a neat little thing there. I was happy to saw my own card. Yeah, I'm a photographer by trade. So for me, graphic design is not that tricky. Yep, Alex, we're getting closer. Let me see where I'm at right now. I haven't looked in a few minutes. We're at 88. We're still at 49.88. We're 12 away, people. 12 away. Getting closer. Nice and you start. Yeah, Kelso Kev, I would reach out to the parks. Now, here's my suggestion. Do that with small parks. Hershey Park doesn't give a crap. Great Adventure doesn't give a crap. It's the smaller parks where you stand out more. When you walk into Hershey Park on a Wednesday and it's mobbed, you can film because they don't know who you are, what you are. If I want access to something, I'll reach out in advance. But Hershey Park, Six Flags Magic Mountain to you, don't bother. But if you're going to a smaller park, like Dorney Park, they know me. I go in there. Dorney Park, Ryan is the PR guy. Yeah, they know me pretty well. I was actually a little bummed that I was only like 2,000 subs last year. So I was bummed that I didn't get a chance to do the media for Iron Menace because I saw a lot of my friends there. I saw Katie's Coasters, Coasters and Brews was there, the Drunk Riders. And I was and I told Ryan, I saw him later on that summer and I was like, I'm a little hurt because how many of those people have you seen the rest of the year? He's like, what do you mean? I'm like, did Coasters and Brews come back? Did, Airtime Throws come back? Did Coaster Studios come back? No. They came for the media day and they left. I've been to Dorney Park 7 times, and I think I went 13 times this year. So, that one hurt a little bit there. But maybe at 5,000, I'm a little bit more legit. Who knows? Maybe I'll get to a media day at King's Dominion. That'll be nice. I did Twisted Timbers. That was when we had the podcast, and the podcast was bringing bigger numbers. So let me see if anything changed here. Boom, boom, boom. All right. So at 88, always kind of gets stuck. It was a surge and then stuck. But 12 is a lot better than 20, guys. Definitely appreciate it. Sounds like me at HW. What's HW? Is that Holiday World? Are you near Holiday World? Oh, please tell me you're near Holiday World. That is a great park. And I've only been there once, and I was only there for a half day. And Voyage, going to get beat up with Voyage. I think Voyage came in at number 33 on my rankings. 33 on my rankings because I only got 2 rides on Voyage. So I didn't get to see what I really saw. To be honest with you, I was blown away by Thunderbird. I never experienced a launch wing coaster. So I kind of marathoned that. And Legend was brutal when we went. It was shaky and all that. But Holiday World, I would love to make it. I didn't put it on my list because to get out there, it's borderline I got to fly. And I like to drive. My car has 241,000 miles, and it's a 2016. And it's running great. I got fender bendered by a feed truck, so I had to get some body work done. But the engine's great. Everything's good. But where is it? I moved across the country from Maryland a year ago, and I started my channel in May. 300 times on Voyage this season. Oh, my God. I never kept track. In the video that I just dropped, our top 50, I mentioned I probably did Wildcats Revenge 100 times, but that was just because in the off season, if I'm not traveling to a park, I kind of Uber because I'm not gonna lie, I'm a wedding photographer. I kind of work Saturdays, Sundays, sometimes a Friday, but pretty much Saturdays. So during the week, I didn't have a lot of free time. So because of that, I Uber, and I would always Uber in Hershey because I can go around, get there at 8 o'clock in the morning, drive around for 3 or 4 hours, and then go into the park, grab lunch, and then jump a Wildcats Revenge 2 or 3 times, and then go back and Uber again. And then when I'm hungry for dinner, go back, grab dinner and stuff like that. So the meal plan kind of worked out because I had free food on the road or prepaid food on the road. So I got a lot of rides on Wildcats Revenge because to me, that's worth the wait. And it was a wait, but it never was too bad of a wait. And I like that better than Sky Rush and those kind of guys. But all in all, like I said, I never really, when it comes to Voyage, we got 2 rides on it. They were great rides, but it's been 5 years. So I really want to get to Holiday World. But I feel like if I get to Holiday World, hey, Alex dropped off for, oh, yeah, no. Oh, yeah, no, Alex comes in and out. Alex has been supporting us from the beginning of this at 4 o'clock. So at 4:11, I think I started. So Alex has been checking in. So glad to see Alex. But Holiday World is one of those things. I feel like if I go to Holiday World, I almost have to make the next leap out to Six Flags St. Louis. And then when you have Six Flags St. Louis, you're like, well, Silver Dollar City's down the road. So that would have to be I have a wedding on a Saturday and then wake up Sunday, drive out to Holiday World, and then Monday, Tuesday, do Holiday World, then do, it'll have to be a week-long trip. So let me know. I'll get it cheaper. You're near Beach Bend? Oh, I don't know. You weren't on earlier. Beach Bend, the first year we did the 125. The first park to ever follow us on Facebook when we first started this debacle was Beach Bend. And he kept saying, come on out, come see us. And every year I'm like, yep, we're going to make it. We're going to make it. And every year I don't make it. I'll go out to I had a wedding out in Kentucky, and I thought for sure, okay, I have a wedding in Kentucky. I can go to Beach Bend. And when I was looking, we were in Lexington, and I was like, still too far. And I just did a wedding. It's going to be hard to go out there. I actually ended up going to Camden Park because of West Virginia. I was driving through. Kings Island is on my list. Kings Island was my biggest, I'm going to say, the biggest mistake I ever did filming was Kings Island. So we drove out. I had a wedding on Saturday over in Kentucky. So I drove out on Friday morning, got there, filmed Kings Island like this, 5.5 hours doing this. I had, if you look right here, I have where the crease is, sunburn, pure white. 5.5 hours of doing filming. Go to the wedding. Go to Camden the next day. Get home, start dumping everything. Apparently, I knocked off my stabilizer. Everything at Kings Island was brutal. Bouncing, getting seasick. It was this. It was. I have 3 or 4 shorts and 1 spotlight. Everything else I had to dump. But nothing was ruined on Camden Park because at the wedding, for some reason, because of Wi-Fi at the hotel, I had to reset my phone. And I guess it reset back to the stabilizer. So 5.5 hours, did not ride anything. Lost because of the stabilizer. So I need to get back there to definitely lock that in. And you met Kev at Beach Bend. I can't believe I haven't been there. How was Kentucky Rumbler? That one is definitely a GCI I want to get on. So, no, let me get this out of here. Yeah, no, that's definitely interesting there. But no, Holiday World's good. I'm already taken care of when it comes to Kings Island because the Diamond League VIP I have with Six Flags, I'm going to get the add-on. Still trying to figure out. So I called Six Flags about 2 weeks ago, right when the new year started. And I was like, I'm Six Flags with Diamond League VIP beats the Gold Pass at Dorney. Okay, perk-wise. So I'm going to keep my VIP there. But I was trying to figure out, I don't have a meal plan of Six Flags because you get 50% off everything. It's kind of cheaper. So that's what I do. Rumble opened 2 days after Voice. Did not know that. That is very interesting. Good to know. But so when I called them up, I was like, okay, I don't get the meal plan at Cedar Fair because it's just for the park. So I can only eat so much at Dorney. And if I go to Cedar Point, it's going to be useless. But I do get the drink cup. I don't do the bottle. I do the drink cup because I don't know about you. How many times have you jumped in the car to go to Hershey Park and then realized you don't have your cup, right? So I get the paper cup option. So I call up Six Flags. I'm like, okay, guys, I want, to get the add-on to my Six Flags Diamond League VIP for all the parks. How do I get my Dorney or my seasonal drink cup on Six Flags? And they had no clue. They're like, we're still working out those details. So I told them I'll give you guys a call back in February because my goal is if I can get, because I have the member cup for Six Flags, but I don't know if they're going to use the member cup and let me go to Dorney and fill up. So I'm trying to figure out how that works. And they're still trying to figure it out because with the merger, everything's kind of changed up and all that kind of stuff. So definitely interested to see how that's going to go. And I'll let you guys know either on the podcast or do an episode once I get things figured out. Wow, we were doing good. Boom, boom, boom. All right. So we are still at 88, which is fantastic. I'm not going to tell you yet how long I thought it would take, but we're still under that time. So I'm still good there. So Coasters and Traveling. I'm curious about your channel. Can't watch it right now. A little busy, but we'll start watching it. Real quick, what do you think is your most popular video series or video that you've done? Definitely interested there. For us, it's pretty easy. If you look at our top 12, it's to walk through the Explorers. which plays homage to In the Loop. The difference between what we do and In the Loop is, well, he always does it with Molly. So he's two people. But the other thing too is I do it in one take. He kind of does cuts, which probably is smarter because, you know, I remember going up Magic Mountain, and it was when I did the walkthrough, and going up the stairs from Tatsu to Ninja. Did not realize it because you're exhausted and you're walking, but there's probably about 30 seconds of some girl's butt, because I'm walking up the stairs and she's like probably 5 steps in front, and it's just her butt going up the stairs. And I'm just like, yeah, I probably should edit that out, but I don't want to edit the the Explorers. And she was cute, so it's probably helping the views. But Coasters and Travelers, what is your most popular video? What is the one that you look at and you're like, this is the series that is making your channel? The other one that people are finding very popular for what I do is the Let's Eat. The Let's Eat people are good. Yeah, I think Rumbler. Yeah, definitely Rumbler. Yeah, it looks like a fun GCI. I think it would definitely be a top 5 GCI. For me, actually, probably the most shocking coaster of the year for me was Apocalypse. I don't know if it was, I don't know what was going on, but it felt completely out of control. There was no trims. And I went on it every day we went. We did at least 1 or 2 rides on Apocalypse when it was open. They kept closing and opening and stuff like that. But every time there was no trims. And there was times where the track was turning and I felt the train going up. So GCI wise, that is right behind Mystic Timbers. Mystic Timbers to me feels like you're sledding. It's so smooth. Tough to beat Mystic Timbers. But Apocalypse, I did not expect that going in. So for GCI, from what I hear, Kentucky Rumbler is going to be a really good one. So we are closing on 4.5 hours. Let's see where we're at. Right, still at 88. It's funny. We move up and then we stop. Then we move up and go up. All right, here it was. I was going to ask you what podcast my vlogs. I was going to ask you what podcast. So my podcast it's on Spotify. It's on the podcast happened way before the YouTube channel. So we're on our 5th season now. And it's called Trimmed and Stabled Podcast because as a coaster enthusiast, we hate the trim breaks and we hate being stapled. So I figured that was a cool name. You can find it under 125 Roller Coaster. We're on Spotify. We're on Apple, Podbean, Castbot, every place you can go. And the thing with that channel, with the podcast is we used to do every Tuesday, but then now we're kind of going Joe Rogan with it, where when we finish it, we drop it. So we dropped one yesterday going over the 40 parks we want to hit next year. Don't know what the next 3 are. I'm going to come up with those. But sometimes it's me, Janine. Janine was the catalyst for the podcast. We were at Dollywood, and I was telling her, wow, we got 4,000 people following us on Facebook. And we were always like, well, everybody does YouTube, and I don't know when to learn video. So let's do a podcast. And we started the Trimmed and Stapled podcast. But Janine owns a bridal store. She's very busy. So I kind of take the role with it. Same thing with this. This was me and Ari were doing this. And then Ari went off to college and all that. And I just kept it going. So that's, the story on that. But you can find it there. I think we're on 179 episode. And, I'm going to try to record 3 tomorrow, but if my voice is shot like it is now, not going to happen. But, and I won't be able to do any voice work. So I guess I'll be writing scripts tomorrow and doing my photography stuff. But let's see here. My Hollywood vlog, my line programs and the tunnel I done. Okay. So you do a lot of Holiday World content, it looks like. That's really neat. I like that. And I like the fact that you are coasting and traveling because I see a lot of, we had the Hershey Park enthusiast And then there were some Six Flags people there. And I always sat down and I thought, how much content can you do on Hershey Park? You're kind of limiting the amount of stuff that you can do. And I thought about changing the name last year because the first year we did 125, we did 130. Second year we did it, we got to about 75, 80. And then we kind of got away from it. And last year I was like, you know what? Why don't we try to do 125 again? And we were on pace to do it. And then the hurricanes hit in Florida. So I have a branch office in Tampa. When the pandemic hit, Pennsylvania kind of shut down. DeSantis didn't. When you're a wedding photographer, you kind of need people to gather together to make a living. So we opened up Tampa. So last year I had 2 weddings, one in October, one in November, down in the Tampa area. So I was planning on hitting SeaWorld and Busch Gardens to get me up to 125. Well, the hurricanes hit, the weddings got postponed, and we ended up at 102. And there was no place for me to go because I have to get all my content done by Labor Day, the last one, Labor Day, because in this area, wedding season from the middle of September until the middle of November, we do about 65% of our weddings. And for me, it's not just shooting the weddings. I also do all the post. And I also have to get all the stuff out. So while most of you guys are out there doing the Halloween haunt and doing holiday stuff, I really can't get out there because I got to concentrate on what pays the mortgage. So with that being said, I kind of get, I kind of have to get all my stuff done from March to beginning of September. So, and I'm banking stuff. I still have 50 shorts and about 10 more new videos to drop, some spotlights. I think I have a couple Let's Go Shopping. And then I'm doing the produced stuff, like Helpful Hints of Dorney. So, drop something else. I did traveling too. So at that time of year, I'd have the content restaurants. Yeah, that's good because with the traveling, you can actually hit all those different places. For me, 125 Roller Coaster Challenge, it kind of limits me to roller coasters. But when you look at the content, it kind of lends itself. People know I'm an amusement park. We've done some aquariums. We've done some shorts on some museums and stuff. But the other aspect too is I realized pretty quickly, this is the most you're going to see me. If you watch any of my videos, the only time you really see my face is if I'm opening a door and I'm in a reflection. I always joke I have a face for podcasts. I'm older. I'm an older man. I'm not cute. I'm not adorable. I'm a smart ass, but that's about my only selling point. So I realize most of my views come from people typing in Knoebels, typing in Dorney Park, Magic Mountain, and then my videos show up when people are looking for that research. So as I said earlier during this thing, Alex might remember, the fact that we're closing in on 5,000, let's check real quick, still 88. The fact that we're closing in on 5,000 subscribers blows my mind because we have 1.3, 1.4 million views and we've got thousands of watch hours because people come to the video looking for Dorney Park, looking for that. So with that, people aren't looking for 125 Roller Coaster or Paw. So unlike Coaster Studios or Airtime Thrills or Crystal Palace, where the person is front and center, and all those people I love. Airtime Thrills, Chris's stuff is amazing. Crystal Palace, I just love her energy and her passion. Katie does a great job. They do a great thing, but they're personality based. So people like them, they're going to subscribe. For me, the fact that we're closing on 5,000 subscribers blows my mind because I'm a voice. I'm not a face. So, oh yeah, you too. You don't do pop opinion. Yeah, I was talking about this the other day. I've been on the Tickety Talk a bit. We have about 1,000, 1,100 followers on Tickety Talk. And who knows if it's going to be around in a week. But every once in a while you get into that scroll, the scroll down to where you just go through the stuff. And I saw so much clickbait, and I watched one, and I'm not going to say who the person was, but it was like top 10 horrible amusement parks. And you're like, really? Horrible? You know, all you're doing is hurting these parks, and when you start picking on a park like Camden Park in West Virginia, it's an old traditional amusement park. You're not going to go there and get a thrill ride. You're going to have the Big Dipper, which is a little shaky. And the way this guy was trashing things, oh, their staff is horrible and blah, blah, blah. And you're like, somebody might have just had a bad day. Why are you killing the entire staff of that park because you might have had a bad encounter? And who's to say, with the attitude you're giving right now, that you weren't the problem? I've done a lot of things at Hershey Park over the years. I used to usher at the Giant Center. It was a way for me to make money and see free concerts and see free hockey games. Not a bad gig. But when the college kids leave, they kind of bring you in to help out. So I've operated rides. I've done it was surveying during the thing. And during the pandemic, my daughter at the time was working lockers at Hershey Park, and she couldn't get anybody to work. So Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, I would go in there and I would work lockers. And some people are just miserable human beings. And you're at an amusement park to have fun, to forget about your troubles, not to start. My daughter had to deal with this psycho lady when she was doing games. And to go back to what I was saying, you had the tickety top guy trashing Busch Gardens Williamsburg and trashing this, and oh, this park's just trash and all that. And you're sitting there like, first of all, you're somebody I don't ever want to talk to. Second of all, you're doing it for clickbait. Because if you truly believe that Busch Gardens Williamsburg is a trash amusement park when it's called it wins every year the most beautiful park because you might have had a bad interaction or, oh, this is overrated, that. Those are the people I don't want to deal with. And the parks don't want to deal with it. And when you get lumped in with those guys. So I agree with you, long ramble there, but hell knows I have time probably because I'm still 12 away, right? Yep, 12 away. I'm not going to sugarcoat it, but I'm also not going to trash just to trash. One of my biggest pet peeves has to do with Hershey. And it's because I know how the sausage is made that I have a negative feel to it. So Hershey to me is too corporate. I noticed this year is a little bit different, but 9 times out of 10, the ride attendants hit the button. Well, 99 out of 100 times, the ride attendants hit the button. Hi, welcome to Trailblazer, blah, 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 blah. Because they're very corporate. So they're not allowed to freestyle as much as other parks. When I go to Six Flags America, which people consider trash, but I think is amazing, you get ride attendants that have fun. I remember Joker's Jinx. We were there, and I was there with both my kids. They were younger. It was one of the first times I went to the park. And the ride attendant, it's a launch coaster. If you're not familiar, it's basically Flight of Fear outdoors. So she's talking and doing this, and then she starts going, na, 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 hits the launch button. Hey, 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 goodbye. And I'm laughing my ass off. And my kids are like, why are you laughing so hard? And I'm like, because they never heard the end of it. They were gone. And she saw me laughing and she turns to me, she goes, they always think you're going to wait till the end. And that's the kind of ride attendants I love because they're having fun. And if you're having fun, the guests are going to have fun. And when it comes to Hershey, if there's a guest complaint, it's the opposite of our court of law. the court of law basically is you're innocent until proven guilty. At Hershey, the guest has a complaint, you're guilty, and you have to prove your innocence. And they had this whole PAM system where if you get certain points, you're gone. And when my daughter had that situation where there was a lady in her face screaming at her about a toy, and nobody helped her. She was by herself in this booth, and she couldn't leave the booth or she would have been fired because there's, at the time there was money involved before everything was cardless. The fact that somebody had it on film and they had a guest filmed it and gave it to them, or she would have been fired for that. And she gave out the right prize. The kid, my kid deserves this. No, your kid won this. And it was just one of those things where I love Hershey, but things like that you don't see. That was your home bar for 15 years. Yeah, Joker's Jinx. The other thing too was they had that little over by what's it called now? It was Apocalypse. Now it's Firebird. They have a couple games. So they have the one isolated game, and they had a couple in a row. And there was tables back there. So we got some food, and we sat back there in the background. And the ride attendant, there was one game person that was running a couple of games in the back, and there was one in that isolated booth. And the one guy goes on the speaker, and this is when Pokemon Go was going on. Goes, hey, there's a Pokemon over by your booth. And the other attendant goes on her speaker, and she's like, what do you mean there's Pokemon? He's like, yeah, there's Pokemon in your booth. And she's looking around. I don't want no Pokemon in my booth. I don't think she knew what Pokemon was. But they're going back and forth. And he's trying to explain Pokemon. And she's freaking out because she thinks there's bugs called Pokemon. And I'm sitting there with my kids eating and just laughing my ass off because that would have never been allowed at Hershey Park. There's no way they could have had a conversation going back and forth on the speakers about something like that. And that's why I love Six Flags America. And that's why I'm so nervous about the Cedar Fair boys possibly eliminating that park. Because that land under that park is a lot more valuable than the park. Where that is located in the DC area, that could be a corporate center. That could be rich people's housing. And I'm so worried that it's going to end up being like, I think it's called Great America over in California, where pretty much they sold the land. And in 11 years, that park's dead, maybe sooner. So I really think Six Flags America, their time might be limited. So don't want it to happen. Hopefully I'm wrong, but I can see that happening. All right, we're still at 49.88, and we are 4 hours and 42 minutes into this. We got some more things here. I had stopped the plan to do a video next week. I'm already fired up, believe me. Oh, but where are you doing your video at? Because Six Flags America is closed at this point. I don't think they're open. They don't open again until, I guess, like April. Doherty Park's the worst. Doherty doesn't open until like a week before Memorial Day. But let me know where you're filming. Are you heading out this way? We can definitely do a team up. Zimmerman is not my favorite person. That's the guy from Cedar Fair, right? Yeah. Yeah. I always had a problem with Cedar Fair. First of all, I liked how the old guy, Six Flags America, I know, outside gate. Oh, you're going to do outside stuff. Yeah, that's a little bit of a drive. It was funny. I usually go to parks during the week, and I had a Saturday free. And I remember I drove all the way, and it's probably like a 2.5 hour drive. Drove all the way to Six Flags America, got in there. There was no parking. I drove through, I went all the way through, even that back lot, and I drove out, and then went back and I drove through again. And then I came to the conclusion, like, you know what? This place is packed. So even if I find parking, I'm not going to be able to film because I don't want, a million people in the video. So I ended up driving through twice and then driving home. It was funny. I mean, I literally got to the park and just drove home. So you drive to Ocean City, Maryland. That's a place I got to get to. I've been to Ocean City, Maryland a few times in the past couple of years. but I was always doing weddings. And it's one of those things I'm like, oh, I'm going to get there early and then I'm going to ride. And they're not open early. They don't open until noon, 1 o'clock. And by that time, I already have to start doing stuff for the wedding, get the dress shots and do that. So that's a place I need to get to in the summer is Ocean City, Maryland. Haven't filmed there yet at all. Haven't ridden any of the coasters. I haven't got any of those credits. So that's what I definitely need to do. But going back to Zimmerman. Years ago, I loved how Six Flags always had every park would get something. Meanwhile, Cedar Fair, the rich got rich and the poor got poorer. So Six Flags America would get something new. Darren Lake would get something new. Magic Mountain, they all would get something new. Different scales. You know, Six Flags America would get a flat ride. Magic Mountain would get a coaster. But Cedar Point would get something. Kings Island, Canada's Wonderland. But Dorney, Worlds of Fun, Michigan's Adventure, and Valley Fair, half of your name is Valley Fair, and then we get nothing. Dorney got their first original ride after 20 years this year. Before that, you have to go all the way back to Hydra because Possessed was Geauga Lake, and Stinger, which is now gone, was actually a hand-me-down from a California park. So they never get things. So now that the Cedar Fair boys are in charge, I think it's going to be Great Adventure gets something, Dorney gets nothing. Magic Mountain gets something. Six Flags America gets nothing. Darren Lake gets nothing. Over Georgia, they bought Over Georgia, so they now own that completely, right? But like I said, that's one of those things. I agree with you, Coaster Kev. Six Flags America is a jewel, but I'm very nervous. Actually, you know what's giving me the red flag? And they just closed Nighthawk, which is one of the last two. There's only two. Now there's one. Flying Dutchman. So logic would dictate they're going to take care of that. You now have the parts from Nighthawk, but they're not doing anything or making any announcements. And my thought is they might want to keep Batwing around so they can try to sell the park because that's an asset. And I think this year you've been to America. The thing about America is there's a lot of dead areas now. They had a Ring of Fire. They had a Larson Loop. That's gone. They had a flat ride right by there over by Wow One. That's gone. Sorry. Got a little tickle. They blocked off the entire train section, that kiddie section there. That's blocked off. So they're kind of eliminating spaces, and there's a lot of things that haven't been replaced. So who knows? The other thing, oh wait, Coast and Bruce, that's very scary. I would hope they didn't regenerate the Wild West for nothing. Yeah, Coyote Creek, I think they called it. That's the one thing that has me curious is they redid Professor Screamore. They also redid that whole section, and they're doing the same thing at Darren Lake. But my fear is, who did that? It was Six Flags before the merge. So, real second, Whopper, you're in charge. I need to fill up my drink because I got a tickle in my throat. So I'll be right back. Park in the chair. The chair's there for you. Love the chair. All right, chair. You're doing good. All right. Now, I'm very ambitious here. I got water, this is empty. So I'm thinking we're going to hit it this next hour. I think we're going to hit it. Yep. So where are we at here? Real quick. Scary Wild West. Yeah. So the fact that they put money into it would say, yeah, this park's safe. But I believe that the money was put in there by Six Flags before the Cedar Fair boys. So I'm a little nervous about that. Definitely nervous. All right, I haven't checked this in a while. Let's see where we're at. Still at 88. We had that surge, and then we died. So coasters are traveling, and Coaster Kev, any other friends, get them out here. Let's get this. Let's finish this up. So, because it's now 9 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. So my goal was to do it by 10. Just so you know, 10 o'clock is what I thought would do it. So we're 12 away. We're getting there. But, we're still a little stuck there. And yet again, my dinner's downstairs. I did not eat. I've been here for 4 hours and 50 minutes. Did not eat at all. And I have video evidence I didn't eat. So do you think they'd send all these coasters somewhere? So if they get rid of Six Flags America, I think Raging Cajun will be saved. But Wild One, it's going to be tough to move that. Roar, probably impossible to move that. You can't really move Superman. The Flat Ride, you could probably move. I'm trying to think other coasters. So here's the thing. And this is something that really kind of pissed me off. They demoed Green Lantern. There's no reason to demo that. I rode that in August. And it's a stand-up coaster, so it's not the most comfortable. But it was running pretty well. I was shocked that they didn't take that coaster. Because that Great Adventure, it's a mid-tier bottom of the barrel. But you send that coaster to Six Flags America, you send that coaster to St. Louis, you send that coaster to numerous Darren Lake, that's a marquee ride. And you can convert that to a floorless because they've done it with every other one. So the fact that they demoed Green Lantern really shocked me. And it's movable because they moved it from Kentucky Kingdom. It was Chang. They moved it from Kentucky Kingdom to Great Adventure. I don't think there was a reason to do, unless there was something structurally that we didn't know about that made it impossible to move it. But I was shocked. I mean, you're not going to move Kingdom Come. Too big of a structure. Where else is it going to go? But I really thought they could save Green Lantern. So it looks like their mentality with the Cedar Fair boys, and that's what I'm calling them now, Cedar Fair boys, is get rid of it. If it's not profitable, get rid of it. Anaconda, okay. That one, I can, that kind of stuff there. So let's go back to Six Flags America. Raging Cajun, you can move because it's basically a mouse. But I don't think any of the others. I was thinking about Firebird. That one they can move, but yet again, they don't care. They might just salvage it just because they don't care if it's the first ever B&M. But a lot of them, Wild One, you can't move. Can't really move Roar. Can't really move Superman. Trying to think, is there any the Kitty Coaster you can move, but who cares about that? What other ones am I missing there? I think that's it. Mind Eraser. Mind Eraser, they probably dump money into it. They probably, I think they would get rid of it. I think that, and I keep wanting to say Apocalypse, but it's Firebird. I think those two would actually be demoed with their mentality. So I would love for them to sell the park because I don't think the park can be independent. Darren Lake is okay because Darren Lake has already survived without Six Flags. So with that back and forth, I'm not worried about Darren Lake. And I think they manage the park. They don't own the park. So dinner review. I have a pork loin that is sitting in a crock pot, and I have salad, and I have side dishes I was going to make. But yet again, I'm good. 7 minutes. I got to change my shirt. That's coming up. 6 minutes. So I'll be doing that in a second. And if we really want to lose subscribers, I will change it in front of you. But I won't show off my pecs. I'll hide. But so if they sell it, so when Six Flags America, who's out there who could buy it? I mean, it's probably way too much money for Gene Staple. Maybe the Dollywood people might jump in there, Herschend. Maybe Premier Parks, maybe Merlin. But all in all, I don't know who's out there. Personally, on an edge there, the government really screwed up. I'll say screwed up. I mean the other up, but screwed up. Because I don't think this merger should have been legal. The government looks at it, I'll get to that in a second. The government looks at it as you have Universal, you have Disney, you have Merlin, you have all these other companies. But Cedar Fair and Six Flags are not Disney and them. They're regional parks, and they were number one and number two. So you had number one and number two in the regional park market merging. That shouldn't be allowed to happen because now the SeaWorld parks and the Hershey group and all these people, they're at a huge disadvantage because number one and number two merged. And the government should never let number one and number two merge. They didn't know what they were talking about. So, all right. So real quick here, let me catch up here. So the park gets sold off. I think the only chance you have of somebody purchasing it would be Dollywood people. I think it's far away enough from Dollywood to not be competition, and Kentucky Kingdom's there. That would give them a footprint over on the East Coast, and I think they have enough money to do it. How much do I think it would be worth? I have no idea. You're talking ballpark figures that I have no idea. Less than what Elon Musk pays, but probably more than I have no idea. A lot of it's going to be determined on the value of the land. We're going to learn a lot in the next year because are they going to invest? And here, to be honest with you, I think a lot of the future of Six Flags America is dependent on was there an increase in attendance last year with the investment with Steamtown. If they put that money into Steamtown with Mind Eraser, and let's be honest, they didn't do much. You know, they when you walk into the Steam Tavern there, still looks like the saloon. So they did a little bit there. Did they make money with the investment or did nothing happen? And if nothing happened, I think that's a bad thing for Six Flags America. Because if nothing, got another one. We're at 89. Go over here to the banners. Go over here. Go over here. Boom, 89. Save and show. 11 away, people. We're 11 away. And we are 2 minutes away from me wearing a new shirt. I have no idea what direction to go with the shirt. So I'm going to have to check that out. But so I have no idea what the money would be worth there. But I think that they need to see some kind of investment with the conversion to Steamtown from Coyote Creek. And if they did, also remember right in front there, right by Roar and right before you get into Steamtown, they had that shoot the shoots, and that was closed. They were going to do something with that land. Are they going to be putting a ride in there, or are they just closing it like they closed the Larson Loop, like they closed the other flat ride, and like they closed the what was that area called? It was up in it was a train themed. Whistle Stop, like Whistle Stop. So when it comes to that shoot the shoots, that little wasn't a log flume. It was go up, turn around, big splash. I'm curious to see when they open, are they putting something there or are they leaving it empty? If they leave it empty, not a good sign for the park. If they put something there, then that's encouraging. So that would be my barometer of seeing that. Also, I went twice to Six Flags America and I got on Batwing both times. I always hear people saying, Batwing's down, Batwing's down. It's been running every time I've gone. So I've been very happy with that. Let's see here. All right. 1 minute until t-shirt. Any request? Something there, throw out a coaster or throw out a park or something like that. I got tons of shirts. So as we go into our 5th hour, and let's see if there's anything else here. Oh my God, we shot up to 93. We're 7 away, people. We are 7 away. Boom, boom. $49.93, people. 7 away from 5,000 subscribers. Can you believe it? I can't. Woohoo! Thank you, Coasters and Traveling. But, oh my God, we're getting there. Oh, 15 seconds. I am getting ready to change my shirt in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Shirt time. So what are we going to do? What are we going to do? I don't know. So many shirts, so little time. Boom, boom, boom. Ah, good one. Oh, better one. Last minute switch. This is a coaster that has been moving up our rankings and actually made, I think, number 13 or number 12 on our list. And it is one of my personal favorites, people. It is Alpengeist over at Busch Gardens, Williamsburg, people. We got Alpi here. We got the eyeball. That's scary as hell. So real quick, we are on our 5th hour. So let's tell you what you're doing here. So we've been doing YouTube for about 2.5 years. We are a smaller channel, but we've been slowly growing. So 5, 10, 3 to 5 every day, new subs. We do daily content. We do shorts. We do produce stuff. I do stuff where I write scripts. We do walkthroughs, the whole 9 yards. Every day we're dropping something new. That's what we do. But we were slowly growing. It took a year for us to get monetized, which pleasure with that. About a week and a half ago, we were at 3,300, right? And we were growing. And then I went to bed. And then I woke up to 4,500 subscribers. All of a sudden, 14,000 people watched our Simply the Best part 1, 100 to 51. So, of course, I'm curious. So I went through the stats. Somehow that video got launched out to people from India and the Philippines. And, of course, the U.S., but there. So we got that huge, I call it the surge. No idea why all of a sudden, overnight, it took off in India. But that got us to 4,500. 1,200 in one night. So since then, we've been slowly growing. Not as much thrills from India and stuff like that. I think it was a one and done. I don't know if something that the algorithm took it off and said, people from India want to know your coasters in the United States. But whatever it was, it happened. Well, we've been growing, and now we are at 4,993. So never thought we'd get to 5,000. My goal for December was to get to 5,000. Now it's 10,000 because you always have to have a goal. But you always got to celebrate the milestones. So when we got to 4,950, I was like, you know what? There's a guy named Tom Grossi. Love Tom Grossi. And every time he gets there, he does live streams until he hits his goal. Earlier this year, he started a live stream at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. He wanted to raise $100,000 for charity. And by 2 a.m., he hit 100,000. We're not doing that, but we are trying to get to 5,000 before we shut this off. It's now 9:15 on the East Coast. We are at 4,993, 7 away, people. And we're going to keep streaming until we get there. And any questions, anything you guys need to know, check out. We're definitely interested. Got a lot of conversations right now with Coastin' and Traveling and Coaster Kev. Other channels, make sure you check them out. Like and subscribe, give them some love. And I'm going to keep on answering their questions here. So what we got here? Oh, RMC Roar. So I saw that before. Let me go back to that quick. Love to see them RMC it. And I'm actually surprised they didn't. But yet again, are they going to invest in a park if they're trying to sell it off? So it would be a win because Roar is getting pretty bad. I was on it once this year. I only rode it once. But here's the other thing, too, about Six Flags America. A lot of people don't realize. Wildcat is now closed at Hershey Park. So the oldest GCI is Roar. The first ever B&M coaster was Apocalypse, which is now Firebird. So you got a first there. And Leap the Dips did not open up at Lakemont this year, which means the oldest operating roller coaster in the United States is Wild One. So they got 3 number ones right there in that park. So a little bit there. All right. Woohoo. Do a Kennywood shirt. Kevin, I do not have a Kennywood shirt, but because I've been to Kennywood twice. And this year it's high on my list. I want to get that PA park pass that gets me Dutch Wonderland, Kennywood, Sandcastle, Water Park, and Isle Wild. So I will be filming all 4 of those there. But here's the funny thing. I don't have a shirt, but when I make myself my fancy drinks, I actually have a log jammer cup, just like the Tatsu one. I have it down there, but I use it all the time. So I don't have a shirt for Kennywood, but I do have a tumbler, I guess they call it. And then also, Ari actually has a stuffed Kennywood arrow. I think she has it with her in Buffalo now. But so sorry, don't have that. But Alpageist is pretty darn good though. Love Alpi. So let's see, Coach Kev. If they still Six Flags America, I think it would be a minimum 300 million. Yeah, I'm thinking definitely there. I don't know that Land of California, Great America, that is really prime real estate because it's right by the stadium. So that is, I think that land's more valuable than America. But yeah, 300 million, that'll be good. I don't know how to check those assets because it's so subjective. I mean, I always joke because I bought my house for a certain amount and now they're telling me it's this much. And you sit back and you're like, what changed? It's the same damn house. Why did it go up that much? It's not inflation. I always joke, I can be $1 million photographer. I just need one idiot to give me $1 million. But I could be $1 million photographer. So that kind of stuff, it's all subjective. Well, Kev, they need a win. Make them all. Like I said, we are speculating here. I see Wild One, sad to see them tear it down. It's sad that Leap the Dips isn't operating. I mean, when it's all said and done, it's a business. And the one thing about Cedar Fair is they are the Cedar Fair boys is they're huge on cost per rider. And that's why King Ka got cut. King Ka was just too expensive to operate and wasn't given the bang for the buck. It had a lot of downtime. It was a lot of maintenance all the time. They actually had mechanics whose only job was King Ka. So with that being said, it made sense. So when it comes to the other park, comes to the parks, is the park generating revenue? Like, I'm not worried about Dorney. Dorney is always packed on weekends. Dorney's generating revenue. Dorney's not going to go away. And the reason why they don't invest in Dorney Park, like Cedar Point and stuff, is because they're making enough money to justify it. They don't need to invest. So, let's see what else here. It's true. Surprised me. So much fun in that class. Yeah, it's a great coaster. Wild One is definitely a top 100 coaster. Great airtime. And actually, you ride Leap the Dips. And it's a little dip here, a little dip there, all that. And then you're like, okay, that's an old coaster. Then you get on Wild One and you have that helix at the end. You're like, wait a second, this is 100 years old with this layout? Crazy. But how much is Portal Pass or Cedar Flags going to be? No. Are you talking about the all park pass? No, it's not that bad of an add-on. It's like $100, $120. I know for my Six Flags pass, so I have the Diamond League VIP. For me to add on all the Cedar Fair parks, it's $80. So it's not that bad. Phantom's Revenge shirt is a must. You need one. I need one. You know what? I wasn't a huge fan of Phantom's Revenge. It's interesting. It's good, but it's not a top 100 coaster for me. On that end, I actually enjoy Jackrabbit more. But the funny thing is, you want to talk about a shirt that I must get, and I'm so mad at myself that I didn't get it when I saw it because somebody had to get fired for it. I went to Dorney Park a few years ago, and I walked into the gift shop, and they had Demon Drop. They had a Demon Drop shirt, Thorny Park, and underneath it they said, "We recycle." Now, if you know the history of Demon Drop, it used to be at Cedar Point for decades and got moved there. And the fact that they made a shirt that said Demon Drop, we recycle, I had it in my hand, and then I got cheap. And then I went back probably a couple weeks later, maybe a month later, and it was gone. And I'm like, that is the ultimate shirt, and I want to get that. So the add-on for Six Flags or Cedar Fair Pass that gets you to every park. Yeah, so it's all, you have a gold pass for there. It's about $100 to $120. For me, I had the plat pass, gold pass, whatever. I had the plat pass last year. I know they changed it to gold pass with an add-on, but it's a plat pass. And I had the Six Flags Diamond League VIP. I'm keeping the Diamond League VIP because you get so many great perks, 50% off this, free parking, all that kind of, premier parking, the whole 9 yards. So I'm keeping that, and I'm going to add on the Cedar Fair. Now, I don't know if you were on when I was talking about it. I called Six Flags about 2 weeks ago because I don't have a meal plan for Six Flags because I get 50% off. So cost-wise, if it says $20, it's $10. If it's like $16, it's $8. Not a bad deal. And I always got drinks with the membership cup. So I called up Six Flags to say, okay, when I add on this, is my membership cup going to work at Thorny Park and Cedar Point? Or do I have to get a add-on like the paper cup that I usually get? And they didn't know. They were still trying to figure that out. So I told them I'll call them back in February. So they're still figuring things out there. Yeah, so right now, so the Legacy add-on started for both parks on the 6th, January 6th. So right now, if you got the add-on for the Cedar Fair, it's now for Cedar Fair and Six Flags, or Six Flags and Cedar Fair. So right now, it's good at all the parks. So that's where we are there. All right, let's do a quick update here and see where we're at. Still at 93. We had that surge. We always get that surge, and then it dies. It's funny how that works. We don't get a steady drip. It's either here's 4, now there's none. Here's 5, now there's none. So we're at 7 away, people. We are 7 away. We are almost there. So if you're watching, tell your friends. I sound like a used car salesman. I sound like that guy with ShamWow. ShamWow. That's where I am. We're so close. We're so close. And I'm so hungry. Feed me. So, especially now we were just talking about the meal plans. So that's where we're going to go there. So we talked about Six Flags America. What else we want to talk about, guys? Love, this is so much better than me reading a list. Actually having interactions. Love it. Yeah, this is over 5 hours. And you can hear my voice. I sound like Peter Brady when he hit puberty. When it's time for change. So, yeah, probably not podcasting tomorrow. So go get your plate. No, I think we can do this by 10 o'clock in a half hour. Because all we need is one more good surge. We get one more good surge. That'll be 7 people. 7 people gets us to 5,000 people. So, and it's what's the old saying? It's like a clock watching the water boil. It never happens. It's kind of that thing. You're kind of like scroll, scroll, scroll. I want Alpy to be my last shirt of the night. All right. Alpy needs to be my last shirt. I got 100 in there, but Alpy needs to be my last shirt. And it's funny. It almost was an Alpy. I grabbed another one, and then I looked, I'm like, ooh, that's nice. So I went with that. So I saw that video today, Brady Bunch song. Yep, that's what I mean. I'm old. So I remember that one, when it's time for change, that kind of stuff. But that's what I sound like right now. Tom Grossi, one Sunday, he did 4 games. He did the European game, then he did the 1 o'clock, 4:30, and the 8 o'clock. I don't know how he does these live streams because I've been doing it for 5 hours, 5.5 hours, and my voice is shot. And I'm a talker. Don't get me wrong. When I work a wedding, I'm talking the entire time. So the fact that this is almost gone is crazy to me. But I'm determined. I am determined. I am 7 away. You can't quit now. We started out at 49.62, I think it was. So 31 since I started. And we're 7 away. we're like, I don't know math that well, but what are we at? 77% of completion. We are so close. So, but real quick. So Coaster Kev and Coastering and Traveling, what are some channels that you really enjoy? So when you look at their work, you're like, wow, those people are really good. Give me a couple names there, especially if I didn't see them. But for me, tell you right off that, got into the videos with Coaster Studios. Loved it when he did the parodies. I thought they were hilarious, especially when he was talking about the Six Flags parks with the boomerangs. When he did the thing with the boomerangs with the little kids, that was great. And then from there, I started watching In the Loop. Love Legend, love Molly, met them, great people. Hyde's good, the guy who does the water parks, really great concept. So got with them. And then over the years, I've really enjoyed Airtime Thrills. Chris does amazing work. Anytime Chris does something, I love it. Fell in love with Crystal Palace. Her energy and enthusiasm is second to none. And trying to think who else. Katie Coaster's doing good. And then I'm friends with Coasters and Brews, Drunk Riders, those guys. So those are the channels I really like. Next coaster to be removed. From where? Are you talking about a certain park, or are you talking about the next one we're going to get an announcement on? Let me know, because next coaster to be removed. You kind of almost have to narrow that down a little bit there, because that could be, the big one, Pepsi or something like that. Or because we already know that the next one's been announced that I know of is Rock and Roller Coaster, or Rip Ride Rocket, or whatever it is over at Universal. But unlike Cedar Fair Boys, they are telling it's going to be closed down in November. Get your last rides now. And that's where I have a big problem, because every one of those coasters that was removed was probably one person's favorite. I'm not a big fan of Anaconda, but I'm sure there's people who that was their first coaster and it meant a lot to them. My first coaster was Trailblazer at Hershey Park. If Hershey Park just closed Trailblazer and didn't say anything, I'd be kind of crushed. That would be kind of a bummer for me. So let's see what we've done here. Still 93. So close. Checking real quick here, because I actually do run a business, so sometimes I got to check on that stuff. All right, still doing good. All right, we're good there. So, but if I'm going by chain, look, because you haven't popped up there. If we're going by chain, I think the next Six Flags coaster to be removed would be something at Over Georgia. Either Mind Bender or Blue Hawk, because they just paid money to own Over Georgia outright. Now I know they redid Blue Hawk and I know they redid Mind Bender recently, but that doesn't seem to be a determining factor for them. So next one to be removed at Cedar Fair Park would be Corkscrew Cedar Point. That one is taking up it's a small footprint, but the footprint is in a really big area. And I think if they take that out, they could put a family style coaster there, either an inverted coaster or kind of like a Dragon Flyer from Dollywood. I think that would be that land could be better utilized. And last time I was on Corkscrew 4 years ago, it was brutal. And I just think they could do that. Either that or maybe Top Thrill 2. If they can't figure out what they're doing with that, that would be gone. But I think the next big announcement, I think the park's going to be Six Flags Over Georgia. And I think it's going to be either Mindbender or Blue Hawk. So that's my pick there. So, yep, give you my answer. I'm going to go with Six Flags Over Georgia. I think the acquisition of it, when they got rid of all the other investors, gives them a little bit more. So, Smoking Thrills is great. Rollback Productions. Oh, okay. So there. So I know Colin Wood. Colin Wood has some great inside information on Great Adventure. He's really in tune. When I heard the announcements of Kingdom Ka in the beginning, I didn't believe them until El Toro Ryan started confirming things. Because I know El Toro Ryan is really embedded in the Great Adventure and stuff like that. But Smoking Thrills, I got to check them out. Rollback Productions, I'm familiar with them. And Theme Park Worldwide, yep, they've been around for a while too. Yeah, so there's all great ones there. That's good to go there. So let me see what I got here. Still at 93, peoples. Still at 93. Still stuck. We're still stuck. How do we get unstuck? Help me out. There might be another shirt. There might be another shirt coming, people. But yeah, those guys are all pretty good there. It's funny that I do a channel that's not personality based, but I kind of like Crystal Palace and Coaster Studios in the beginning. I'm not as thrilled with Coaster Studios since he went international. I met him a few times. Great guy. I actually have a picture. It was funny. So he was at Hershey Park, and my daughter was working lockers. And my buddy, Coaster Jeff, he does have a channel. We just call him Coaster Jeff because every time we see him, he's riding roller coasters. He's a firefighter. He's a homeowner, Jeff. So I get a text message from Jeff, from Kylie, my daughter, who's like, hey, I think one of your coaster guys is here. And I was like, oh, how do you know? Well, he just got off Skyrush, but he couldn't find his locker. And so my daughter had to go through the system and try to find his locker. I guess he's marathoning Skyrush at the end of the night. And then I get a text message from my buddy taking a picture. Goes, look, even people like Coaster Studios can't figure out their locker. And my daughter's in that photo showing him how to do the lockers. And I'm like texting Jeff. That's my daughter showing him how to get it open. So I think that's hilarious that apparently Coaster Jeff was riding with those guys. But yeah, I guess marathoning Skyrush, yeah, you might be a little wobbly trying to remember your locker number at the end of the day. So I can see that. I don't pick on that. So let's see what we got here. All right, 93. All right, looks like we got a few new people in here. So real quick, we are 125 Roller Coaster Challenge. And we are going to get to 5,000 subscribers at the end of this stream. So I was going to say at the end of the night, but who knows? It could be morning. But we are on our way to 5,000 subscribers. That is a huge deal in the coaster when you're doing YouTube. The first one is get monetized, and that's a struggle. Let's be honest. To get monetized, it's a long road. It is challenging. There's a lot of frustration. There's a lot of second guessing. Why am I doing this? How do I do this right? And it's a struggle. So the first goal is to get monetized. After that, you get a lot of channels that get 1,500 to 3,000. You kind of stay in that area. We were there for a while until for some reason we got the surge. We got a surge last week, and now we are so close to hitting a goal that is one that I was hoping to hit in another year, maybe two. And that's 5,000 subs. And for me, that's a big deal. First of all, it's a big deal. But for me, it's a big deal to me because we never looked at subscribers as a metrics for us. You're seeing me here 5 hours. That's the most you're ever going to see me. And that's because we look at ourselves as a reference tool. So we are the guys that, hey, I wonder what there's to eat at Waldemere. And you go and see, let's eat at Waldemere. So most people don't subscribe. I think our subscribe number is 1.2 of our viewers are subscribed, which is incredibly low, but it makes sense because of how people find us. People find us through the search bar. People type in Hershey Park, we show up. People type in Magic Mountain, Coaster Kev shows up. Sometimes us. But it's one of those things that for us, we never thought that 5,000 subscribers was a reality. And now we are 7 away from a goal that we never thought we would hit. So we are going to do live stream. We've been doing it for almost 5.5 hours. We're going to live stream until we hit 5,000. And Coasting and Traveling, they're hanging with us. Coaster Kev's hanging with us. We've had a lot of other people, Alex and Chris and all these guys from before. And people are popping in, popping out. Did we do it? We are determined. I will not eat. And it's not a hunger strike. It's just my food's downstairs and I still have to do stuff. But we're not going to eat until we get to 5,000. So 7 more subs will get me to my pork loin and the rest of the food I have down there. Probably was not smart to cook dinner tonight. But thank God for crock pots, right? So, but we've been talking about Six Flags America. We've been talking about top roller coasters. We've been talking about everything. Anything you want to talk about, there's a chat bar there. We're still on Facebook, it looks like, and we're still on YouTube. Actually, I know we're on YouTube. Don't know if we're on Facebook, but we're still going. We were at 49.93. Checking again. Still 49.93. 7 away from 5,000 subscribers. Can we get there? Or will I starve to death trying? Let's figure it out. Let's hear. I'm keeping you on. I have to be up at 3 a.m., so I'll check in. Not a problem. Keep me on. That's great. I am hoping that I am not on at 3 a.m., especially considering you're at Holiday World. So for you, I'm assuming that's 8:30 right now, Central Time. So that would be 4:30 in the morning for me. I will be on, but Whopper will probably be in charge if we're not there. Now, I think we might get one more surge. If we get one more surge, we're gonna bust through. Is there a guarantee? There's never going to guarantee. So I know I remember Holiday World is Central Time because we were at Kentucky Kingdom, and the reason why I decided to jump to Holiday World was because we gained an hour going across. So I'm like, okay, it's saying that we're three hours away, but it's only showing up as 2 hours away. And that's why we made that jump that time and ended up at Holiday World for a half day. We did Kentucky Kingdom, and then we did a Holiday World day. But all right, let's check where we are real quick here. Boom, boom, boom. Let me check emails here. Is there emails I need to do? Let me see real quick here because I've been here for 5 hours, so I haven't done any work actually. A lot of barks. So Amazon Business. Let's check over here quick. Boom, boom, boom. All right, caught up on the work. Welcome to photography in the off season. So, all right. So, coasting and traveling. Get some sleep. You got to get up soon. Thank you for the support. Yet again, anybody watching, make sure you check out Coasters and Traveling. I'm going to do that tomorrow because I have a feeling it might be a late night. So I might just plop on the couch tomorrow and watch Coaster Kev and Coasting and Traveling. And some of these other channels too. So Smoking Thrills. I already watch Theme Park Worldwide and those guys. Rollback Productions. That might be an interesting one too. So we're doing good there. We are at, make sure nothing changed. Where are we at here? Boom. Boom, boom. We're still at 49.93 people. We're 7 away. So that's where we are. Yep, it's awesome and confusing all at the same time. Yep, no, like I said, I was always, I remember years ago, I think it was June because it was around my birthdays when I used to do trips for the kids. And I'm in the middle of June. And I remember being at Cedar Point and it being 9:30 at night and the sun was still up and being like, oh, how the hell is that possible? You know, and I think it was like 10 o'clock before it set. And it's because you're kind of hugging Central Time Zone. So you're kind of right up against that. So, but yeah, you go to sleep. All right. I'm going to keep here, but you go to sleep. And in a half hour, we're going to be changing our shirts. So what shirts have we done so far? So we've done Talon at Dorney Park. Then we went to Wildcats Revenge. Then we did a special request with the most underrated coaster shirt that we have. And that had to be Twister at Knoebels. Then we did Iron Quasi, which is our number one coaster. And I did Tatsu over at Magic Mountain because Coaster Kev. And then we're now doing Alpi. So we're doing a lot of shirts. Every hour we change our shirts to change it up. So that's where we are here. Go and change. A pot never boils, but yep, still 7 away there. So looking for a surge. Looks like we got about 23 people watching. So 23 people. Are you subscribed? Are you subscribed? Because if you're subscribed, thank you. If you're not, please subscribe so I can eat my dinner. But also, do you have friends? Coaster Kev brought some friends, and I love the fact that Coaster Kev brought some friends. So made a new friend with coasters and traveling. So if you're interested on that in there, Facebook. We have over 10,000 followers on Facebook. I just need 7 of you guys. Wiggle over a little bit and subscribe. We want to get to 5,000. We're 7 away. Now, if we were at 23 away, I might be like, you know what? Maybe I'll do this another day. But we're 7 away. We're only 7 away. You can't give up now. That's like running a marathon with 5 miles to go and be like, I don't think I'm going to do this. So with that being said, let's do this. We're live until we hit 5. And we're going to do this, all right? Because I'm determined. And we're only 7 away. So now, we need things to talk about. We got, Coastal Traveling, thumbs up. Yep, thumbs up. We're great dating. We got another new viewer. So if you're watching this and you have not subscribed to the channel, we're 7 away. Not eating, but that's just because I was dumb and the food's downstairs. I should have made a grilled cheese sandwich or something, but or I should have Uber Eats, maybe Uber Eats, but that means I have to go downstairs. I'm on the second floor here. So second floor, I have to go downstairs and all that stuff there. I changed from Red Bull, even though I will see what's left in here. Red Bull is kicked, and now we're going to water. So now we're aiming for water. And, yep. So that's where we are right now. So what should we talk about? Oh, you know what? We were talking about top theme parks until we got sidetracked there with Coaster Kev and Coasting and Traveling. So we talked about honorable mentions, which were Clement Park, Niagara Amusement Park, Six Flags America, and Six Flags Darien Lake. Number 10 on our list, Maury's Piers at Wildwood, New Jersey. Not just the rides, but the whole experience there with the boardwalk, second to none. Number 9 was between Kings Dominion, SeaWorld, Orlando, but we landed on Six Flags Great Adventure. The future is great. It's going to be fantastic there. So now we're on number 8. Number 8 in our top amusement parks, Dollywood. Dollywood has a great mix of nostalgia, history, country flair, and awesome coasters. We've only been there once during the pandemic, so the lines were really slow, really low. So we could jump in, jump out. We were able to do a lot there. But Dollywood would be higher if we got to visit it more, but we don't get to see it as much. So that's why it's at number 8. Number 7, America's Roller Coaster, Cedar Point. Cedar Point is just, I remember the first time I went to Cedar Point, I could not believe how big of an amusement park this was. It was such a large amusement park. I love the fact that when you get to the front, you get on a sky ride, right? You get on a sky ride and you go all the way up, you go over and you go back down. And when you land, you're only halfway through the park. You literally need to take a train to then get you to the back of the park where Steel Vengeance is. It is amazing how big that is. Coaster Kev, you got this. We're going to do it. We're going to do it, Coaster Kev. We are, see if anything changes. We're at 93. You can't quit now. If I'm here until 2 o'clock in the morning, I'm here till 2 o'clock in the morning. Probably have to throw out dinner, but I'm doing this, man. What's my most underrated coaster? That's a good one here. So there's a couple coasters that I like that I seem to be in the minority with. So I'll give you probably 5. The first one that comes to mind, Rougarou at Cedar Point. Now, Rougarou is an original stand-up coaster, which was Mantis. And I think it was the first one that ever got the retraining to floorless coaster. And I really love this ride for 2 reasons. First of all, there's elements on that you don't see on the standard floorless coasters. The slanted loop is one that definitely always gets me. And number 2 is its location, right up against the water. The one thing that drove me crazy was, and we didn't know this, so Janine and I went, and we're going back and forth. We love Gatekeeper, so we keep going back and forth to Gatekeeper. We go to Maverick, then we go back to Gatekeeper, then we go to somewhere else, and then we go back to Gatekeeper, and then we're going by Rougarou, and there's no line. And it's like dusk, and we're like, there's no line for Rougarou. Let's jump on it. Well, we figured out pretty quickly why there was no line. Apparently, at dusk, when we went, the mayflies start hatching, and they float up. So we literally, and I showed pictures of this on the Simply the Best Part 1. We got mauled by mayflies, just smacking us in the face, in the mouth, the whole 9 yards. It was brutal. And of course, there was no line. So Janine and I just looked at each other, we're like, that sucked. That really sucked. But there's no line. And we rode it 2 or 3 more times, getting pelted with mayflies. So, but without the mayflies, Rougarou, definitely underrated, does not get much love. So that's number 1. Second one was the one shirt I wore, Twister at Knoebels. So when you talk about Knoebels, you talk about the food, you talk about the carousel, and you talk about Phoenix. But Twister is always known as the other wooden coaster. Literally, I hear people all the time, the other wooden coaster. And it deserves so much more than that. The history of Twister is fascinating. The Knoebels loved Mr. Twister, I think it was, over in Colorado. But unlike Rocket, which turned into Phoenix, they couldn't transport it. It was too beat up. So they paid for a blueprint. So they bought the blueprint for it. But when they got the blueprint, the land they had earmarked wasn't big enough. It was too vast for this thing. So what they did was, and if you rode Twister, you know this, they did a split with the lift hill. So it goes there, and then it turns around, and then it goes up this way. That's how they condensed it to make it fit into the spot, was instead of having a lift hill going up, they had one going this way and then going that way. So, genius move. But this one is all about the laterals. When you ride this coaster, you are getting slammed to the side the entire time. So unlike Phoenix, which is all about the airtime, this one, you feel it. And it's definitely all about laterals, but they're not jackhammering and they're not rough, because the woodwork that Knoebels do is second to none. Third one that comes to mind, Coaster Kev, talking about that. Nobody was talking about Apocalypse, the ride at Magic Mountain. When people talk about Magic Mountain, they talk about X2. They talk about Wicked Colossus. They talk about Tatsu. They even talk about Viper, which I wasn't a big fan of. But nobody mentioned anything about Apocalypse. So when we found this over at the end, I knew they had a wooden coaster. I just didn't know anything about it. We got on Apocalypse, and holy crap, this thing was relentless. We're flying around the track. I don't remember any kind of trim break at all. I remember going around the corner and just popping up and feeling the train pop up. So what a Rougarou story. I agree. That is a fun one, though. Yep. Yeah. Eating flies. Definitely. It was interesting. But so that was Apocalypse. And it's funny, after we got our first ride on Apocalypse, it closed. So my mind was like, yeah, something's not right. Going a little too hard. So the next day we go back and Apocalypse was closed. It opened again. Literally, we were standing there. They opened it. Ran through the queue. Just as crazy. Not slowed down. And I rode the front. I rode the back. I rode the middle. I rode it probably about 6-7 times in 4 days. No trim break at all. So underrated, might not be, but it definitely is not talked about enough when you talk about Magic Mountain. All right, so that's number 3. 2 more. Gotta think of some here. Going through the different parks we do all the time. Here's one. So, King's Dominion. You've got Intimidator 305. Sorry, Project 305. Sorry, Pantherium or whatever it is. Probably can't pronounce it. And then you got Twisted Timbers. But they have a coaster there that really does not get much love. And it's also old Geauga Lake ride. And that is Dominator. Dominator for a floorless is really good. But, I'm yawning. Let me see if we gained any more here. No, still 93. But really is an aggressive and really good floorless ride. And that loop, when you drop into that loop, you get so much hang time. For the longest time, that was the most hang time I've ever had. When you're in the back seat and you just feel like, am I going to go? And you flip over. That is definitely a great feeling. And then the back half is really aggressive. I actually shot some video of it. You don't see how aggressive it is, but it is incredibly aggressive in the back. So that's another one that is underrated is Dominator. And then the last one, if I had to pick one more, Afterburn over at Carowinds. That is yet again, people talk about Fury 325, Copperhead Strike. They talk about Thunder Road or Thunder Strike, whatever it is now. It used to be Intimidator. But people don't talk about Afterburn. And Afterburn's over by the water park. So, unless you're water park, you really don't wander there. It might have got better now that Copperhead Strike's in the area. But for the longest time, Afterburn was there. But that is a very, very, very aggressive inverted coaster. And it does not get the fanfare. When people talk about top inverts, they talk about Montu, they talk about Banshee, they talk about Raptor, but they don't really talk about Afterburn. So that would be my 5. That would be my 5 underrated there. So good comment there. Anybody else out there have any questions, comments, let me know. We are live until we get to 5. And we are right now at still 93. So 93. So we've been stuck. Yet again, I noticed it's like nothing. Hey, there's 4. Like the next burst to be like 8 or 9 just to get over there. But hoping for a burst soon. Looking real quick, we got 24 people. So if you're new, we are a channel that's about to hit 5,000 subscribers. We've been on the air for 5 hours, 41 minutes. We are definitely marathoning it. I have no idea how long a live lasts, but I gotta say, we're going pretty good here. At one point, gotta check this again there, but at one point, we actually got where is it? It was a while ago. Wow, it was a while ago there. There it is. Tyrone Soros gave us $5 for a chat. I think that is the most we ever made on chat. I think once I got a $1 one when I did live, but that was like a half hour. I'd never marathon like this. This is the first time doing it. I don't know how long I'm going. I'm going until I get 7 more, and we're still at 7 more. So it's funny. We get a burst, then we disappear. We get a burst. So if you're watching and you're not subscribed, definitely subscribe. I might have to grab like some bread in a minute or two, just to have some food in me there. Every hour we change shirts. So in another 17 minutes, we're going to change into another shirt. Don't know what shirt yet. Got a closet full of them. We've already gone through 6 shirts. So we're definitely going through my wardrobe here. Whopper's still hanging in there. Good old Dole Whip is. I changed from Red Bull to water because I have hope that this is going to happen soon. There's actually a Busch Gardens cup there, but it's been beat up pretty bad. So I got some water. Won't be talking at all tomorrow because I'm losing my voice. But you know what? I'm determined we're going to get those 7. We're 7 away, people. 7 away subs. So, Coastal Kev brought some friends. Anybody watching right now, bring some friends in there because, yet again, I'm not a big streamer. This is the longest stream I've ever done. Most streaming I've ever done. So definitely talking about different subjects. Any questions you have, Coastal Kev had to go into underrated coasters. We're definitely game for that kind of stuff here. Definitely, we're trying to get to that final pinnacle. And where are we at here? Boom! 94! Got another one. 6 away, people. 6 away. Let's change that ticker quick. Where are you? 94. So, You got what are those things called, like an anagram or something like that? It's a 4994. Nice. I like that. There we go. Boom. There's the ticker. We are crawling to 5,000, but we're getting there, people. We are getting there slowly but surely. We are 6 away from our goal. Definitely help us out. Let's make this happen. You know what? Let's do some giveaways. You know, we can do giveaways soon. I got a couple things we can give away. Don't like to bribe people. We want people here because they want to be here, not because they feel like they have to. But you know what? 49.94. So we're at that anagram or whatever that is there. So got 24 people watching. So what we're going to do is let's find another subject. I actually had subjects here. What was another one I had there for the merch? Oh, here's one. Best shows at a park. So I'm not a big show person. I know growing up and also when the kids were younger, Hershey Park was a home park. I remember over where the Chick-fil-A is now, used to be a slider restaurant. So the little mini hamburgers. And as a slider restaurant, we would go there and they had chicken sliders and burger sliders. And they had some like $4 for like, the serving was like $4. So I'd get a serving and Kylie would get a serving. We'd have 8 of these things. And me, Kylie, and Ari would sit down and watch the Milkmen. So this was an a cappella band who actually had like milk jugs and all that stuff. And they were pretty much, the area's been changed because Chick-fil-A had to come in there because, you know, you have to have Chick-fil-A, I guess. But it was a show that was, they ran, it seemed like 6 times a day. And every show was slightly different because there was always a lot of audience interactions. But I remember doing that. And that was kind of like a tradition because when the kids were growing up, we would hit Hershey Park 2 or 3 times a week. Yet again, wedding photographer, a lot of free time. So Hershey Park was our park. But Milkman was a great show. And then also, they're gone. They're long gone now. The stage is gone. But also, down by Trailblazer, there was, it's a pavilion now that they utilize. Oh, Chris, back again. See, you're getting closer to 5,000. We're 6 away. Chris, if you got any friends on Facebook, send them my way. I have not eaten dinner. I have not taken a break to eat. And, oh my God, we're down to 7. We lost 1. I hate that. We gain 1. We gain 3 and lose 1. So hold on. We're all about accuracy. Now, of course, when we hit 5,000, I don't care if we drop back down. Once I hit that 5,000, I'm taking a picture on my phone and we're done. So, but yep. And it looks like we're still working on Facebook. So yeah, we're getting closer. We're 7 away. So it's funny. We gained 1 and lost 1 pretty quick. Don't know if it's the same person, but could have been. But when you go down by the Trailblazer at Hershey Park, they had a country show there. And for the longest time when I was a kid, before Stormrunner came in, there were staircases that took you from where the Music Box Theater is, and it would take you down the stairs, and they're steep stairs, and it would take you right to the country thing. And the country thing, they'd have line shows. They used to have different skit shows, and we would go there, and we would eat over at the barbecue place, which back then used to be an independent vendor, but now it's been incorporated. So when you were there in the old days, you used to get, oh my God, the ribs were huge and all that. Now, of course, it's all pre-portioned out and all that. It's now Hershey Park owns it. They got rid of the vendor. Hershey's very good at that. They learn what you do, and then they do it. And then they exit. Because when Ari was born, I had summer, you know, my ex was on maternity with Ari. So I was like, you know what? I did a lot of odd jobs. I was like, you know what? I'm going to, you know, do the water ice stand. So it's a company called Awesome Ice, which was good. And the thing with Awesome Ice was within a week, the gentleman, oh, we're back up, 94, 49, 94. Maybe I should have changed it. Maybe the person did that by error. But we are now 6 away again. We're getting there. 6 away. Boom, boom. There we go. And I'm going to close this park thing out there as I talk. So, we're 10 minutes away from a shirt change. So we're getting there. But so I worked at Awesome Ice, and it's funny, within a week, they made me like manager. So I guess because I was an adult, not a kid. But Awesome Ice was there for 4 or 5 years. And then they realized they can buy their own Rita's franchise and get rid of Awesome Ice. So it's kind of what Hershey does there. So that takes me down to the country area. So they used to have the barbecue place. So it used to be a vendor. They're now pre-portioned. But when you go there now, they got the Valley of Beer, which I think is interesting. But when you get past the Valley of Beer, you can still see the old country stage. They used to sell hot dogs in there, and people could sit there, but the shows have been long gone. And but that was a great country show. I would go there and watch that 4 or 5 times a year. We would go there and just watch that show. Now, when you go to Hershey Park, the only daily shows they have is the Sea Lion show, which at one time was Dolphin to Sea Lions, but now it's the Sea Lions. And then Music Box Theater has a show. So those are the 2 remaining shows. The Country Theater is now, I think, like a pavilion for corporate. The Milkmen have been eliminated by Chick-fil-A, and the amphitheater, where I saw Weird Al years ago, is now demoed and is now turning into Twizzler Twisted Gravity. So the shows are becoming less and less. They do have the roaming band. And I do like what they did with the mascots. They kind of have set areas for each mascot. So if you're looking for Kiss, there's a schedule so you can get your picture with Kiss. You can do that with Jolly Rancher and all that stuff. So they're getting better with the mascots, but the live shows are kind of disappearing at Hershey. But what live shows do you like? Do you go for the shows or you just skip the shows? Oh, wait, not favorite merch. Best shows. Let us know in the comment section because like some parks have it, some parks don't. Other shows I remember is Six Flags America. They had the stunt show, and then when they rebranded the Steamtown, they have a stunt show that's Steamtown themed. So that I want to check out. And that's the one video. I'm looking at my wall quick. That always that's the one I want to do more of. Like Knoebels has shows all the time. Great Adventure had shows. I went to Great Adventure this year, and I did not anticipate doing it at Showtime. And then as I walked around the park that one day, I realized, oh, there's a show here. Oh, there's one over here. And, oh, they have one right in front of this. Totally caught me by surprise. And then I started hunting it out. And what really threw me was all of a sudden they had a parade. I don't know if you've seen this at Six Flags Great Adventure, but all of a sudden I was at this one point, and then all the music got really loud. I was over there by Wonder Woman and not realizing that that's where they come out of, is the Wonder Woman area. And all of a sudden I was like trying to do video, and all of a sudden the music got like 5 times louder. And I realized it was all over the park. And then I looked, and then all of a sudden I saw these people walking by, and in a parade form, and you see Looney Tunes and all that. And I didn't even know they had shows at that park. So that really shocked me. That I was able to do that at Great Adventure. So Six Flags probably has a lot more shows. Cedar Fair, the Cedar Fair parks had Carnival, and they had a couple things along that line. But the best shows are kind of the Busch Gardens, SeaWorld parks. They do a really good job with shows. Not talking about the festivals, I'm talking about shows. SeaWorld, of course, you got the animal shows. And they also have, I remember I walked in on something and there was a manatee thing going on. I was so surprised that the manatees were actually getting as much love as they were. Really up close too. Just amazing. Busch Gardens, they've got some shows. Williamsburg has shows. And I think they're opening up the Globe Theater again next year. I know they have that big in London when you walk in. They have that. All right, we're at 26 viewers. So I'll give you guys the spiel in a second as I finish this part. But Williamsburg got some great shows. Tampa's good. So I was surprised that there were shows at Six Flags, but I was not surprised at the quality of the shows of the Busch Gardens. And Universal, I'm sure, has great shows, and Disney, of course. But shows, is that something you enjoy? What was the best place that you've ever seen a show? Definitely let us know in the comment section. Chris is back on Facebook, so I know we're good. So we're closing in on our 6 hour. We're 5 minutes away from doing this for 6 hours. On the East Coast, it's now 10 o'clock. I started this at 4 people. So we started out at 62. So we have done 32 new subs. We're down to 6 left. And there's no way you can give up this close. So if you're one of the new viewers, throw us a sub because we're going until we get to 5. Live until 5. It flows. If it rhymes, you got to do it, right? So 6 more away from hitting our goal of 5,000 subscribers. And I want to just keep on talking. Got some more subjects here. Got a couple more things in our pike. Might actually rehash some things. But leave comments. Comments help us out because it gives us direction. Coaster Kev helped out there with the underrated coasters and stuff like that. I gave my 5 suggestions on that one. I'm still going through our top parks. We're stuck at Cedar Point, but that's number 7. So in about 4 minutes, I'm going to be changing the shirt. Every hour we change the shirt. We started out with Talon over at Dorney Park. Then we went to Wildcats Revenge over at Hershey. Chris gave me a suggestion of most underrated coaster shirt I had. That was Twister over at Knoebels. Then we decided to go with Iron Quasi, which is my number 1 coaster. If you want to know my top 50, check out the channel. We actually have, what's the word I'm looking for? If you check out the channel, we have our top 50. Then with Coaster Kev there, I figured, got to give some love to Magic Mountains. So we did Tatsu. And then decided to go with Alpengeist. So in 4 minutes, we're going to be changing the shirt. No direction which way to go. I'm going to go in there and see what catches my eye. But if you have a suggestion, Chris, you did it once, you can do it again. Let me know over in the comment section there. We are 6 away from our goal. And when we come back from the change of a shirt, we are going to actually probably discuss the remaining top parks on our list here. And we're doing pretty good. And in case you didn't know, you can live stream for 6 hours on Facebook and on YouTube without them shutting you down. So we're going good. Can't wait to see the stats on this. It'd be interesting to see, how many people watched it, how many people went there, because I've seen people bouncing in, bouncing out. I got emojis. Looks like I got a weird wow emoji on there and stuff like that. I check one more time quick here before you change. 4994. What's that called when you have like repeating numbers like that? It's not an algorithm. A little more water there. Shout out to the amazing Tom Grassi who does this. He's a football channel and he does live streams of football games. And he has done 4 games in one day. He did the European game. They did the 1 o'clock, 4:30, and then the 8 o'clock. And then sometimes he'll just do 2, maybe the 1 o'clock and the 8 o'clock. I don't know how he does it because my throat is shot because it's not easy doing this. And the amazing thing is I have yet to actually pee. I haven't had to pee yet. No peeing for the D. But we're 6 away. We're going to make it happen. Hopefully in the next hour. I thought that it would take me 5 to 6 hours. It's taking a little bit longer. But I'm determined. And we're only 6 away. And, if we were 20 away, I might be like, today's not my day. But 6 away, we're so close. So we got to power through. And I know when I'm done, I got dinner down there. I'm excited for that. And it's a Wednesday night. People on the East Coast are getting ready for bed. If you're laying in bed and you stumble upon this live, boom, subscribe. Give us that last shot there. We're 6 away. 6 away from 5,000. 5,000 is such a huge number when you do a YouTube channel. And to do it in 2.5 years, I'm so proud of the channel. The amazing thing for me is we hardly ever do lives. This is the longest live I've ever done. And, here we go. Topic for everybody. Top the fun coasters. That is a good one. I will jump on that when we get back. And, there's a few. There's a few I definitely want to talk about. And not just the recent ones. We all know about King of Con and stuff like that. Let's talk about some coasters that shocked us that they were defunct. But I am 1 minute away from changing my shirt. Changing my shirt. Our 7th shirt. I might have a load of laundry by the time we're done. Because when I take them off, I just throw them over there in the corner. So I got a pile of shirts there. Shut the door so the cats don't come in. I got 3 cats. Don't need them annoying me here. But we have 15 people watching right now. Welcome if you're new. Once I get done changing the shirt, I'll do a quick spiel about what we're doing and why we're doing it for 6 hours. And then we're going to jump into top defunct coasters. Great subject there, Chris. Thank you for keeping us going. We are 15 seconds away from the shirt change. Here we go. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. 6 hours, guys. Live stream for 6 hours. Time to change the shirt. What are we going to go with here? He's gone. Let's see what we got over here. We got a ton of shirts. Let's see what we want to do. Oh, you know what? This is what I was considering before. I think it's appropriate because it is exactly how we want to go. And it is, hold on. Yet again, I don't want to lose subscribers, so I don't take off my shirt in front of you. All right. We are almost done. So where is it? Right there. Here we go. Storm Runner, Hershey Park. So if you're familiar with the Hershey Park Storm Runner, that's our whole thing. Right before you launch, it says, now get ready. Here we go. And that's what the shirt is here. My home park. We are still at $49.94. So here we are. It is 10:15 Eastern time. We've been streaming for over 6 hours now. And let's tell you what we're doing. So we started this channel about 2.5 years ago. And took us about a year and a month to get to 1,000 subs. 1,000 subs is important because that gets you monetized. From there, we've been slowly growing. Usually we keep growing maybe 3 to 5 new subs every day. We do daily content. Sometimes it's a short, sometimes it's produced, sometimes it's a walkthrough. We break it up. Every day it's a different park, different thing. We have a lot of content on that end there. If you like roller coaster content, definitely check us out. Now, all of a sudden, last week we went from 3,300. I woke up the next day, we're at 4,500. Apparently, the Simply the Best, part 1, coasters 100 to 51, got launched out to India. I woke up and we had 14,000 views on that. And we got, so it's actually a top 10 video for the channel. And we got 1,200 new subs. That got us to 45. And since then, not really hitting India, but instead of the 2, 3, 4, 5 new subs, we've been getting 15 to 20 every day. So much so that I woke up this morning, we were at, I think 49.40 or something like that. And I was like, you know what? Tom Grassi always does the thing, who's a YouTuber, definitely check him out, where when he gets to a certain pinnacle or he wants to do something, he live streams until he gets it. So my philosophy was when I get to 49.50, we're going to live stream. Well, I hit 49.50 when I was on the road doing some work. So turned this on around 4 o'clock at 49.62, I think it was, 32 away, from where we were. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to live stream until we get to 5. We're going to be live till 5. So, because for a YouTuber, somebody like me who's not personality based, they get to 5,000 subs is a big deal. We get a lot of views, but we're more of a reference tool. So most people, I think, if you look at the stats, maybe 1.2% of the people that watch us are subscribed. So we don't have huge subscriber numbers. We get watch hours. So for us to actually be this close to 5,000 is a huge deal. And not going to lie, I was hoping to hit it a little bit sooner than we are, but I'm determined to keep going until we get those 6 more subscribers. So we're going to keep on checking back there, and that's what our goal is. So before I did the shirt change, which is Storm Runner, get ready. Here we go. Chris brought up a new topic for us, and this is a great topic. So if you're watching, if you haven't subscribed, please subscribe. If you know somebody who might be interested, please have them subscribe. We need 6 more for me to go eat dinner because I did not eat dinner before I did this. Not smart. But with that being said, let's talk about top defunct coasters. So I'm going to start off with the one that shocked me the most from this year. So, so far, Anaconda, Nighthawk, King Ka, Green Lantern. But the one that shocked me the most to be defunct was Scorpion over at Busch Gardens, Tampa. Because the last time I rode it, it was riding great. Usually you get rid of a coaster if it's past its shelf life, it's riding rough, it's not in great shape. Also, oh, hold on. $49.95. We gained another one. Boom. Time to do the ticker. 5 away, people. We're at the final 5. Final 5. Let's make this happen. Oh, let me get rid of the best parts. So, actually, you know what? Let me go here quick. Defunct coasters. At the banner. Show the banner. There we go. So now it's our topic. We're 5 away, guys. We are 5 away. We're getting there. But so Scorpion shocked me the most because, first of all, that was a SeaWorld park. So it shocked me that they actually changed it. Then got rid of it. Second of all, it wasn't running rough. People who were there that year said it was still running as good as it always does. It's a classic Schwarzkopf. So to lose a coaster that's as classic as that is kind of depressing. And then third of all, the space that it took up wasn't huge. So sometimes you get rid of coasters, like you got rid of King Ka, you got rid of Green Lantern because they're putting in a huge coaster there, big coaster going there. You get rid of Nighthawk because that land right there is big and it's valuable. It should have a better coaster than Nighthawk. Anaconda, same thing. It's over water, should have a better ride there or utilize that land better. The land where Scorpion is, behind it is kind of the log flume. And then it's kind of nestled into this corner between the two different worlds, the things. So for them to get rid of Scorpion, and then especially considering that area, they just added Rising Phoenix. So you've already put something in that area. It doesn't make as much sense to do that. So that kind of shocked me there. So with that being said, Scorpion was probably the biggest this year. That shocked me. So with that being said, other defunct coasters that I wish I would have got on, Hercules. So I was chicken shit, excuse the language, for decades. I was afraid of heights and I was afraid of coasters. So I never we always went to Hershey Park when I was young. And then when I went to college and left the house, my family kind of shifted to Dorney. So my brother was a lot more Dorney based than I was. He has season passes to Dorney. I don't miss a season pass for Hershey Park. So when Hercules was in its heyday and I was in college and would be doing it in high school, college, we weren't going to Dorney. And then when they start, my family was always going to Hershey. So Dorney wasn't a thing for me. And then when they started going to Dorney, I was out of the house. So Hercules just never lined up for me. And I probably wouldn't have ridden anyway because it was mammoth. I think at one point it was the biggest winning coaster in the world. And because of that, kind of wanted to stay away from it. So now that I'm a coaster enthusiast, I kind of wish I would have had a chance to get on Hercules. So that's definitely a defunct one there. Along that line too, Son of Beast, I never went to Kings Island, so I never knew Kings Island existed. So I kind of never knew about Son of Beast, but now as a coaster person, I really wish I would have got a ride. And then last, it would have to be Geauga Lake. So not so much the defunct coasters, but the defunct park. So I went to Penn State locally when I was young, and then I shifted to Penn State Erie in the early 90s. My junior year was at Penn State Erie. That's where I met my ex-wife. And I remember being in the dorms talking to my roommate who was from Pittsburgh, and he was really high on Kennywood. And I'll tell you that, since we have time, I'll talk to you about Kennywood impressions. But he was always talking about SeaWorld, Ohio. And I'm sitting there like, SeaWorld in Ohio? Why the hell is it? You're crazy. There's nothing in Ohio. And I remember he said, I'm going to take you. And it never happened. But as you know, SeaWorld Ohio was right across from Geauga Lake. And that would have been my opportunity to actually see and check out Geauga Lake. So for me, a defunct thing is losing Geauga Lake or whatever Six Flags called it when they merged them, because it was Geauga Lake, and on the other side was SeaWorld, and then they merged into a giant thing. And then Six Flags went bankrupt and they sold it to Six Flags. And then always remember, the Cedar Fair boys are the reason why there's no Geauga Lake, not Six Flags. It's the Cedar Fair boys. They bought it and killed it. But so that's something I miss. Now let's go to the Kennywood story. Since we got time, let me go check real quick, see if we got any more. We're 5 away. 5 away, people. So still 5 away. 5 more, and then we are done. But let me tell you about Kennywood. So growing up, always Hershey Park. So I go to Erie, and then I went to Penn State, and you had a lot of Pittsburgh, you had Philly and Pittsburgh people merging. And they were always talking about Kennywood. Oh my God, Kennywood's amazing. Kennywood's fantastic. You wouldn't believe Kennywood and stuff like that. Oh my God, you like Hershey Park? You got to go to Kennywood. Kennywood's fantastic. So, and then they would always talk about, oh, Kennywood's better than Cedar Point. Oh, no, Kennywood's better than Cedar Point. Oh, no, you got to go to Kennywood. So over the years, I always gone to Hershey Park. So I always had in my mind that Kennywood was Hershey Park. And then when I finally got to Cedar Point, they were comparing Kennywood to Cedar Point. So I'm sitting there like, oh my God, Kennywood's got to be huge and all this. So we started doing the 1-2-5. And I remember, okay, we got to go to Kennywood, And we go to Kennywood. Holy crap, was it a letdown? Oh my God. I left Kennywood saying, what the hell is this? And then I started doing research. So Magnum 200 XL was the first hypercoaster. And it was all about airtime. It's still running and all that. And the next hyper to be built was Steel Phantom. Not Phantom's Revenge, Steel Phantom, which was an Arrow looper. So it was a looping coaster. So at that time, you had the 2 biggest coasters, Cedar Point with Magnum 200, and then Steel Phantom, I guess it was, with all the loops. So they were even. So we're talking about the 90s. So they were pretty even at that time. But here's the thing. Cedar Point kept going. So they then built, Millennium Force, and they built, Mean Streak, which was the biggest one there, and then kept building this and kept building that. Kennywood realized that, okay, Steel Phantom is pretty damn rough with the transitions, so let's hire Morgan to straighten it out and turn it into Phantom's Revenge. But they never went bigger than that. They had the wooden coasters, they had that. And a lot of it's space. If you look at Kennywood, it is landlocked. It reminds me a lot of Six Flags New England, where you're on the side of a cliff. So you can't really expand much. But, Brandon Douglas, coasting and traveling, send me the subscriber. Thank you. We are still 5 away. 5 away from there. So if you got any friends, we're going to 5. We've been doing it for 6 hours, over 6 hours now. So if you got any friends there, send them this way. Let's lock this up. I'm hungry. I want dinner. I'm drinking water now because I don't want any more Red Bull, because I don't want to be up until 3 Eastern time. But we're getting there. So we are live until we get 5. So we are 5 away. So literally we are live until I get 5. 5 more subs gets me done. Get a shower, maybe just, I might skip dinner, just get dessert at this point, just, grab myself a drumstick or something out of the fridge. But we're 5 away. But so my first impression of Kennywood was, this is crap. And then Janine went to Kennywood with me like a year or two later. And she was like, oh, so this is like a Dorney Park. And that was when I had that moment where I'm like, oh, okay, you know what? Don't compare Kennywood to Hershey Park or Cedar Fair or Cedar Point like I was. Look at it as a Dorney Park. Look at it as like Six Flags America. And now I have a little bit more respect for Kennywood. But it was the hype that I got in the 90s when my roommate was, Kennywood's the greatest, Kennywood's there, they got Steel Phantom, and oh my God, blah, 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 and saying how it's better than Cedar Point and saying how it's better than Hershey Park, really shot up my expectations for that park. So that's where that was the Kennywood story there. So I appreciate Kennywood more, and Kennywood is a park that we're going to be visiting in 2025. So I want to get that park pass, the Pennsylvania Park Pass that gets you to Islewild, Kennywood, Dutch Wonderland, which is right down the street, and Sandcastle Water Park. So that's where we are there. All right. So we are looking real quick here. $49.95. 5 away, guys. We're 5 away. I want this to be the last shirt. Every hour we've been changing their shirt. So I want this to be the last one. I'm looking here. Looks like we got 15 people. So thank you for watching, and thank you for subscribing. Yet again, we're trying to get 5 more, but that does not nullify everybody, the other 4,995 people who subscribe to the channel. It boggles my mind that many people watch our videos and want to see more. And the one thing my dad always says, and drives me nuts because I'm not a big fan of this, but he does say that what he likes about the channel is, and the way I should market it, which I'm not going to do, is watch 35 amusement parks from the comfort of your home. Because he's 75. So in his mind, that's how he appreciates amusement parks. But it is true that we built the channel as a reference tool for people like I was 7 years ago when we started the 125 roller coaster challenge. I had no idea what a Carowinds was and went online and said, walk through Carowinds, and bumped into In the Loop with Legend and Hyde and those guys walking through the park. And then me going through thinking, okay, so that's how you get to Fury. Okay, that's how you get to Afterburn. And that's what we want to be. This channel is built on not so much personalities, even though I am a smartass by trade. Channel has been built on, I've never been to Niagara Amusement Park. What does that park have to give me? What's that park about? That's always been what it is. You know what? I just bought the meal plan for Dorney Park. What kind of food do they have at Dorney Park that's not burgers and pizza? Knoebels. I've heard of Knoebels. What is this Knoebels? So we're built by people going on the search engine and typing in Waldameer Amusement Park, and then our stuff showing up. So when you look at the stats, and you know what? I mentioned stats before. I'm curious right now myself. Let's go to audience, and let's go to in the last year. So the audience for the last year here, maybe that's not what I want. Got to enjoy the stats here. So, let's see. So in the last 90 days, 4.4% of the people who watched our stuff were subscribed. So out of every 100, 4 people. So every 1,000, 40 people. Not a huge ratio. We are a reference tool. So people look up Dorney Park, Kennywood, and stuff like that. They don't look us up. So the fact that we are 5 away, is it still 5? 5 away from 5,000 subscribers is amazing. And like I said, most of our stuff, people watch the watch hours. If somebody sits down and watches Knoebel walkthrough and watches the whole thing, it's a 60-minute video. So we get a lot of watch hours. We get a lot of views because of the shorts. We do shorts. Also, we like I said, we're 5 days a week. No, not 5 days a week. We are every day we are new content. So tomorrow we're going to drop a short. Today we dropped our top 50 coasters. It took me probably 10 hours of editing and probably 12 hours because I have to write the script. So that's 10, 12 hours. And the fact that people will actually sit down and watch it and then comment. Today was great. I got so many comments over our Liberty of the Seas. 2 different people stumbled upon our Let's Eat at Liberty of the Seas cruise. And that one, I literally went to every restaurant there, showed the menu, did the whole 9 yards, told that. And people were like, oh my God, this was great. This gets us excited for our cruise in 2 months. We didn't realize that Sabor was there and it was an extra cost and stuff like that. So the fact that people use these videos that we make and that cruise, I mean, it was funny because the first 2 days we were cruising out, I didn't do much filming. And my brother was there. My mom was like, I thought you were filming. And I'm like, I'm going to wait till we get to the beach, to Bermuda. And they were like, well, why? And I'm like, because you guys are all going to leave. And they were like, okay, I guess. So they went over to Bermuda and I had the ship to myself. I mean, there was very few people on that ship. And because of that, I was able to, talk to the crew and able to get to different areas and do things. And I'm so excited that right now, the Liberty of the Sea stuff in the last 2 months has been blowing up. Nothing like the surge last week, but it's been blowing up pretty steady. And it's exciting to see those numbers go up. I'd be excited to see our numbers go up 5 right now because we're so close. We're going on 6.5 hours of this live feed. And the people who've been watching, greatly appreciate it. I keep seeing the watch numbers go up, goes to 25, goes down to 4 and all that. If you're new, just letting you know what we're doing. We are going live until we get to 5. So we started this at 4:00 Eastern time, 4:11, I think it was. And we've been going live talking about roller coasters, answering questions, coasters, coasting and traveling, Coaster Kev, Chris, Brandon, who just joined us there. Love the fact that you guys are here and asking questions and keeping the ball rolling. It's not easy doing a live stream this long. I have so much more respect for people like Tom Grassi and Perna who do different games. And this is a long stream. And also I'm impressed that Facebook and YouTube haven't cut the feed. Yet again, I've been going, I don't know how long you can go. I think I heard Tom Grassi say that on YouTube, when he did his one thing, after 12 hours, YouTube cut the feed. And I'm praying to you right now that we do not get to 12 hours. We're 5 away. We started out at 62. So we have gone, 33? 33. We only got to get 5 more. So if you're watching this right now, if your friends are still up, East Coast is now 10:30. So we are definitely getting to the point where people are starting to go to sleep. So on the East Coast, kind of looking at the West Coast now, 7 o'clock in the West Coast. Come on, guys. You guys are chilling out there. This is the time to do it. We got stuff on Magic Mountain. We got things on Knott's Berry. Let's keep it. Looks like it moved. 49.96. We are creeping to our goal here. We are at 96. There you are. Boom. 4 away. We are 4 away from hitting 5,000. 4 away, people. Come on. 4 more people. Subscribe to the channel. Get us to 5,000. That is our goal for the day. We can go live. My food is still in a crock pot down there. I am determined to eat before it turns midnight. So an hour and a half. Definitely should have thought about snacks. That was not well thought out by me. But we've been talking roller coasters. We've been answering questions. If you have any comments, Chris, good topic there with defunct coasters. Like I said, biggest defunct Geauga Lake. Never got to it. Had an opportunity. Never did. That sucks. Now, I am lucky that two of the rides are local. Dominator is still at King's Dominion, and Possessed, which was Voodoo, which was still Venom over at Geauga Lake, is still going strong over at Dorney Park. And then, of course, you got, I think it's the Boomerang over at Carowinds is from Geauga Lake. And then I know Michigan's Adventure, the last new ride they got was the SLC from Geauga Lake. And I think there's another one floating around, but the other one that was at Geauga Lake was actually Firehawk, which was the Boomerang, not Boomerang, the Flying Dutchman that got moved from Geauga Lake to Kings Island, but that's now defunct. They killed that one so they can build Orion, which, yet again, not a bad trade-off. So we are 4 away from 5,000 subscribers, people. And if you're new to the feed, every hour I change my shirt. So we have gone through numerous changes. I need to write this down. I'm going to write these down real quick here because I keep forgetting. So first one we had was Talon, Grip of Fear at Dorney Park. That was the first shirt. Second shirt was Wildcats Revenge, Hershey Park. Then after that, Chris had a suggestion, which was basically a shirt of a underrated ride. So we went with Twister at Knoebels, because that is definitely underrated. It's overshadowed big time by Phoenix. After that, we decided to go with our number one roller coaster, which is Iron Gwazi at Busch Gardens, Tampa. And then from there, Coaster Kev popped on, and of course, that made me have to go with Tatsu over at Magic Mountain for a shirt. And then after Tatsu, where did we go after Tatsu? Tatsu, was it Alpengeist? I think it was Alpengeist. So it's probably Alpengeist. So that was Alpi. And that's a Busch Gardens, Williamsburg. You know, I'm a little confused here. So I have a pile of clothes over there. So I'll be back in a second. Don't go anywhere. I just want to make sure I'm not missing a shirt. So this one is, and all of them are inside out because that's just how I roll. So this one's Alpi. That one is there. Where are you? You are still here. Still there. That's Tatsu. This one is. Feel like I'm missing one, but I might not be missing one. You are Twister there. Oh, wait, nope. So we got them all. Seems like there should be more shirts because we're 6 hours in here, but nope, no more shirts. So then it was Alpi, and then now it is Storm Runner. So don't make me change another shirt. We're getting closer. We're almost there. Actually, I got to take my battery here, make sure the battery didn't die there. We're still at 4996. So we are still creeping along here. You know what? Let's get back to top parks. So the honorable mentions were Clementon Park and Niagara. And the other honorable mentions we had for favorite amusement parks was Six Flags America, Six Flags Stereo Lake. Number 10 was Maury's Piers over at Wildwood, New Jersey. Number 9 could have been Kings Dominion, could have been SeaWorld Orlando, but ended up being Six Flags Great Adventure. Number 8 is Dollywood. Number 7, Cedar Point. So now we're on our sixth favorite park. And this one, we just mentioned it, is we're lucky that we're so close to it. Very excited about it. It is Knoebels over in Elysburg, Pennsylvania. A lot of people don't know where it's in central PA, right in the middle of the coal region. And there's no place like Knoebels, let's be honest. This is a park. Chap lips here from talking so much. This is a park that free admission, free parking. You can either get a wristband or you can buy tickets, and the tickets never expire. I've been living off tickets that my mom got for a company picnic for decades. So highly recommend Knoebels. They've got what a lot of people consider the best one coaster in the world, Phoenix. Underrated coaster, Twister. They got a very unique Flying Turns, which is a wooden toboggan. They built it all in-house. The carpenters at Knoebels are second to none. If you're looking for carpentry, that's where you want to go. But they also have steel. They have Impulse, which is a steel coaster They got a dark ride / coaster. It was on Hunts Pier. It was a pirate themed dark ride with a little bit of coasting in there. They bought it from Maury's Piers and then moved it over there, turned it into Black Diamond, which is a great experience. I really wish that I could get a POV of that, but they don't allow you to do POVs unless you have a chest mount, and I don't have that yet. So that's where we are on that. Oh, good. We're back up to 15 people watching. And guess what? We just hit 6.5 hours, guys. Are we going to do I might do a full day. It might be an 8-hour thing here. And bad news. We dropped back down 1. That's always annoying when you're kind of like, all right, we moved up. All right, back down. So we are now back to 49.95. And usually I'm not a big complainer when we lose them, but I hate to lose you when we're so close to hitting that goal. So close. I kind of feel like we're going to get one more surge. And we've had a couple surges today. And when we get a surge, it really, if we get a last minute surge now, we hit the 5,000. So we just need people, tell your friends, let's get the 5. If you're watching one of our videos, because we're at 50 right now on the new one. Our shorts are at 400, 410. So we're creeping. We're 5 away. Yet again, 5 away. Too close to give up. All right. We're so close. Don't want to give up. So, and we're closing in on almost 11 o'clock at night. Like I said, I'm going. I am not going to give up on this. This is something I want to do. I would love to see the stats on this when we're done. How many people checked it out, all that kind of stuff there. I got $5. Somebody gave me $5 on a, what's that called? A super chat. So $5, you know what? That's worth it for me. I appreciate it. Tomorrow, my goal was to actually do the podcast, but there's no way in hell I'm going to be able to do that. I think tomorrow I'm going to be sitting back watching Coaster Kev videos and Coasting and Traveling videos. I'm going to make sure I subscribe on all my channels there. I got 3. I got a personal one. I got 125 Roller Coaster, and then I got a football one called End Zone Enthusiast. Who would have thought, right? Where we talk about NFL football. So, and I filmed 2 of those today, dropped 1 today, and I have dropped 1 tomorrow. I was going to do a 3rd one, but yet again, my throat's dead. That might have to be like Friday. Not quite live, but it has to be closer there. Also, I am very impressed with my Samsung S24. I've been scrolling and all that, and I have not had to charge. I'm still at 54%, so that is pretty impressive. But that's where we are there. So if you're watching, leave a comment. Definitely want to know you're there. And any questions, any comments or anything like that. Which was your favorite shirt? If you've been watching for a while, like I said, Coasting and Traveling has sent a few people my way. Coaster Kev has sent some people. Greatly appreciate it. We just need 5 more people, and then we are done. Tomorrow, I'm definitely going to be dropping a short. Let's see what short. Got a couple here. We'll let you guys pick which short we should do. We can do Wild Weezer over at Maury's Piers. We can also do Simply the Best, the Great Nor'easter on that end. That's another Maury's Pier. Or we could do Come On Over Here, You Little Devil, which is the Jersey Devil roller coaster over at, where is that one at? Great Adventure. So, let me know if you have a preference. If not, what I do is I basically wake up and I decide what I'm dropping. The top 50 roller coasters was a passion project. And it was one I kind of got myself stuck in because I did, and actually I blame you guys, the people who are on our board, because I try to post every day. And I remember I posted, do you want to have our top 25, our top 50, our top 75, or top 100? And my gut was telling me people were going to pick 50. My gut was kind of leaning that way, but no, not even close. Overwhelming amount of people wanted top 100. So I'm looking at the top 100 and I'm like, oh my God, I already knew who the top 100 were because I do that anyway. But I'm like, my God, that's going to be a lot of editing, a lot of work. Yet again, I haven't really figured out a flow that works when it comes to the produced videos. I have it down to a science where I actually, on my phone, I have an app where I actually map out all the videos I need to do. And I have like intro, second, mid, and then end. I'm kind of getting rid of the finale because I'm getting to the point now where in the past I used to be like, make sure you like and subscribe and all that stuff. But I'm noticing a trend with a lot of the more popular people where they kind of just lead it into the next video. So instead of remember to like and subscribe and blah, 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 I'm more like, hey, did you like that roller coaster? You want to see more about it? Check out our next video on Busch Gardens or something like that. And then lead in there. So that might change. But every time I go to a park, I kind of have everything mapped out. So when I go to a Let's Eat, I already have down, these are all the restaurants at Great Adventure and all that, which works out well because I can check them off. But when I do the produced video, I literally write a script right here on my tablet. And then I have to record the script. Then I have to go down and edit it because I've learned in the past I try to do it in one take. Not going to happen. You'll be halfway done and a truck will go by. So you got to kind of play with what you got. And after I'm done editing that, then I got to add the video and then add music. And it's a long process. So that's simply the best. The fact that you guys voted, not you new guys because you're brand new, the new 5 people, I went up in the next 5 people. You literally make me do double the work because I had did the top 100, then I had it, top 100 to 51, and then top 50. So that's done. So now I'm excited for the next videos. And the next video that I'm looking to do is probably going to be focused on Maury's Pier. Maury's Piers in Wildwood was amazing this year when it came to giving me access and letting me kind of do what I needed to do. So we knocked out all the explorers for the piers. We knocked out Let's Eat, Let's Play, merch, everything but Showtime. Sorry about that, but I have been on here for 6.5 hours. So anything but Showtime. So I did some shorts. I did this. A lot of filming. And a lot of people don't know much about Maury's Piers. So I'm looking to do a focus on, which is the park review, where we go over the food, we go over the games, we go over the different kiddie rides, we go over the ambiance, we go over cost. And we go through that and we rate it, and then we give a final rating at the end. We've done 2 of those so far, one for Knoebels, one for Hershey Park. So if you're interested in seeing that, definitely check out your stuff there. Hey, we got a new watcher. Like I said, we are striving to get to live till we get to 5. We're at 4,995 subscribers. We got up. Our high point was 96. We dropped 1. So 5 more subscribers. If you have any friends, help me out here. I don't want to be here at 2 o'clock in the morning going, oh my God, just subscribe for the love of God. But I'm a man of my word, and you're 5 away. It's very hard to give up this close to your goal. You know what I mean? Yet again, I said, what's a marathon? 26 miles. Hour and a half ago, we were at 81 or 82 or something like that. So we are going up, and we're only 5 away from a goal that I never thought I'd get. Yet again, if you've been here for a little bit there, we are not very subscriber based because we're more of a reference tool. People type in Dorney Park, not 125 roller coaster challenge. So only 4% of our viewers in the last 90 days have actually been subscribers. Most of our viewers are people who are, what can we get to eat at Hershey Park? And they find us that way. So the fact that we're closing in on 5,000 subscribers was something I did not expect. Really, we were at 33 about a week and a half ago. So at the pace we were going, my goal was by the end of the year to hit 5,000. We had the freak surge. Really grateful for the surge. But the surge got us in a position where now we're about to hit that goal. knock on wood, fairly soon, hopefully before the cats eat my dinner. But we're 6.5 hours in. We've gone up 33 subs. We are looking to get that final 5 to get to 5,000. And if I got to be up until 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the morning, I'm willing to do it. Now, I'm hoping not to. Yet again, have not eaten since 3:30. Have not had a pee break, actually, which probably should concern me more than it does. But like I said, we're at 4995. 5 away, guys. So, but checking out the chat, you tell me what other topics you guys want to go over. Got a lot that we're working on here. I'm going to check my phone real quick here, see if there's something here. That's creative interpretations. That's actually my photography studio. It's time to drink water. I appreciate that. Keep me alive. Sleep coaching. Well, that's not going to happen today. Yeah, we got a lot of different things that came down the pike, but the most important thing is we are 5 away. And if you're new here, in 20 minutes, we're going to be changing into yet another new shirt. Every hour, we change our shirt. We've gone through numerous ones, but all right. We talked about Knoebels, which is our 6th favorite park. So we're at the top 5. And when it comes to the top 5, these are pretty interchangeable. They're all amazing parks. Highly recommend going there. But all 5 of them, when I, bullet to my head, gun to my head, what is the order? Number 5, Kings Island. Kings Island is a great mixture of traditional and modern park. You've got some sections of that park that are amazing. You got the Beast, and you got the back area where the Bat is. This is the only park that you can be on a roller coaster in the middle of this park and feel like you're in the middle of nowhere. Like the Beast, you literally shoot out into the woods, and then you've got right next to that shooting out in a different direction, Mystic Timbers, and then you got Diamondback. So you got even Orion is kind of out in the back. And when you're on these rides, you feel like you're in the middle of nowhere. And then when you get back to the station, you're like, oh, I'm in a major amusement park. It's kind of a very unique setting there. Also, some of the friendliest staff I've ever seen. Aerie always has issues with the cochlear implant because they always are like, leave it in a locker. Why should Aerie be deaf for an hour to get on a ride to get there? And a lot of parks, they don't care. No, got to leave it in a locker, do that. Kings Island actually worked with us, gave us the time to come back. So Aerie wasn't waiting in line the whole time. And then we were able to go back, and then they allowed us to put the cochlear implant, right by the station, and then pick it up when she was done. Fantastic, great staff, well done. All in all, Kings Island, number 5, definitely deserves it. Number 4, brand new park for us there, Coaster Kev. It's your home park. Number 4 for us is Six Flags Magic Mountain. Wow. You have expectations going in, and for a park like that, that's on the same level as a Cedar Point or a Great Adventure or, a large park like that, Magic Mountain knocked it out of the park. I hear a lot of negatives on TikTok and stuff like that. Oh, Magic Mountain's dirty and all that. We did not find it dirty. We did not find any issues whatsoever. The staff was amazing. We had a great time, and it had Dole Whip. I mean, that's all you really need is Dole Whip, right? And it had 2 flavors. It wasn't just a pineapple. There was also, I think it was like a mango. So 2 flavors of Dole Whip you can get. Highly recommend that. And can't beat that coaster lineup. Tatsu, Twisted Colossus, Goliath, West Coast Racers, Apocalypse, Tatsu, X2, Viper. Wasn't a fan of Viper, but all in all, amazing coaster lineup. Was so blown away. So with that being said, that is number 4. Number 3, Busch Gardens, Tampa. Great mixture of animals and rides. A lot of parks try to do it. Intermix them, like Animal Kingdom over at Disney. But Busch Gardens Tampa perfected it. I was so blown away by how well that was done. The Serengeti section, and then everywhere you go, you cheetah hunt, you got cheetah area. They really intertwined everything well. And when you're flying through cheetah hunt and you're going through the Serengeti, it's amazing just how you're flying through it and doing inversions and all that, and quick turns, and just well done there. Food wise, one of my favorite bars is the draft bar. I love the fact that you can go there, get a specialized drink, sit down on the deck, and just watch drafts go by. Something you never see. So blown away by that. Very excited for it. Just overall, great coastal lineup. Iron Gwazi is my number one. Montu's in my top 10. 2 top 10 coasters. So Busch Gardens Tampa, you number 3. Number 2, this one, I'm getting more of appreciation for it. For a while, I was thinking about leaving Central PA and moving out to the Tampa, Clearwater area, just because if you're a business here in Pennsylvania, they're not the most friendly, and just getting tired of winter. To be honest with you, it's cold. Like right now, outdoors, I'm not going out there unless I have to. Might have to go there to get throat lozenges or go to the doctor's to save my voice. But so I kind of took Hershey Park for granted. I've been going there for over 40 years. I'm over 50. So over 40 years, I've been going to Hershey Park. So sometimes you don't appreciate what you have. You look at what you're missing. Like, I wish we had festivals. I wish we had better, you can get beer there now. Great. I'm more of a liquor drinker, rum and vodka. So you kind of miss that kind of aspect. But since I made the decision that I'm going to stay in this area, mainly for family, I've grown to appreciate Hershey more. And then this summer, because of the meal plan and because I was always in the area Ubering, I really appreciate everything that Hershey was doing a little bit more. Now, the crowds are getting crazy, and it's not because of, slow lines or anything like that. Hershey, they don't have to show their attendance numbers because they're technically a nonprofit, because any profit they make goes to the Hershey School. But I would love to see what their attendance was, because I go on a Wednesday, which was usually pretty slow or, not crowded, and it was mobbed. And it was all year round. It wasn't until the end of summer that I saw the crowds dissipate. So Hershey, amazing crowds, great park. Gotta love chocolate. So that's number 2. So basically rehabbing. Number 2 is Hershey Park. Number 3 is Busch Gardens Tampa. Number 4 is Six Flags Magic Mountain. Number 5, Kings Island. Number 6, Knoebels. Number 7, Cedar Point. Number 8, Dollywood. Number 9, Six Flags Great Adventure. Number 10, Maurice Piers. So number 1 has got to be Busch Gardens Williamsburg. That is the perfect mix of rides, beauty, festivals, and intangibles. It's a great park. It's got so many positives to it that they're too numerous to count. Like I said, if you're looking for food, they got great food options. If you're looking for drinks, they don't just have beer, they have cocktails. If you're looking for roller coasters, Pantheon, Verbolten, Griffin, Alpengeist, Apollo's Chariot, so many top roller coasters that you can't go wrong. And then the layout of the park is beautiful. The theming of every area. The German area is very German. The Italian area is very Italian. The English area, maybe when the globe opens up, it'll be better. But just overall, everything is fantastic there. So that is our top amusement parks there. So any questions, any comments? Are we good? Are we wrong? Haven't been to Texas yet, so I can't throw in Fiesta, Texas. Can't throw in SeaWorld, San Antonio, that kind of stuff there. These are only parks that we have attended. We are down to still 5 more spots before we get to 5,000. Is this where I'm going to be stuck? Is this where I'm going to be stuck? It's now 11 o'clock Eastern time, West Coast. I'm praying for you to come through for me, but 5 more to go. We've been going almost 7 hours. We are 11 minutes away from 7 hours. 7 hours live streaming. Guys, 5 more. Wake up your friends. 5 more. Like I said, if it was 20, I might have gave up. I might have said, this is a failure, not going to happen. But 5 away, it's just one more surge. So if you are watching, definitely subscribe if you haven't. If you haven't, if you want to be the 5,000th one, there's no victory because I don't know who you are. So if you're close, let's do it now. If you're waiting, time's up. My dinner is pretty much done. All right. It's downstairs. It's gone. I might have to run down there soon just to throw it in the fridge on that end there. We are so close. I'm almost out of water too. So we need to up that. I actually haven't had to pee for the D either. So I've been doing pretty good there. I should be worried about that though. I probably should have peed by now. But we are closing in on 7 hours. As we get close, we are still $49.95. Yet again, it looks like I'm still on Facebook and I'm still on YouTube. So here's my question for you guys. If you're Facebook and you're watching this, you probably haven't subscribed. We have over 10,000 followers on Facebook. So, there's only, looks like there's 12 people watching right now. So if you're one of those 12 people and you haven't subscribed or you're on Facebook and you're like, well, I don't do Instagram, do Instagram. Not Instagram, YouTube, do YouTube. We are so close, 5 away. It is so hard to get this close and not have it happen. Let me see what's going on here with some stats. Let me see how many people are actually watching stuff. We have 27 views right now on things. 12 people are watching streaming. So thank you, 12 people. But like I said, we are there. Ultimate Guide. That's all, folks. So some people are watching some kid stuff, but we are so close to actually getting to our goal that we got to do it. And also, if you have a suggestion for shirt, I've got a ton more to wear. I don't want to wear them all, but we are at 6 hours and 51 minutes. So it's almost time for us to change the shirts. And do we actually grow? Oh, we gained one and we lost one in the last hour. So we kind of we're hovering at $49.95. Guys, we're so close. We can almost do this. So if you haven't subscribed, please do it now. If you like our content, we got a lot of content. We hardly ever do any streams. That's the other thing too. Should we do more streams? Now, we're not talking about 7-hour streams. This is ridiculous. Don't see me doing that again until we get 10,000. And hopefully by then, we hit that number pretty quick. I always say it's tough to get from 0 to 1. It's tough to get the 1 to 5. And then, it's easier to get from 1 to 5. And then it's easier to get from 5 to 10. Because as you keep growing viewers, things get spread out more and they spread out to more people. It kind of all grows on itself. Exponentially. So, we're hoping that once we get to 5,000, we can then, keep going. And we have so many trips planned. And you know what? I might have to go back to that list because I did that like 5 hours ago. But not going to do anything until we get to our change of shirt. Got to figure out what shirt I want to go with next. There's a lot in that closet. So I'll see what we got. I was hoping this was going to be the last shirt. Now I'm praying that the next one is there because it's 11 o'clock now. So next time I change my shirt after this is going to be a new day. And that's kind of rough. So 5 more to go, guys. 5 more to go. We can do it. I'm starving. I am thirsty. I am getting tired. I yawned a couple times, but I'm determined to do this. We can do this, guys. We can do this. Let's work together. East Coast people are probably asleep, so I probably lost them. So it's all on you, Central Time, West Coast, same 9 yards. We can do this. I'm excited to do this. I'm glad we're doing this, but I'd like it to be a little bit quicker. So we are at 49.90, 96. We just went up another one. So let's go over here quick. Let's go to banners. Let's go here. We're back at 96. Hopefully we don't go back down. Boom. 96. Save. And launch. Boom. There we go. 96. That is awesome. We are literally 4 away. 4 away. We're going to be doing a change of shirt fairly soon there. We got 13 people watching. Thank you so much. And boom, boom, boom. We are getting close. So in 6 minutes, we're going to be changing our shirt. Changing my shirt. You can change your shirt too. You're probably already in pajamas. But once again, once we get back, we're going to talk about the 40 parks we're going to hit. in the upcoming year. And then if there's any that you think we should hit, let me know in the comment section. Get the comments back on here. There we go. So last comment we had was 40 minutes ago. So people, there's 13 people watching. Leave a comment. Leave us some information here. Come on. Show us a little bit of love here. We've got about 5 minutes before I change my shirt. Love to know what your amusement park is. Hey, should we branch off into museums and aquariums, or should we just stay with theme parks? Definitely know. Let us know in the comment section there. Boom, 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 boom. Nothing changed on that one. So we are getting closer and closer and closer. We're creeping. We're definitely creeping. But what I've noticed is when it rains, it pours. We went from like 72 to like 81 in like a 5-minute stretch. And then we went from like 83 to like 90. So they come in bursts. So I noticed that. So hopefully we got one more good burst, because one more good burst will get us over the top. It will be amazing. It will be breathtaking. And I will take a picture of that. And then I will post it on social media, because that's what we do. And then we will sit back, and I will not talk for about 48 hours because, like I said, we're closing on a 7-hour feed here, guys. Crazy. But you know what? We're 4 away. We're 4 away. 4 more people just need to hit that little subscribe button, and we are good. So, and we are, we are 4 minutes away from a t-shirt change, which is awesome. And then when we come back, we'll do a quick little rehash of what we're doing, why we're doing it. And then we're going to dive into the 40 parks that we're planning on hitting next year. So thanks again. It's 11 o'clock Eastern time, but it's only 8 o'clock on the West Coast. And hey, in India, I have no idea what time it is, but you know what? I wouldn't be in this position if it wasn't for all the people from India who decided to watch our Simply the Best part 1 video about a week and a half ago. We went from 33 to 45. When I slept, I was sleeping. I woke up and I looked at it and I'm like, well, that ain't right. And then I kept waiting for the glitch. And, it's got to be a glitch. And then the glitch is going to, we got to take care of the glitch and all that kind of stuff there. And then it kept on going. And then when I looked at the stats, I was like, wait a second, this isn't a glitch. We ended up somehow showing up in India and the Philippines. And because of that, I don't know why, but we got 1,200 subscribers overnight. And that video got 14,000 views overnight. And that's a great percentage. 14,000 to get one. That's a pretty good subscribe. And then from there, the following week, we've been getting 300, 200, 200, 300 new ones to get us in a position to actually get the 5,000. So close, but yet so far. We're at 4. We're at 4 more to go. So close, yet so far. So once we get there, I would be so excited. I will be crying on the inside and probably starving on the outside. And oh my God, 97. We just hit a new high watermark, 97. Boom. You're getting there, guys. We are now 3 away, boom, from us hitting our goal of 5,000. So we're excited. And we're also 2 minutes away from a new shirt. I'm going to have a whole load of laundry of just shirts. Now, should I wash them or should I just hang them back up? I'm not really active. I'm not dancing. I'm not doing anything really cool. I'm not like a TikToker going, I got to dance. No, not really TikToking. We are basically talking. As you can tell, because of my voice, I sound very, very manly here. But yet again, we're down to 7 people watching, so we're dropping there. But I figure people are going to sleep. But we're looking here. We're at 4997. Yep, that's what we got. So in a minute and a half, we're going to be changing our shirt as we go into our 7th hour of live stream. Not going to lie to you. I thought it'd be 4.5, 5 hours. We're in overtime. We're sudden death overtime, because the second we hit that, game's over. We are done. But we're 3 away. Only 3 away, guys. So if you're waiting for the last minute, you want your thing to be there, this is the time to do it. Because if we get one more surge, we're done. One more surge, and we're going to be done. So, because the surge, I figure it's more than 2. It's got to be like 3, 4, 5, 6. So let's get there as we crawl and we creep and we go to 5,000. Please don't go back down. That would be great if we don't go back down. But we are 30 seconds away from a new shirt change. Any suggestions? Oh, I got a comment up there. Let's see what the comment is. Comment, Chris. Ever been to Philadelphia Toboggan? Yes, and actually, no, I've actually never been at the Toboggan Company, but I've met them so many times. I used to do a lot of ACE events, American Coaster Enthusiast events, and I think I still have the membership. But I used to do a lot of those events, and they were always be there. They were always be there. Oh, man, we dropped down one. Hold on. 5 seconds away from shirt change. So 4, 3, 2, 1. Shirt change time. Gotta go. All right, what shirt are we going with now? I'm so excited for the new shirt. What shirt is going to be the one that ends this? And let's see, we got there, we got that. Let's go with this one. This is one I haven't worn often. So we already gave love to Magic Mountain. So let's give a little bit of love to the other park we visited on the West Coast, Knott's Berry Farm, people. Yes, a new one's Knott's Berry Farm. So now real quick here, let me check here because we dropped one. Yep, we're back to 96. So let me go do that quick. Yet again, we've been yo-yoing, but you know what? It's all worth it. We're going to make it happen. So we're still 4 away. 4 away. Now, nobody else drop, please, because that's a pain in the butt. There we go. Back to 4996. All right. So let's go back to our comments here, Chris. So it's a neat seeing the process of making the coasters looking nice, fresh, and seeing the same things. Yeah, you know what? So I can't remember the gentleman's name, the owner, but he goes through the process. And I'm a little worried about PTC because a lot of the rides that they do, the trains for, don't use their trains anymore. So you got like the classic rides like Thunderhawk at Dorney and Comet over at Hershey Park, Blue Streak over at Cedar Point. Now these are using the traditional PTC trains, which are the ones they do. They refurb them all the time. They do a great job with it. But GCI in the beginning used to use PTC, but then they created the Millennium Flyers, I think they're called. And so like before Wildcat left, the original Wildcat, it was running Millennium Flyers. And I think the same thing with RAR at Six Flags America. So those things might have changed. But that's so that's the thing. I'm wondering, are they going to expand or are they living off these old wooden coasters that eventually might disappear? So I'm a little worried that PTC is going to be around in 20 years, but I'm kind of worried if I'm going to be around in 20 years, to be honest. So 4996, guys, 4 more to go. Whoever just like unsubscribed, can you come back for like a half hour? That'll be great. Then you unsubscribe again afterwards, but we got to get that high point there. And we're at, like I said, 7 hours of pretty much full live streaming. Might need to get water soon, but I want to hold on to that. But Chris, again, appreciate the fact that you're there. Do you have 4 friends? 4 friends that you can bribe, That'll be amazing. So, but one with Knott's Berry. So this is a nice shirt there. It's funny because when I was at Six Flags Magic Mountain, I wanted a Tatsu shirt, really that one there. But when I went to Knott's Berry Farm, to me, there really wasn't a marquee ride that I got to enjoy. Ghost Rider is by far the marquee ride there. No questioning that. No second guessing that. But I only got to ride it once. And surprisingly, I really enjoyed Silver Bullet. Silver Bullet was another Apocalypse where nobody talks about it, kind of underappreciated, I guess. And because it's underappreciated, woohoo, Ghost Rider. Yep. Hey, Coaster Kev's still awake. Coaster Kev, 4 more friends, buddy, because I'm relying on your coast. The West Coast is what's going to get me over the hump because the people in my area, are asleep. They got work tomorrow. So they're asleep. So it's got to be the West Coast guys or Mountain Time, maybe Central. But at this point, it's 11:15. If you're watching it, if you're turning it on, it's because you have insomnia over on the East Coast. So definitely need your help on that end there. But yeah, Ghost Rider would be the number one ride there. But I didn't feel like getting a shirt because I only got one ride on it. Silver Bullet is totally underappreciated. Got one more. Just got one more earlier, hoping for another one too. Yep, with you on that. Yeah, we're getting close. Like I said, there might be some organic ones that are coming through, not through the live stream. There might be somebody right now who's watching Simply the Best Top 50. I'm kind of plugging that because it took me a lot of time to do it. But hopefully we're going to be seeing that soon, and all that kind of stuff. But so with Knott's Berry, I went with the general shirt because the whole thing was kind of cool. Yet again, I like Magic Mountain more, but I think when Montezuma's opens up, let me know, Coaster Kev, is that supposed to open up in 2025? I know it's been delayed. It was funny because when I was going through the store, they had all this merchandise for it. And I'm sitting there like, well, who's buying the shirts? The ride hasn't even opened yet. By the way, these are plastic ice cubes, so it's not like I have some kind of weird purple thing in there. They're ice cubes. So you kind of put them in the freezer, they freeze, and then you're good. Yep, $49.96. It is still stuck there. Yes, 2025, but I think 26. Yeah, the funny thing for me was when I was walking around the Fiesta area, I really couldn't figure out is the entrance to Montezuma behind Jaguar? Because the Pyramid of Jaguar. Because I remember walking around just trying to figure out where Montezuma was. Because I've never been to the park. And they don't really have it on the map because, well, it's not open yet. So am I right there? Is Montezuma's, it's not Revenge, they're calling it something else. But is that located behind, yes, behind Jaguar. Because that was the one time I kind of stumbled back there and was kind of like, that might be where it is. Of course, it was all bambooed up. But I guess that's where it is, by the restrooms. Okay, yep, I think I used those restrooms. So I was bummed because Jaguar wasn't going and Pony Express was not going. So those are two coaster creds I wanted to get. 97, we're back to 97. All right. We tied our high water mark here, guys. We now have 3 more to go. 3 more subs to go. We are getting there, guys. All right. Let's see, sometimes could this be a bunch? Could this be the final purge to get us across that finish line, to get those 3 more? Because I'm going live until there's 5,000. We're going to get 5,000. But so Coaster Kev. So how is Jaguar? Because Pony Express reminds me of Moto Coaster, which is over at Six Flags Darien Lake with the configuration, and I was really kind of excited with that because I like those. Moto Coaster, we actually made our 300th coaster. No, not 300th. 250th coaster was Moto Coaster. So 50 was what was 50? I can't remember what 50 was. Number 100 was the Beast. 98. We just got another one, another surge. 98. Oh my God. Can we get there? Is this the final surge? Is this the final surge? 2 more to go. 2 more to go. So number 50 was Bizarro, which is Medusa now. Number 100 was the Beast. 150 was Kingda Ka. Number 200 was Coney Island Cyclone. Number 250 was Moto Coaster. Number 300 was Mako. And I'm curious real quick here to see if we jump. No, hold on real quick. I actually have it on my phone because I'm a nerd. TikTok. That's ranking. So here we go. Coaster count. So number 50 was actually Woodstock Express at Carowinds. We were decided to troll that. Number 100 was the Beast, which we thought was iconic. Number 50 was Kingda Ka, which is now gone. Number 200 was Coney Island Cyclone. Number 250 was Moto Coaster. Number 300 was Mako. Number 350 was, this one was fun. we ended up at Six Flags Great Escape. So actually, our number 350 was Steamin' Demon, believe it or not. We actually own Steamin' Demon. And right now we're at 388, and 388 is X2. So that was the last newest coaster that we did, was that. We are 2 away from 5,000, guys. We're at right here. Not lying, right? Oh, you can't see that. How do we do it? Too bright. Don't know how to fix it. I can drop down to, let me drop down to brightness. Can I do that? Yeah, there we go. Brightness. Can you see it now? Nope, you can't see it either way. Trust me, 4998. I've come too far to lie. So we're gonna, because I'm taking a picture. Once we do it, we're taking a picture of it. So we will have it. So, but we are at 4998. So we are there. We're 2 away. So Coastal Cat, yeah. Knott's Berry. Let's talk a little Knott's Berry. And anybody else there, we've got 14 other people watching. Make sure you subscribe. So, I sound like a televangelist there. We are almost to our goal. For this, you can feed a family of 4 for 11 weeks. But we're so close, guys. 2 away. 2 away. We're here for 7 hours, 10 minutes. I'm a man of my word. We're going until we're only 2 away. We can do this, guys. We can do this. Well, I can't do it. I'm already subscribed. So, and I'm not going to, I mean, I could cheat. I could open up like 2 more accounts, but who's going to do that? No one's going to do that. I'm not that desperate. And by the time I make those 2 accounts, it will already happen, right? So, but let's talk Knott's Berry. So it was funny. I ended up spending 2 days there. The first day, the video I called was not very fun because big crowds. I got lost a lot. Not really lost, but it seemed like no matter where I was, it was wrong. And because I was playing on one day, I spent a lot of time actually filming. So, I try to get on the coasters because, the roller skate rule, get the credits first and then film. But because of how long the freaking lines were, Coast Rider was an hour and a half. Accelerator was an hour and a half, 2 hours. Because of the crowds. And Accelerator was always, it was funny, we got an Accelerator and I'm going through the line, and then we get to us being the next train and it breaks down. And it was me with the guys around me were Europeans. They came in from Europe to spend a day in Knott's Berry and ride coasters. And people were getting out of line and doing that. And we were just like, we're so damn close. And the ride attendants were no help whatsoever. They wouldn't tell us anything. And it wasn't that they didn't know anything. They were just talking amongst themselves. And it was kind of rude. Yet again, something that you would expect from Six Flags. But yet again, you're not going to blame Knott's Berry Farm because of employees or, their employees and stuff. But we finally got on it. And it was funny because being a single rider, I was able to, when they were launching it out, I was like 2 behind. And I was able to jump ahead with this older guy. And it was a good ride. But it was a good ride for the time that it was built. Because now, it's a launch. It's a good launch. You have a top hat. Then you have overbank turns. And then you're done. And then in my home park, I got Storm Runner, where it's very short like that. But there's at least inversions. There's no inversions on Accelerator. So at least with Storm Runner, it seems to be a more intense launch because I don't think it's more intense because of speed. I think it's because of duration. King to Cobb goes 100 or went 125, 130 miles an hour, but it was such a long runway that by the time you got up the hill and going up to the top, you lost a lot of speed. So even though it's 129 miles an hour or whatever it was, by the time you got to the top, you're like, there's no airtime. You're just like, are we going to make it? Are we going to go backwards? You never knew. Meanwhile, Storm Runner, it's such an intense launch. And then you go right up that top hat that you hit that top hat so fast that you fly. You jump out of your seat. There's ejector air. And that's why I always like that launch better than King to Ka. King to Ka for me was always, am I going to get a rollback? And never did. Never got a rollback on any of the strata coasters, but it always felt like it. I never got any airtime on Top Thrill Dragster. I did the one time I went, but I was chicken shit, so I was kind of like, oh, I don't want to do it. But it was definitely one of those things where it just felt. Stormrunner, you get that ejector air with the launch. So Accelerator, you had a little bit of that ejector air. I don't know if it was because it was warming back up again, but it didn't seem as intense of a launch. I'd love to get your opinion of it from the West Coast. Still at 98. 2 more to go, guys. 2 more to go. But I love the theming. So the Ghost Town, I can understand, especially if you're a kid, that Wild West and the show and all that. Fantastic. Love the theming. I love the fact you have a canyon river rapids back there, because it is a small park in stature because it's a small park because you're landlocked. So that much space with the canyon rapid rides. Now, I only saw the front. I don't ride the rapid rides. Last time I rode a rapid ride was over at Busch Gardens, Tampa, last time I was there. And I was by myself, and I got all the credits, and I did a lot of the filming. What else do I have to do there? Checking my chart quick here. Yeah, I got a lot of filming to get to do, but I was like, you know what? I never do a rapids ride. Okay, let's do it. It's a hot day, all that. So I get on the rapids ride, and for me, I kind of like the sporting part of it, where am I going to get hit? Am I not going to get hit? Is the water fountain coming here? Fall coming here? How's it going to end, right? And I dodged most of it. I was like incredibly lucky and dodged most of it. But at the end, when you're going back into the station, they have this huge gust of like fire hydrant pressure water, like this wide coming at you. And it's used to basically, you're drifting this way, it's used to push you back. But the reality is, all it does is floods your boat, because it got all this water pouring in. So I dodge everything, and then I'm spinning, and I see this. I'm like, oh shit, I'm about to get crushed. And sorry about the cursing. I've been on the stream for over 7 hours. It slips. So I get off that ride, and I am just, it was like, I'm a huge fan of Weird Al. UHF, you get to drink from the fire hose. And that's literally what it felt like. Oh, here we go. Coastal Kev. I like Accelerator's launch more than Stormrunners. Okay. But I agree, Stormrunners is more interesting. Don't recall ejector on it, though, but I need to get back there. Yeah, it hits you. You get a pop of air. I ride it a lot. It's my home park, so I kind of know it pretty well. And yeah, I got to say that when you get that top hat, you get that little lift. And then you got the inversions that are nice too. Accelerator, I don't remember. I do remember floater, but I don't remember ejector. But yet again, it was the next ride after it broke. So it broke, and then we were we launched that one, and then we were the next one to launch. So, it might have needed time to regenerate. Maybe didn't hit 70, but for me, I got to go Stormrunner more with the ejector. And trying to go through other launches, like bigger launch coasters, not like Flight of Fear or anything like that. I'm trying to think of other ones there. And is there another really intense? Oh, you know which one really shocked me? Powder Keg over at Silver Dollar City. That was a fun launch. Surprising too, because I know originally it's almost like 2 coasters glued together. Originally you had lift hill and all that. Then you have that halfway point with a lift hill. So it's really weird on that front. But I do remember Power Keg doing the old, ooh, that was kind of there. So that's a launch that I remember being pretty intense. So many parks you go to, after a while, they kind of blow together. I think that's about it. I'm yawning. I'm allowed on. Oh, there we go. Oh yeah, Powder Keg. Yeah, Powder Keg was fun. That was another coaster that the problem with Silver Dollar City. So another story. Might as well go to story time here. So our big trip, our second year, was the West Coast Swing. I've never been any farther west than Ohio. So this was a really fun trip. So I took I scheduled about 10 days. We were going to hit Kings Island, Kentucky Kingdom, Holiday World, St. Louis, go all the way to Kansas City and hit Worlds of Fun, hit Silver Dollar City, and then Beach Bend. That was that, and then head back. So that was the plan. So we get there, we do Kings Island, we do 2 days at Kings Island. Then we go to Kentucky Kingdom. We go to Kentucky Kingdom. We spend a half day there. That's when it downpoured. Roller skate rule, missed roller skate, but spent a half day at Holiday World. So now we're ahead. So we're like, okay, we knocked out Holiday World. Back then, we were just more into getting the coaster credits. We weren't into, definitely not filming or anything like that. So then we jumped to St. Louis. Great time in St. Louis. Spent a day in St. Louis. Drove halfway to Kansas City. Then hoteled. Got another then woke up early. Got to Worlds of Fun. Spent the day at Worlds of Fun. Drove halfway to Silver Dollar City. So we wake up and go to Silver Dollar City. So I'm at Silver Dollar City, and we do Time Traveler first. It's first year Time Traveler. I got the baseball to prove it. And then I start getting a call from back home. And I'm like, I pick it up, and it's actually a bridal show that I'm friends with. So before we left, my brother did a wedding for, he's one of my photographers, and he did a wedding with Nicole. So two of my photographers did this wedding for an older lady in her late 40s, early 50s, first wedding. Learned something about this. That tends to be a red flag now. So I do all the post-production. So I'm gone. Brother sends me the photos. Nicole sends me the photos. They're sitting at home, sitting at the studio. I got time. With our wedding package, we guarantee a month, and legally we have 45 days. Now that's all changed. I do it 2 weeks now and a month. 30 days is the farthest out I go. But technology got better. So, oh no, we lost one. Oh. We are now back down to 97. Come on, guys. We're so close. Am I boring you that much with the story? But I'm halfway with the story. So back down to 97. I'm going to have to get some more water in a second. But so I get a call from the person who runs these bridal shows I do. And she's like, what's going on? I'm like, I'm at Silver Dollar City. You tell me what's going on. You called me. She said, well, this lady's calling me up, trying to get you banned from bridal shows. I'm like, wait, what are you talking about? And she's like, no, she's literally calling people right now, calling me right now, saying that you're a fraud and this, and you're trying to sell her pictures and all this 9 yards. So I'm like, what the heck's going on? And I'm glad she told me because, I've been a good, big customer, supporter of her bridal shows. But then when your brain starts going, who else is she calling? What the hell's going on? So I call the lady. I get her number. And she's like, I'm not happy. I can't believe I don't have my photos yet. And I'm like, it's been 5 days. The industry standard is 2.5 months, 3 months. It's been 5 days, 4 days. It hasn't even been a week. And she's like, and your brother was trying to sell our photos and trying to get people to buy. And I'm like, what are you talking about? Well, back then we had these cards that basically were like, hey, if you want to see the photos, here's where you go. And they're connected to a store. Everything's connected to a store. So I'm trying to tell her, no, we're not selling your photos. First of all, little inside baseball here on photography. You don't own your photos. Photographers own the copyright. So technically, if you get photos taken, the photographer owns the photos for anything. Now, photographers can sell the rights to the photos to people. I allow people to have print access and all that. I don't allow people to sell the photos to a third party. So I'm trying to tell her, the photos are in the gallery. I can turn the store off. Didn't know, it's a default that every gallery has a store. I can shut that off. I can't believe this, and blah, 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 blah. So long story short, even though a little late on that, I ended up having to cut. I'm over here at Silver Dollar City, Branson, Missouri. I live in central Pennsylvania. I'm having a meltdown, lady, that I literally look at Ari and said, listen, let's get on every ride as quick as we can, and we got to go. We can't marathon. We can't do 2 or 3 rides. Let's get the coaster creds. I got to drive back. So we never got to Beach Bend. And the amount of time I spent at Silver Dollar City was beyond minimal. It was a half day when that park deserves at least a full day, maybe 2 days. So surprising to me, my favorite ride there. Oh, we're back up to 98. Back up to 98, people. We jumped back up to 98. I guess my story's over, so now you're happy again. So 98 we are at. 2 away, guys. 2 away. We're getting there. And we're closing on 7.5 hours. So we're getting there, guys. We're getting there. So long story short, Silver Dollar City, didn't get to enjoy it. Had to speed through it because the day job got there. Now, later, basically, that was my first ever Bridezilla. Only had 2 since then. So we've been very lucky. We shot over 1,100 weddings. So amazing ratio. But we never got to Beach Bend because I had to go. When you're that far away from home, you really can't deal with that kind of stuff. And I found out later on she just didn't like my brother. She kept saying, oh my God, you missed this, you missed this, you missed this. And the photographers were like, that actually never happened. In her mind, she had this whole vision of people picking her up and carrying her around, and this is her wedding day and all this. And the reality is most of her guests were 50 or 60 years old. They were standing around drinking beer. Nobody was dancing. And that, I always say, I told her, we photograph your reality, not your dream. And her reality was you had older people. It wasn't a young person wedding where there's dancing and drinking. It was basically people standing at the bar drinking. So that's my Silver Dollar City story. We now have 14 people there. We are back up to 98. We got back up to 98. 98 is our high water mark. So 2 more. We need 2 more, guys. Come on. It's 11:30 Eastern, but it's only 8:30. You guys are just, it's even dark. Yeah, okay, it's dark. But, well, of course, you're lit because you have fires right now. But all in all, like I said, guys, this needs to be my last shirt. We're a half hour away before I have to change another shirt. We're going to do this, guys. Gave up on dinner. Dinner's probably ruined. I'm going to throw that away when I get down there. But do need to get water. So, Chair, Dole Whip, Whopper, you're in charge. I'll be back in probably 3 minutes. Don't go anywhere. We're going to go down the road. We're going to take care of dinner. We're going to get the water. We're coming. Chair, how you doing, Chair? All right, Chair's doing good. Dole Whip, any problems? Anybody get drunk? We're all good? All right, hold on. All right, we are back. Dinner has been saved. It's in the refrigerator, but I did bring cucumbers. Going to eat a little healthy here. Let's see if we change it all. Back down to 97. Good job, Chair. You messed up. Whopper, you had one job. Don't lose people. We're yo-yoing back and forth, people. There we go. Back down to 97. Guys, now we need 3. We need 3. Are we going to catch up? I don't know. And you know what? I still have to pee. Still have not peed. So, but we are closing at 7.5 hours. 3 more to go. So I filled up the water. Should have changed the ice cubes though. The ice cubes are pretty warm. I actually got some cucumbers here. Yet again, gotta make sure I can fit into these t-shirts. But all right. So how many? Oh, got four viewers right now. That dropped big time. Whopper, I gave you one job. We lost everybody. Hopefully they come back with a vengeance. So, as you watch me eat, as I'm starving because I didn't have dinner. But what we're doing here today, if you're new, we are live until we get to 5. We started out at 49.62, I think. We have gone 35 subscribers. We need 3 more to get to 5,000. We can do it, guys. I know we can, but we don't have a choice. When you go this far, 3. At one point, we needed 2. Now we need 3. But if you're watching, any questions, Coaster Kev, Chris, you guys have been great. Give me some comments. Give me some things to go by. We are almost at midnight here. So if you were not sure if I was going to be determined to do this, I think I exceeded all your expectations. The fact that it's going on 7.5 hours. The only food I'm eating right now is cucumbers. Also hydrating me here. And our determination to make this happen to, before we shut it off. I'm keeping my word, guys. And when we get there, I'm going to, take a picture, screenshot it. So that way we got the proof. Also, we also have my timestamp. So I tell you what time, Eastern time. But all in all, don't get me wrong. 4,997 is fantastic. Amazing. 35 people in one day. That's great. But 3 more, guys. 3 more. Still 3 more? 3 more. So, and also Samsung, I'm still at 45%. 45% when it comes to the power. I haven't charged it, so that's great. Computer's still going good. By the way, looks like we're both on Facebook and still on YouTube. So let's get this all taken care of, guys. We need 3 more. 3 more. Any help you guys can do, greatly appreciate it. I want to end it in this shirt. I don't want to have to change again, but I will if I have to. So what we're going to do from 6 hours ago is when we first did it. So it might be a lot of new people here. But what we're going to do is we're going to go over the 40 parks that we are looking to do in 2025. And we're going to kick it off with Hershey Park. Actually, the first 7 are what we consider our home parks. You got Hershey Park, Dorney Park, Knoebels, Six Flags Great Adventure, Six Flags America, Kings Dominion, and Busch Gardens Williamsburg. Every year we go to these parks. Every year we film new things at these parks. And every year we have a great time at those parks. So those are staples. The next group is kind of the Western New York, because Aries out there in Buffalo. These parks always high on my list. Haven't been to this one in a while, but Seabreeze, that's a new park. I'm going to let you guys know if it's a new filming park for us, okay? Because most of these, I don't think there's any new parks on here. So it'd be new if I film it. So Seabreeze, never filmed there before. Looking forward to that. Darren Lake, we've done that many times. Some of our most popular videos are Six Flags Darren Lake. So we are anxious to get back there, see what they did with Predator. I know they've been playing around with the Titan track. Excited for that. Niagara, that's a staple. We love Niagara. And last year they opened Serpent, but they opened it so late in the year I wasn't able to get there. So that'll be a new coaster credit right there, Serpent. And maybe the kiddie coaster too. And then another new place to park to film, Canada's Wonderland. It's been a while since we've been there. I did a half day when I was there. So 98, we're back up. Going back up. Let's go 98. Boo, 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 boo. 2 more to go, people. 2 more to go. We're getting there. 2 more to go. All right. So Canada's Wonderland, new place to film. I have down Lakemont Park. Not sure if anything's going to change. Last year we did it because a lot of people thought it was closed. It wasn't closed as a park. The rides were closed. So you can still mini golf. You can still batting cages, basketball hoops. They had food, and they had some other things that they were working on, remote control cars and all that kind of stuff there. So we'll call them up, see what's new, see what they need, that kind of stuff there. So that one is there. But Del Grosso is very close. Del Grosso is a park that every year we're going to go. And every year, because it is kind of expensive for a small park, I never really had it in the budget. So hopefully we're able to get it in the budget for next year. And then I'm looking to get last year. Hopefully they do it again. I'll have to look that up. Premier Parks had a PA pass, which was a season pass that got you into Dutch Wonderland, which is another close park for us. Gets you into Idlewild, which is a really cool park. Sandcastle, which I've never been to, water park, and Kennywood. So we're looking at that, and then we're going to film all those. And then if we get a chance, if it works out, we might go back to Waldameer to check out what's new and exciting at Waldameer. All right. And then after that, we got ourselves kind of the must-do, which is Cedar Point. And after Cedar Point, Kings Island, and then Kentucky Kingdom. So you figure 2 or 3 days at Cedar Point, 2 days at Kings Island, and 1 day at Kentucky Kingdom. And then probably a half day up and back. So we got that. Our 22nd park is Clementon Park, which is another staple that we go to every year. So we enjoy that park. That one's definitely going to be high on our list. And then we kind of got the family parks that we want to hit again. Land of Make-Believe, Storybook Land, and then some beach ones. Keensburg is high on our list. We went to Keensburg on a Tuesday afternoon, and we realized nothing was open. The water park was, but I always have to get permission to do a water park. So hopefully we're going to go to Keensburg this year. We're going to go like on a Friday, Saturday, and actually get when the rides are open. Then we got Jenkinson's Boardwalk, Casino Pier, and then Playland Castaway Cove. So those are definitely beach ones there. We're not going to go back to Maury's. We nailed Maury's pretty good. If I go back to Maury's, it's actually to enjoy Maury's. And the next one is a big trip for us. Carowinds is where we're going to kick it off at. Then Six Flags Over Georgia. Then what we're going to do is Fun Spot Atlanta, because I really need to get on Air Force One. And then after that, with that leg, that might be when we go to Dollywood. You can kind of do that little loop. So that would be going there. That would be like a week and a half. Then after that, we've got, I wasn't able to go to Florida this year because my weddings got postponed because of the hurricane. Well, guess what? They're postponed for this year. So Busch Gardens, Tampa, SeaWorld, Orlando, possibly the 2 fun spots, but also Universal, but not Epic Universe. Everybody and their grandmother is going to be at Epic Universe. And the way they're doing it is you have to go to Epic Universe, you have to spend a day or 2 at the other parks. So I don't play those games. That's very Disney of you. So stay away from that. And then last but not least would be a New England type of swing. Go back to Quasi, get back to Lake Compounce. We have no film of that. See what's going on at Six Flags New England. And then a couple other ones. Playland Rye is in that area. And then we're working right now to try to get to Island Water Park again. That was a very popular water park. over 2,500 views. So that is very, very popular, and we're looking forward to it. So we are still stuck at 49.98. That is our high water mark. 2 more, people. 2 more. So if anybody's watching right now that has not subscribed, or you have a friend that needs to subscribe, this is your time to do it. We are 2 away. All right. And who knows? They might go back down again. It yo-yos. So we are at 7 hours and 40 minutes. We're at 4998. And it is 9 minutes away from midnight. We might actually be doing a stream 2 days long. Crazy. But I'm still have hope that this is the last shirt I have to wear. 20 minutes to get 2 more. Can we do it? Are we able to do it? I have faith in you guys. We can get across this line. We still got 14 people watching. Thank you for watching. Thank you for subscribing. Hopefully we get a few more people popping on here. Or maybe someone's just going to actually watch a video and like it. That's always a possibility. I always forget that aspect, that it might actually be just organic there. So we had 72 different people watching the stream today. That is pretty impressive. And currently we have 8. We have 8 people currently watching. So, but yet again, this is by far our most successful stream. Actually, I totally forgot. We actually got, I forgot that we actually got $5 on a super chat, which is incredibly rare because I don't look for super chats. I read every chat there. It's been a while. 22 minutes since we had a chat. Coaster Kevin might be asleep now. Well, actually, he's on the West Coast, so it's only 9 o'clock there. But I don't know Coaster Kevin's sleep time, so it might be a thing where he is asleep there. 2 away, guys. 2. 1, 2. That's so how close we are. 2. Can we get those final 2? I stand corrected. Guys. Or girls. One more subscriber. We get 1 more subscriber. And we have hit the pinnacle. We have hit the fact that I don't have to change my shirt again. 14999. 1 more subscriber. And we have hit 5,000 subscribers. And you know as well as I do, the second I do it, it's going to drop right back down. Murphy's Law. But we are 1 subscriber away. So if you were waiting for the last minute, if you're sitting there like, no, I'm not going to subscribe to this guy. You can't make me subscribe to his channel. I am dead set against it. This is the time for you to change your mind. This is the time that you can be a part of at least our history of the channel. Now, we're not going to know it unless you blast us on comment section, which, you know, is possible. And you could be lying, so we don't know. There's no way to verify who number 5,000 is. But we do know that whoever just did that got us 1 step closer to a goal. A goal that, I'll be honest with you. So on New Year's Day, I'm sitting there and I redid the chart. And actually, you know what? Let me show you that real quick. I've been talking about the wall chart, but I never really tell you about the wall chart. So right over here is the wall chart. And it has all the parks and it has all of the videos that we need to do. We have them all on the bottom there. Let's eat, let's play. So that's a wall chart. So I am very nerdy like that. Let's see how bad I did this. It's actually not too bad. It's actually pretty accurate. Oh, it's too high. That's why I messed up. Hold on. There we go. And then I have to lift this side up a little bit here. See how much I did just to see if I can get that last minute thing? See where we're at there. That should be close. That's actually pretty close. Not bad. So, oh, let me see where we're at. Did we pass? Did that wall thing change it? Nope, did not. So we have every one of our, oh, that is crooked as heck. Oh my God. See, should never did it. I'm messed up for the rest of the day. All right. Is that straighter? Apparently my table setting there is a little bit off. All right, there we go. All right, let's see. Did we change? Did that get us? No, did not get us there. So we have the table, we have the chart. So New Year's Day, I'm there working on the chart, get the chart all set up. Very excited about the chart. And we're sitting there at 3,200 or something like that. And our goal was, can we do 5,000? Can we get to 5,000 by the end of the year? Because at that time we were moving two to five a day, if that. If it was a short, it might be 4. If it was a spotlight, maybe nothing. It's always like a little bump up and down. So we had no plans of getting anywhere near 5,000 until the end of the year. Then the surge happened. The freak thing. The video got sent to India and Philippines, and we ended up skyrocketing. So the fact that it's January 15th, possibly 16th by the time we get there, and we hit our year goal is amazing. And we are 1 away. 1 away from hitting this goal. And from me to having solid food, not just cucumbers. So hopefully, we just surged up 16. So at this point, we are so close. We are 1 away from hitting 5,000. So before we get there, still where we are. Before we get there, I just want to say, not that. Cucumber, wrong pipe. Thank you for watching our videos. Thank you for taking the time for commenting. I cannot believe how many comments we get a day. God, get choked up here. How many comments we get a day from people just saying good video, people saying, oh my God, I haven't been to this park in how many years? It's amazing how it changed. All these little things. Oh, what's going on? We probably a day, we get 10 to 15, sometimes 20 comments. Because one thing about our videos is they're not one and done. They're what they call evergreens. People are still watching videos from 2 years ago at Knoebels and then leaving a comment. And one thing I pride myself on, if you leave a comment, I comment back. I have never not commented. And the other thing I'm really amazed with is the positivity of the group. It's very rare that anybody is negative. Somebody caught an error. People catch errors. Apparently, in part 1, a picture that I used for Beast was actually Son of Beast. Yeah, I was digging up old relics and stuff like that. So with that being said, the positivity of this group is amazing. Yet again, we're 1 away. I need 1 subscriber, and we're at 5,000. But the positivity, the comments, this is a labor of love. People say, oh, you monetize, blah, blah, blah. The money per month would not equal the amount of time on this. This is a passion project. Will it ever be profitable? Who knows? And that's not the goal. The goal is I remember when Ari and I first started going to the parks and going on YouTube and watching In the Loop and watching other people like that do the walkthroughs. They were so helpful to us. We had no idea what a Carowinds was. We had no idea, what a Silver Dollar City, how to get to the different places. Yeah, we can look at maps, but so it's more enjoyable having somebody that you enjoy listening to, like Legend or Hyde, or the intern. Through the intern, he's great. I can't believe I just mentioning him now. Their team and what they did was fantastic. It was a great resource to us. So that inspired us to kind of do our Explore series, but then take it to the next level. Let's eat, let's play. Any questions we came up with that, hey, you know what? I was just thinking about, do they have shows at this park? Maybe somebody else is thinking that. And challenge accepted, the brand new one that we're doing for 2025, a little bit more interactive, a little bit more fun. The one thing I do get comments on, which is kind of shocking to me, which if you're watching this feed, you're probably like, wait a second, what do you mean? What people always ask, why don't we see you? Well, the short answer is it's not about me, it's about the parks, it's about the rides. The long answer of it is I don't walk around with a gimbal. So it's weird for me to do, hey, everybody, how you doing at my age? So it's easier for me to focus the other way, not the other way. So, but we are doing a little bit more interactive. Our park days is a set of videos that are more about what we're doing at the park. So, we cut in every once in a while, hey, we just did these rides, blah, 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 that kind of stuff there. The POVs, if we decide to pursue that, that'll be a lot more interactive on that end there too. You won't see me, you'll just see the water the log flume and stuff like that. And then the challenge accepted gives it a little bit more thing there. So we are playing off a little bit more personality based, but guys, we're one away. This is definitely drum roll here. And we are less than 9 minutes away from me to having to change my shirt. So guys, I wanted to end it with Knott's Berry. Don't make me bring another shirt out. So come on, one more to go. One more to go. That's all we need is one more to get to 5. So this is your time. Last minute here. We're going in on 8 hours. This is a work shift. This is what people do for a living. We're also, by the way, it's after midnight. So it is now January 16th that we were doing this feed. So, and we got a couple emails that came in. So these are. I'm getting some, might get some bookings here at weddings and stuff like that. So, but like I said, this is a passion project where any money we make goes right back into either the season passes for us to go to these parks or equipment. Like I said, possibly doing a GoPro. But if I do the GoPro, I definitely were up there. So, wait, we got some things here. 500,000 subscriber. Boom, boom, boom. I don't see the alert. I just lost one. So we gained one and lost one. So we're now at 98. So Jackson loves roller coasters. I am sorry, but we lost one. We're now at 98. That is weird. Oh, now it's fluctuating. So it's really weird. So right now it's at 49.98. So we lost one and we went down to 97, but now we're back down to 98. So we have not crossed the threshold of victory yet. Let me reset it here. We're at 98. So now we're down one. Let me see your comments here quick. 5,000th subscriber. It never showed up. Coach Kev sent me there. So I haven't got there. And then you asked, have I been to Discovery Kingdom yet? No. So I did my first ever 99. 99. We're one away. Get back to the banner. 99. We're back at 99. So we're back at 1. So we had an influx, went down to 97. Now we're there. So I'm going to keep checking this quick. But let me get back to you real quick here. So we've only been to California once in our lives, and that was my daughter was getting married in Southern California. So I was able to do Magic Mountain. I was able to do Knott's Berry, but check this real quick here. Nope, still 4999. But we never got up north. It may not happen because Discovery Kingdom, I don't think is going anywhere. That's the Six Flags one, right? But it's California Great America that might be disappearing. And that has, what is that coaster? If you know where that coaster is, let me know. Let me see if we changed yet. Nope, 4999. So we still at our high water mark. We still need one more. But that's weird because we had people drop off and then people come in. At one point, we went all the way back down to 97. And that was right when you said that. And now we got back up. But the reality is, I might try to get there. I don't know. Here's the thing with the Cedar Fair boys. They have up to like 10 more years to get rid of it, but they might get rid of it sooner. And what is that? Do you know what the coaster is over at California Great America? What's the wooden coaster that you have there? Because that's supposed to be an amazing coaster. So, guys, hold on. Just want to make sure it's right. Let me double check. It's official. At 12:07 a.m. It took 2 days. Technically, I say it took 2 days. We have just got our 5,000th subscriber. Thank you so much. So Jackson loves roller coasters. I don't know if it's, you came out 5 minutes ago. It fluctuated. It's still saying 5,000. It's legit 5,000 people. Thank you so much. It took 7 hours and 56 minutes. So guess what? We ended with Knott's Berry. Knott's Berry actually did get it. So that is amazing. But everybody, thank you so much. Coaster Kev, Jackson loves roller coasters. Let me go through it. Chris Bassett, fantastic. Thank you so much. Brandon Douglas, thank you for subscribing. Coasting and Traveling, definitely check out Coaster Kev and Coaster and Traveling. Once I call it a night, I'm going to go and make sure I subscribe to those guys. Earlier on, we had, where are we at here? Scrolling there. Scrolling. Alex Abin, thank you so much for joining us. We also had, there's a lot. Andy Demet, Alex Abin, and Chris Bassett. So, guys, thank you guys so much for the chat. I'm going to check it again. We're staying at 5,000. So, guys, we are done. I want to thank you guys so much. That was, I'm going to round up 8-hour stream. Thank you so much. We were live until 5. It took us basically 8 hours to do it. But I'm so happy we did it. Guys, we're going to have an amazing 2025, 40 different parks. Hopefully you kick that off next week. And thank you so much. And can't wait to see you guys all in the queue in 2025.